We back again with another one. Make sure you rate, comment, and subscribe, guys. Okay. Let me get things situated as usual. Welcome to the stream. As soon as you come in, guys, be sure to hit the like button. Hit that like button, guys. We have a lengthy video to pretty much work on tonight. Hopefully you folks are able to tune in and stay on board. So, what's happening? What's going on? Be sure to hit that like button, guys. Hit that like button. So let me situate this thing real fast. Get this thing organized over here. If you want to join the live chat to have a discussion, be sure to become a channel member, and you can join the live chat. My live chat is for members only. So if you're a viewer, you're in the clouds, feel free to become a member to support the show, right? This is a live chat where we don't have to worry about trolls and weirdos and people that just want to argue. We don't got that type of energy to waste. So everything looks good on my end over here. Let me go to the live chat so I can see what's going on here. Again, as you come in, be sure to hit the like button, guys. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. All right? So we're talking about the topic of Nolan Wells' mother lied, and Nolan friends pretty much exposed not only the mom, but Ben Crump, the agenda that they're pushing, and how they're trying to divide us as a people. This is pretty much one of the only channels on YouTube that's going to give you the truth in regards to this particular case. There's a lot of people that hate me, guys. Man, they hate me for speaking the truth, man. But I got to do what I got to do. So we're going to be reviewing the videos that Officer Tatum put out. I think the last one we reviewed was part 1. We're going to review part 2, 3, and 4 together in this particular stream here. I know he got another one that he released with another friend that came out. We're going to do one on that as well. But we want to cover this situation. We want this situation to be out there. Right? So, yeah. Let's get into this. So how everybody doing out there? Everybody's doing good? Hope everybody's having a blessed day. You know, it is what it is. Got CJ the cat in the building. Got Enrich. What's going on? And shout out to everybody that's in the clouds. Again, if you're joining in on the show, if you're on the road, drive safe. You know what I'm saying? Keep your eyes on the road. Don't be distracted, guys. Okay, so a lot is coming out, guys, in regards to this case. I hope that you guys been, I guess, using your brain when it comes to this case, because there's so many lies on YouTube right now. It kind of goes back to the Carmelo Anthony case with Austin. We know that Carmelo's a killer. We know he's guilty. But YouTubers been putting out so many lies that they overshadow the truth to the point where content creators like myself that stood for justice for Austin, I was met with all sorts of hate. People calling me sellouts. People are saying I'm working for the white man. That's one of the newest things. You're going to hear that a lot. They're going to be, the white man is funding his platform. Really? How do you know that? Those are the type of things you got to ask yourself. Like when somebody says somebody's being funded by somebody, how do you know that? People are weird, man. But anyway, guys, let's get into the content because the black community is in a state of delusion when it comes to this case. And I want you guys to really be educated. Nolan Wells' mother been lying about everything, man. Everything. That woman haven't told the truth yet. She made this a race issue from day one. And you got everybody in the comments talking about, well, the family never made it a race issue. You know, they never made it a race. Yes, they did. Once you hire Ben Crump, you said these white people killed my son. What if it turned out that, let's just say hypothetically speaking, what if it turned out that a black man killed Nolan? What if that happened? What if for some miracle somebody came forward to collect that prize, the $125,000, and reveal a video, and it shows a black man killing Nolan Wells? Whew. The white community gonna have a field day with that, bro. Man, they're gonna go crazy because this family, when it's convenient, want to live around white people, right? But as soon as Nolan died, all of a sudden the mother became black overnight. And the black community is going crazy, siding with a Filipino kid. And I said this many times, nothing wrong with you if you're Filipino. At the same time, you cannot let people continually lie to cause division. I told you guys that man that you guys kept thinking is Nolan's father. I told you guys. I told you guys from day one. That's his stepdaddy. I already did the research. Fam. You go look at all my videos, some of the best videos on YouTube. Nobody can top the level of investigative reporting that I do. Not taken away from Officer Tatum's work. Obviously, he have a bigger platform, makes a heck of a lot more money. He can travel the world and do all of that other stuff in terms of meeting Nolan's friends. But when I'm talking about investigative news reporting, I do my own independent research. And I've already researched the mother background, the so-called stepdaddy's background. I looked at their lineage, and I already found out that man is not the father. And when I brought that on YouTube, everybody condemned me. They was like, no, that's his father. No, that's not his father. Even the funeral will tell you that. You don't see no baby pictures of Nolan being born. You don't see him holding Nolan as a baby. You know, every father, when he has a son, he want to hold his son. You ain't hear that man say, from the day Nolan was born, I knew he was going to be great. You ain't see that. Those are all red flags. He don't look nothing like that man. Nolan don't look nothing like that dark-skinned man. But they had to put him in front of the cameras to give the illusion of a black family. Nolan's mother is Filipino. She's not even black. Black community keep getting played, and it's like the more truth I share, I get condemned by racist blacks that keep saying I'm a sellout, I'm working with the white man, all this stupid stuff. I don't got no white friends. I don't got no black friends. I don't want friends, guys. I stay away from humans as much as I can. There's a few people that I know, but please stop calling people friends, because I don't got no friends. I like being to myself. You have greater peace when you're by yourself. There's no drama when you're by yourself. A lot of you know this. When you're by yourself and you don't mix mingle with everybody, you're more peaceful. You know? So what we're going to take a look at, guys, are the 3 videos that Officer Tatum put out in his travels to Mississippi. We're going to also compare that to the lies that the family put out there. You know, what's going on, Caramel, Kimmy Kim? See you in the building. Be sure, guys, to hit the like button, right? So let me set this up so we can listen to this audio. Okay. All right, here we go. No, that's not it. That's not it. This is it. There we go. All righty. Let's get into this, gang. Now, these particular 3 videos, guys, from Officer Tatum, I didn't watch them. I kind of known he upload them. And you know, like how when the algorithms send you a clip and you kind of click and you just play it for like about 10 seconds, whatever, and I turned it off. So I really didn't listen to these tapes. So this is pretty much me listening to it with you, and I'm breaking it down live. Unlike most content creators, they will edit their videos. They want to edit all the words they say. Guys, I do my videos live. That way you know I'm not fake. I do them live. I do my breakdowns live. Certain times I might do a pre-upload, but when I do my videos live, I feel more like free because it feels like there's thousands of people in the room listening. So it kind of make my shows be a little more interactive. So let's get into this, guys. So this is part 2, 3, and 4. I kind of stitched it together, right? So we're going to be listening to this. So right here, we see Officer Tatum. He's out there in Mississippi, and he's pretty much giving you the rundown of exactly, I guess, where the boat was docked and what pretty much happened. Now, for the record, I do not support Nolan Wells' family at all. Once this case started and I saw Ben Crump, I already knew this was going to be a grift. There was other news stories that took place during that very time, and I knew that the powers that be was going to use this to divide people. You had the Akin Liverpool case. Nobody's talking about that. You had the other black woman that was hanging from a tree somewhere. Nobody's talking about those stories. Recently, you had another story of a 13-year-old boy who was stabbed and held underwater by 2 white teens, ages 16 and 17. And they're using that story right now to continue racial divide. So be on the lookout for that. I already did a video. I did one video already. I'm gonna get you guys some updates about that case, possibly today, probably. But there's a bunch of cases that are pending right now. And what I notice about the black community, and when I say the black community, I'm not talking about everybody that's black. I'm talking about there is a pool of people in the community that see death of a family member as a way to get rich. So in other words, if you live in Mississippi and you're black and you have a loved one that died, there's an opportunity to get rich. Because why? You live in Mississippi. I mean, if you live anywhere in the South and somebody died as black, if they had white friends, perfect opportunity to get rich. Because all you got to do is say, start a GoFundMe and talk about, we want transparency. The typical things that you always hear. You're going to always hear that word. We need transparency. We're seeking justice. All of that is BS. They want money. That's all. Money. Now, don't get me wrong. People lose loved ones all the time, and you want closure. But haven't you noticed, guys, lately that every time somebody die, the black family always sets up a GoFundMe, and they don't want nothing else but money. For example, the case that I just started with the 13-year-old boy that was stabbed and drowned. His family started up a GoFundMe. But the thing is, the young boy wasn't even in their custody. The young boy was in foster care. That's how he died. And he wasn't even meant to stay with that foster parent. That was like a holding place for the meantime until they're able to put him in a home. Because he, I guess, is some sort of runaway kid, a troubled kid, or whatever the case is. And for whatever reason, nobody in his family was taking care of him. You didn't even see his mother and his father come on TV, on the news. You had his cousins. So when they shipped this boy to the foster parent, you know, people are blaming that guy. They're blaming the white guy that the kid was staying at. They're saying that he should have been supervising. He should have been supervising the boys. Isn't it interesting? Watch this, guys. Isn't it interesting that black people are blaming the white foster parent for the death of the 13-year-old boy because the other two white boys killed them? They're blaming the white foster parent, saying he should have been there to supervise the boys. But yet in the black community, black kids are killing one another. And you never hear the black community say, we need to hold the parents accountable. We need to put the parents in jail. You never hear that. You never hear the people saying, we need to hold the parents accountable for Derek shooting up the block. They don't do that. But if you're white, you need to be held accountable. See, this is why they hate me. Because what I try to do is hold up a mirror to the black community so that they could see that we are our own problem. The biggest enemy to the black man is the black man. That's the biggest enemy to the black man. See, social media is a place where a lot of black folk come to because they want someone to feed their hatred for white people. Even though they don't live around white people, but they have a hatred because of what they've been fed by black politicians, these civil rights leaders, these grifters, these people that just want money. The black pastors, like the Jamal Bryants, the TD Snakes, the Creflo Dollars. All of those guys, they're responsible for blacks pretty much being insecure, thinking like a victim, having a slave mentality. It's never, let's just be successful as black people. Let's go out there and win. Let's be productive. Let's support one another. Let's bring back Black Wall Street. No, they don't want to hear that. They just want to focus on white people all day. The slave master, the white man, white supremacy. Bro, I'm tired of hearing that stuff. So Ben Crump, being a race hustler, and Al Sharpton, they love stories that involve blacks with whites. They love that type of stuff. Even though black men love white pussy. Let's just keep it a buck now. The black man love to fuck white women. Right or wrong? You got a lot of black men that are watching this show. If they see some white women's, they'll be quick to want to get between her legs. But when it comes to stories like this, oh, white people this, white people, but you don't mind sleeping with that white woman. You don't mind doing that. You'll have all the black women saying, justice for Carmelo, justice for Nolan, but you don't mind dating the white man, swirling, right? You don't mind wearing your natural hair for the white man when it's convenient. See, this is my point, guys. It's called selective outrage. Selective outrage. The black man like white pussy. The black woman will get with a white man to get a lifestyle because she feel black men ain't up to par. But when it comes to cases like this, and you hold the mirror up, everybody got a fist up in the air. Black power and all this other goofy stuff. But yet in the black community, we got drugs, we got gangs, teen pregnancies, no fathers in the home, single mamas all over the block in the club. All these single mamas are on OnlyFans. showing feet, their crusty feet, trying to make $1 while their kids got on pissy diapers. Nobody want to talk about that because when you say these things, guys, it gets people upset. And the thing is, if you're actually doing what you're supposed to do, you won't be upset. The ones who are upset are the ones who know that what I'm saying is the truth, right? There are no fathers in the black community, only but a few. Majority of these kids are being born out of wedlock. Is Ben Crump talking about that? Is Ben Crump talking about all the dropouts, all the incarcerations in the black community? Is he giving a forecast of where black people are going to be in the next 10 years? Are there any black leaders that understand the weather of the black community to know from now to 10 years, where do they see blacks evolve into? See, nobody want to talk about that. See, in the white community, in the Asian community, and all these other communities, they're on the up and up. They're not sitting around talking about, the white man and, oh, we're enslaved, and none of us is enslaved. All of you that are black today, you never been in slavery. You never been on a plantation. Well, my 9 to 5 is a plantation. No, it's not, because the white man worked there too. The same job you got, the white man worked there too. The Asian man got to punch the clock just like you. So why is it that you feel your job is a slave job, but the white man, he's just doing his regular job and he go home? See, we got to stop making all these damn excuses because we looking stupid out here. If there's any type of black folk I want to be around, are intelligent, hardworking black folk that are civilized human beings that know how to go out there and just win and stop worrying about white people all day. Because the white man not worrying about you. Can't you see we've been programmed? We've been programmed to think like a slave. It's 2026, guys. You brothers, you wondering why the black woman don't respect you. You a grown man and you still walking around talking about the white man, white supremacy. Man, shut the fuck up, bro. Shut up and go out there and be a man and stop crying. Do you know how pathetic this look? And you wondering why black folk was in slavery all them damn years. Because the black man was a bitch. That's why. He stood by watching his women and kids get violated. And he didn't risk his life to die for them. But you mad at me because I'm giving you the hard truth, the flaming truth that rippled through your blood. If black men were strong during slavery, they would have all band together and overthrow the oppressor. But because we didn't get along, even in slavery, we didn't get along. Even in slavery, our people did not get along. So what makes you think we get along today? We hate each other, bro. What you see on social media when it comes to Carmelo, when it comes to Nolan, when it comes to any of these cases, bro, it's called selective outrage. Black folks stick together when it looks like a white person did something to them. But when the case is over, we go back to our miserable selves and start killing each other. How many of you black men and women started a business and black people don't support your business? How many of you black men and women went to college, got your degree, and all your black friends and family don't even congratulate you? You think this is a game? This is real. You know exactly what I'm talking about. The problem is you just don't want to talk about it. Because you're in secret competition with everybody else. Do you know how many people are in secret competition? You know how many black folk are trying to compete with the white man? Then you got blacks trying to compete with blacks. All that stuff is stupid. I ain't trying to compete with nobody. I'm just trying to take care of my kids. I got 4 girls to take care of. I don't give a fuck about what's going on outside this house, fam. Just keeping it a buck. I'm a father. I don't got time to be worrying about the white man, white supremacy and all this goofy stuff. I teach my kids one way, and that's it. We follow the Most High God. That's it. I don't got time for all this other goofy stuff. You got black people mad at me because I stand on business. And you mad at me. If Officer Tatum didn't go out to Mississippi to get the truth, who would have did it? Who would have did it? Listen, watch this, guys. It is not the white man's job to go out to Mississippi to go get that truth. That's the job of the black man. If Tatum didn't go out there, we would not know about the lies that been told. Because the media on social media is rigged. See, if all of you that were viewing were channel members, we would be able to have a discussion. Because when I ask these questions, I should be able to see hundreds of people posting ones in the live chat. How many of you heard rumors that Nolan was in a fight? How many of you saw little video clips on YouTube of what appears to be an alleged video of a white kid having a fight with Nolan? See, you can't respond because you're not a member. But see, all those videos are lies. They're all fake. All of it is lies, guys. Lies. You have one idiot on YouTube. I'm going to start to expose all his lies. Some Taylor House, some crap. I hope you watching, dog. I'm going to start to destroy you, fam. Because I cannot stand your grifting ass, bro. You come on these YouTube streets rage baiting black people with nothing but lies. All your videos are lies. And you do it for the money. And you have the nerve to talk about all praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most... Man, fuck you. Ain't no damn praises. You trying to get money. And see, this is why they don't like me. Because I'm real. I'm not with all of this trying to be Mr. Nice Guy when it comes to this truth. You got a lot of people that are brainwashing you folks, bro. Brainwashing you. Let me give you a good example of what it looks like to be brainwashed. Are you ready? Watch this. What's going on, brothers and sisters? Yo, I just came back from working out, man. Man, guys. First of all, guys, I just want to salute everybody for joining in on my show. All praises to the Most High. Everybody that's coming in the building, I really appreciate you guys for stopping by. Much, much love. Guys, I got a breaking story that I want to focus on right now. I just came back from doing my workout. And I'm telling you guys, I was about to go to jail. I was about to go to jail, fam. I was about to go to jail, bro. Y'all know when I go to the park, I do my workout. Had to go to the restroom. I walk over to the restroom. Now, keep in mind, you got my car is parked. You had a black van that was parked, but it was parked more so where the bathroom is. And it was parked in a way where the rear of the van is facing towards where that bathroom is. But I'm looking at the situation. It could look kind of weird, like, because I'm at the park every day. This van was dark black, dark tints. Couldn't even see nothing. So I ain't think nothing of it. I go to the bathroom. I walk in towards where the bathroom is. I'm hearing like some commotion in the bathroom. I'm hearing like a young girl, you can hear like a voice. And At first, I'm thinking it's probably like kids, you know, like they playing, because the area where I'm at, like it's a very nice area, and that particular park is in not necessarily like a rich community, but it's a very nice area. They have some nice houses over there, very, very nice, and they have like a lot of fancy homes and stuff with swimming pools and stuff. I go to the door. I'm hearing like a young girl crying, and she's saying, "Stop, stop, stop." So as I'm doing that, another car pull up, and it's two white guys. They were going to work out. So then you hear a bust, like a loud cry, a loud cry. They heard it. I heard it. So it's like they look at me, I look at them, and keep in mind, I'm walking towards the bathroom. So I'm like, did y'all hear that? They're like, yeah. So we all bust through the damn door. We banging the door, busting through the door. The door is locked. Like, you okay? You okay? We literally by the door. You okay? But we can't hear nothing. Next minute, we ain't hearing nothing. So at this point, I'm like, what the hell is going on here? These damn kids playing something wrong. So the dude, he's calling the police. So he's calling the police and whatnot. I'm banging the door still. Keep in mind, there's an exit, like a window area on the side. But we're not thinking of like somebody's in there. We just think these kids are playing games. So next minute, another van pull up. But this is the van that works with the park. They pull up. I'm get their attention. Yo, there's a girl, some sort of sound. We heard something. So they come in. They open the door. Once the man opened the door, guess what we saw? This little girl was on the floor with her pants down. We rushed in there. Whoever that person was that was with that van, he must have jumped through that damn window and went around while we in there, started up his damn van and sped out the damn park, nearly hit my fucking car. This little girl was being molested in that bathroom. Do you see that, guys? Do you see how I did that? Do you see how I just made up a story? The whole fucking story is fake. Do you see that? Do you see how you were invested? Do you see how you were engaging? Do you see how I had your eardrums? You see how I just made up a whole damn lie and made it believable for you? That is what YouTubers do. You wish you had that membership now, right? Where you could come into the live chat and share your thoughts, right? That's how easy it is to lie to people. Now imagine me doing that every day. Making up stories. Figuring people are stupid. They believe anything you say. That's how easy it is for these YouTubers to lie about the Nolan Wells case. They got videos saying that Nolan Wells was in a fight. They got videos claiming that, oh, they stole his phone. Oh, we got evidence. Look, he was on a boat. They got this new dumb photo. Yeah, we got a photo of Nolan Wells. See, look, he's on the boat. And it's all lies. And people believe it. Crazy, right? Absolutely sick, fam. Let's get to the content, guys. We're going to break down this video. This is the video, part 2 of Tayton pretty much sharing what he got from Mississippi in regards to the case. And I want to break this down along with the other 2 parts where Nolan's best friend pretty much brought out a lot of information that exposes the mother for a damn liar that she actually is. So let me get the volume for this going, and we're going to break this down. Let's go.
Some of the boys that they're accusing weren't even on the boat that Nolan was on.
If I'm sitting waist deep in water and all my friends are, everybody's leaving their phone on a boat. I open the back hatch and there's water up to the batteries. And that is obviously not good. Nolan decided to stay on the island with the girl that he was with. And the girl is a witness to that too.
Yeah, we're in Mississippi right now. We're getting ready to recount the exact path that the boys took Also with Nolan Wells, from where they docked the boat at, all the way out to Horn Island and back. The boys are going to explain to me exactly what went on, how many people were there, how many boats were taken out, which I think the world is going to be completely dumbfounded when they realize what the truth really is, because the lies have been pervasive. So we're right here where Nolan left on the boat, and you'll find out how many people were there, how many boats, and then we're going to take that same path out. I'm going to go look at Horn Island and see exactly where they could have been to get a perspective that the media don't even care to try to do. And then we're going to take the trek back, and we're going to find out exactly what happened to Nolan.
Now think about this, guys. Officer Tatum took the time out of his life. Well, it's his job to do this. So, but you understand. He didn't have to go through this length of going to Mississippi to do any of this stuff. But think about how easy it was for him to literally go out to Mississippi, get a hold of Nolan's friends. So easy. Bring them to either probably like a hotel for an interview, or I don't know where he did the interview at, but nonetheless, who cares, right? Think about how easy it was for him to actually do that. Why is it that Nolan's family couldn't reach out to his friends and actually have a sit down like that? How come Ben Crump, Al Sharpton, and all these guys, how come they didn't do that? How come they didn't travel? Did you guys see Ben Crump at the site? Did you see Ben Crump interview any of the friends? Did you see any of that? You know why? Because you can't really talk to the enemy if you expect to make money. Because he's not trying to get to the truth. He's trying to spin a narrative so the world can hate Nolan's friends because they're white. Do you see that? So Officer Tatum decided, you know what? I realize what they're not doing. So I'm going to head on out there and bring the footage to the people so the people could decide for themselves by listening to these guys. And I looked at part 1, and I can tell that the first guy that he interviewed, I could tell that he wasn't lying. You know, body language says a lot. And being that, you know, Officer Tatum have experience, it also plays in his work. Meaning, he could be able to look at somebody while having a conversation, look at their body language, and just see how they're moving. And you can kind of get a feel for when somebody's lying and when somebody's sincere. I know I have that ability. This is why people hate me. Like, if you were to stand in front of me and talk to me for a few minutes, I'll know if you're full of shit right away. And I'll cut you off right there. I'll cut the conversation off and be like, you could continue going your way. Because I don't like fake people. I cannot stand fake people, fam. Once I realize you fake, I'm cutting you off. Because the worst kind of people to have around you is fake people. People that are not really with you. They're just kind of around you to benefit off your energy. So if you got fake people in your life, you better make sure you got some discernment, because they can ruin your whole existence.
The reason why I'm here, man. I want you guys to have a voice. I want you guys to be able to speak out and show what the truth really is, and then let the world decide. I just don't want you guys to end up in a situation where your story never gets heard. Right here is where Nolan and probably 20 other kids got on the boat. So it's not just Nolan and 3 other kids.
Do you see that? It wasn't just Nolan and 3 other kids, guys. These are the lies, man, that the media, Ben Crump, the family, been pushing on us. That it was just Nolan and his friends, and they took him out there to kill him. You had a bunch of people, guys. A bunch. And these are teenagers. So they were getting toasted. They were getting toasted, fam. I'm not talking about having a beer. They were getting toasted. That's just the way it is, man. And in part 1, we learned that Nolan was drinking. And he was with a girl. And he's 18. So you know what he was trying to do. So when we was listening to, matter of fact, let me see if I can pull it up. Is this it? Let me see if I can get this. Yeah, here we go. Let me see.
He checking with you that day?
So that day,
Let me see.
no, I don't. But of course, too, they were on the boat. And usually when he is out there, which it's not uncommon, he's, I think, since last year, he's been going there occasionally with his friends.
Did you hear that? The mother said that Nolan went to that very same island occasionally with his friends. So let's look at what we got. It wasn't just 4 people on the boat. It was over 20. And that wasn't Nolan's first time going to that island. He always went there with his buddies. That's where they hanged out. The mother just confirmed that right here. That they always went to the island.
And so it would always just be like, hey, Mom, I'm back, type of thing. But this time there was no call or text from him. It was from his friend.
And then, too,
Notice, it was from his friend. His friend contacted the mom. Remember the mother said that she had to use some Life 360 app to locate the phone. You know, we had to find the phone. All of that is a lie. Because the friend contacted the mom, said, look, we got his phone, we got his keys. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't with us. But the mom made it seem like these people were hiding his phone. And then they used the media, Ben Crump, to make it look like these kids took his phone deliberately because they were trying to, tamper with evidence. That played into the race card that she started to use. You see that? See, if you don't listen to these videos properly, you'll miss out where she said the friend reached out to her. Watch this. Let's go again. Listen.
And going there occasionally with his friends. And so it would always just be like, hey, Mom, I'm back, type of thing. But this time there was no call or text from him. It was from his friend.
It was from his friend. So Nolan didn't give her no call or text, but the friend did. See, she said it on the air, but you never heard it. Because it was overshadowed by the lies. Oh, we had to use Life 360 to locate his phone. But she ain't tell you that the friend contacted her and told her, hey, we got your phone. All of this came out in Officer Tatum's video. In his video, the friend said, we contacted her. We told her, we got the phone. We got the keys. They didn't tell the public that via the news media. They made it seem like these kids never reached out to them. Had us thinking, man, these people are wicked. What kind of friends are these? The friends reached out to the family on July 4th. And the family was able to retrieve these items. They never told the media that. So if Officer Tatum didn't do his due diligence to go out there to get the story for the people, these young men would be demonized all over social media. They would be demonized, y'all.
too, really didn't worry a lot about it because, it was his last weekend to have fun.
Yeah.
Because that Monday he had to report to school. We was preparing to take him back for camp to prepare for the season. So, we're gonna see. He wanted to have his last little hurrah before he locked down and get ready for the season. Because, like I said, the entire summer he's training. He got more serious. He started to understand what I was trying to tell him about football not just being fun, but as you get farther in it, it becomes a business. If you want to excel, you have to understand, you have to understand both at the same time.
And we know, Ben, that you said that you're going to do an independent investigation.
Yes.
And you say you have Nolan's cell phone and messages were deleted. How could you tell messages were deleted?
Well, his parents got the phone back, and that's something that's important, Michael, because they tracked this phone on Life 360.
So Life 360, but when I received the phone call from Warren, I immediately called my friend Tashima, and I said, hey, have you guys seen Nolan? Because her two sons, Jalen and Javon, they grew up.
Did y'all get it? We got to rewind it back. Did you get that? Did you catch the lies? Did you get it? Do you see how it's all making sense now? Now that you've seen, because I'm pretty sure the majority of you that are watching, you probably already watched Officer Tatum's videos, right? And you probably want to hear my breakdown. Did you get it? Let's rewind it back. Let's rewind it back, guys. Listen.
And that's something that's important, Michael, because they tracked this phone on Life 360.
So Life 360, but when I received the phone call from Warren.
When she received the phone call from Warren. See, he already called her before she used some sort of app. Do you see how lies are created?
I immediately called my friend Tashima.
So you immediately call your friend after Warren called you? Do you see, guys, how this woman, you could see she's lying, bro. Look at her face, man. She's lying. Had the whole internet thinking this kid stole a phone, didn't want to get it. She had to go track it down because they were hiding. All lies. Once she got that call about the phone, about the keys, that's when she contacted the other woman.
And I said, hey, have you guys seen Nolan? Because her two sons, Jalen and Javon, they grew up together. They played City League.
She's throwing you off right there. That's how you throw people off when you're lying. When people are lying, they'll throw you off by bringing up something different. She's supposed to be focusing on that phone call she received. She stopped and switched it to throw you off from what she made a mistake in saying. She wasn't supposed to tell you. Listen.
Sports together. When they got into school, they played sports together. And so she was like, hey, okay, the boys were pulling up the location from Snapchat. So the Snapchat location looks completely different than the Life 360 location. So when I pulled up Life 360, it was different. It was showing everywhere.
None of that is irrelevant at this point. None of that is irrelevant. She already spoke to Warren. She already spoke to the kid. So obviously that kid already told her, hey, we got the phone. We got the keys. You guys can make arrangements to come get it. So all this goofy stuff she's saying here is designed to throw you off to make it look like something different. So your mind goes elsewhere. And now you totally forgot that she said she just finished speaking to this guy. She ain't explained that, oh, he told me we got the phone, we got the keys, we got this. Come get it. No, she omitted that information. So now the court of public opinion don't have no information. So it looks like Nolan's friends is hiding their location, preventing the family from getting closure on where Nolan's property is. Do y'all see that now?
The phone had been like I was like, well, it's showing that he's back on land. Like, I'm not. He's like, but no, he didn't come back.
No, the phone was already with the friend. So all of this tracking they doing is the phone moving because it's with the friends, guys. Bro. She's talking about old travels. Not like she's tracking it right now in real time. You see that? The phone was reaching its way back to land because it was with the friends the whole time. Now it's at the house. You guys took this crap that she said and you turned it into a narrative of the friends stole the phone so they could go erase the killing.
Well, how were you able to get the phone?
So we tracked it, and my friend Tashima went and picked it up.
That's a lie, bro. That's a lie. She said she tracked it and we went to go pick it up. That's a lie because the kid contacted her. She's omitting the information, guys, from the record. Officer Tatum's video brought out the truth. We heard it from the horse's mouth. Do you understand me, guys? She lied. She's making it seem like she tracked the phone and then found the location. No. The kid already contacted her, man. My goodness, bro. Yo, the internet is evil. And she's wicked, bro.
It wasn't like they said we got his phone, they tracked it. And that
What?
highlights all these...
Whoa. Did y'all see that, bro? Ben Crump just lied too. Are y'all seeing? Bro, y'all still supporting this woman? Listen again, because you didn't hear it. That's why I'm the best in the game. Listen.
It wasn't like they said we got his phone, they tracked it. And that...
It wasn't like they said we got his phone. They had to track it. Bro, the guy contacted the mother and made it very clear they got the phone. They lied, bro. You could look at Attorney Crump and see he don't even know what he's talking about. They're lying, man. I don't trust that family, y'all. This is sick, man. That this man gonna sit up here and lie like this, bro.
How were you able to get the phone?
So we tracked it, and my friend Tashima went and picked it up.
What?
And
Your friend Tashima went and picked it up? I thought you picked it up. Now Tashima picked it up? Your friend? But in another video, you said you picked it up. Are y'all seeing this?
It wasn't like they said we got his phone, they tracked it. And that
He got caught lying.
Contradictions, Michael. The fact that they said Nolan was talking to a young woman and she said that he said, I'm going back to get on the boat with the boys. The boys said that he said he was going to stay with her. And so that's an obvious contradiction.
Nolan is 18, fam. Him wanting to stay back with some girl is because he trying to get some for JJ. Let's just call it what it is. 18 years old. It is what it is. He wanted some white pussy. Don't get mad at me. I'm just speaking the truth. When a young man is hanging out with some woman, he don't care about no friends at that point. Friends are leaving. Yo, Nolan, you coming? Nah, dog. I'm with Shorty, bro. You know what I'm saying? He probably got his drink in his hand. I'm with Shorty, man. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna go chill, man. That's what went down. But these people are lying on these kids, man. That's not cool, bro. That kid contacted that mother to tell her we got his personal items. You're gonna hear it throughout the show.
And then this video of this you can hear an argument going where Nolan is saying, "Give me my freaking phone."
He just said Nolan. He's an attorney. He's a fucking liar. That's not Nolan. That's not Nolan. Attorney Crump is a liar. I don't know why folk believe these people, bro. That's why they mad at me. Because this is my expertise. I break down videos. I react to content. I do investigative news reporting. And I put the puzzles together. This man is lying. He's lying, fam. Because he's looking at rumors, gossip, all these online videos. He's running with that. He don't got no facts.
What are you freaking doing? And so then his phone ends up missing. I don't know any teenagers, Michael.
The phone was not missing. Think about how he's wording that. His phone end up missing. What are you talking about missing? The kid contacted the mom and told her, we got the phone and the keys. Come pick it up. He said the phone was missing as if though somebody stole it. Missing from where? What are you talking about? Everybody left their phones on a boat. Nolan went to go get some for JJ. He wasn't thinking about no damn phone. What are you going to do with a phone? Ain't no internet on the island. You can't do nothing. You going to swim around in the water with a phone in your pocket?
And who says, if you believe their story, I'm going to stay behind and I'm going to leave my phone? I mean, no young person leaves their cell phone. And so then there's so many things their parents are telling us about. Even, why didn't his body wash up with the tide on Sunday? Why would it come on Monday?
Who cares when it comes up? It came up. What are you talking about? What are you trying to say? He's trying to imply that somebody recently dumped the body in the water. Because he's saying why it didn't come up on this day, but it came up on that day. Is he some sort of expert of when a body supposed to come up? Who does that math? Anyway, let me get out of this particular one. Let me put this down here. Let's get back to Officer Tatum.
There was a lie. There was a myth. I'm going to prove that. Right here is where the kids were docking, and we're going to show you a video that coincided. I'm going to walk at the exact angle that the video is being broadcast from, so you know that I'm exactly where I say I am. But the boys were here. Tons of people you'll see on the video is getting onto the boat, and they took 3 boats out. It wasn't just one. It wasn't just Nolan and 4 boys. It was a multitude of people on.
You see them guys? That's the people pretty much getting on the boat. That's where the boats are docked, and they're getting on board those boats. But for some reason, you don't see. How come Ben Crump ain't doing this kind of work? Officer Tatum had to go out there, do the job, even get footage that Ben Crump can't even get, and he's an attorney. Al Sharpton couldn't even get that. When I tell you, social media influencers that are on point, that do the right job, they're doing better work than the mainstream media. Why do you think the mainstream media call him to do interviews? I mean, obviously you have a big platform, millions of followers. Of course they're going to call you. It's because of the level of work. The work. They want that news story. Let's go.
On several different boats, and some of the boys that they're accusing wasn't even on the boat that Nolan was on.
Wow.
But let me show you from the vantage point where I have the video.
Look at boat
to prove
leaving.
that I'm here where I say I am.
I could tell he's right there.
And so
I know.
now, here's the angle that you're going to see on the footage. It's just from probably that boat to, maybe about 30, 40 feet here to the right. And this is where the video is showing how many people were actually out there, actually getting on the boats. So therefore, it debunks very clearly that it was only Nolan and 4 boys going out here to Horn Island.
Right. So you see right now, he's pretty much, that's the kid here he was interviewing. He's on the boat. They headed on out to Horn Island. Hold on. Ain't
All right,
no.
you guys, sorry about
Okay.
the sunglasses. It's very bright out here, and I never wear sunglasses. But we're at Horn Island, and almost the exact same position where the boys were, where Nolan was. So if you look out right here, just so you guys can get a perspective, you have the Horn Island here. But I want you guys to put this in your mind what this was like on that day. You have boats 2, 3, 4 deep from way down there where you can see all the way through here. You have thousands of people on this island.
Thousands.
Probably 2,000 people. So this wasn't some abandoned, secluded island where nobody's at. Obviously, This is a Monday, and there's a few people on the backside of the island, not a lot of people here. But on 4th of July,
Packed.
this is a celebration. And so this wasn't a small place where 4 boys took their black friend and dropped him off and never seen him again. This place was flooded with people. Tons of people, multiple boats, multiple friend groups. I mean, everybody's here having a good time. And then the boat gets towed out because it was getting ready to sink. And so, and for what I was told, they told Nolan, get on the boat, man. Get on the boat. Get on the freaking boat.
Right.
And he decided, because he's an adult, that he was going to stay behind.
Right. And think about that. He's an adult. He made a decision. They asked him to come on a boat. I gave this analogy in my last streams. I said, if we go to the bar, right, and I'm driving, and I know I got to go to work the next morning. That's something I enjoyed when I lived in New York, is going to the karaoke bar, right? One of my partners put me on to that spot, and we were pretty much hooked. That was the hangout spot after work. Happy hour every night. So if I'm like, yo, it's getting late, we got to be at work tomorrow, bro. You know what I'm saying? Let's be out. Nah, I'm good. I'm gonna stay. You gonna stay? Yeah. All right, cool. I'm out. You just lost your ride. So however you get home, that's on you. You a grown man. Well, that's the same case with Nolan Wells. His partner is pretty much like, yo, we out. Because, normally when you go somewhere with somebody, you want to make sure we all leave together. That's just the way it always been with me growing up. If we go somewhere together, we leaving together. We ain't nobody being left behind. But if you grown and you're like, yo, I'm staying, we'll try to convince you, but like, yo, bro, come on, man, we gotta go, bro. Yo, you ain't coming, bro? Nah, bro, I'm staying with Shorty, man. You already don't know what it is, bro. All right, we out, bro. And that's what happened. But the mother didn't like the fact that her son is dead due to a freak accident, in my opinion. So she said, you know what? Let me hire Ben Crump. Let me make it a race issue. I can make a lot of money. We could make black people get emotionally invested. And we could really get paid. We'll get white people upset. We'll get black people upset. It'll be talked about all over the internet. The content creators will start to grift. There'll be so much money to be made. You know what we could do? I can make, and this is Christine talking, I can make them think you're his biological father because you're black. You're right, babe. They'll think that I'm his father. Because after all, I'm dark-skinned, you light-skinned. Yeah, they'll think that, yeah, he's just mixed, Yeah, we could do that. But who we gonna call, though? Like, we need an attorney to represent. We could call Ben Crump. You're right. We could get Al Sharpton. Tyler Perry gonna get involved sooner or later. Colin Kaepernick, all of these civil rights people. And this is in Mississippi. Let's start a GoFundMe. You sure we should start it right now? They haven't even gotten the body yet. Okay, let's just wait till when they get the body. On July 6th, ladies and gentlemen, the family of Nolan Wells started their GoFundMe. On the very day the body of Nolan was pulled from the water. Now you tell me, On the day your child is pulled from the water, the first thing that's on your mind is money. And immediately they got Ben Crump.
All the boys that they've been accusing, and they saying it had something to do with his death, they were all gone at 4:30.
Right.
They were all gone.
They were gone already.
And they told Nolan to get on the boat. He didn't. And then there was a report of somebody seeing Nolan around 6:30-ish. And so for them to come out and claim these lies, won't take the time to come to Horn Island, won't take the trip out here.
I like that. I didn't even, again, guys, I'm watching the video as you guys watch. This is my first time watching this. He said something very important. They never even take the time to come to Horn Island. The mother. I want you to think about that, guys. The mother of Nolan didn't even come out to the island. The mother of the deceased didn't even say to feel Nolan's energy, to bring closure. Let me go out to the island. Let Ben Crump and all of us go out there, Al Sharpton, everybody. Let's all go out there. No. Instead, they play games. We heard testimony from the stepdad claiming that some coach, him and some coach, went to the island looking for Nolan. First of all, why would you be at the island looking for Nolan? That's kind of suspect to me. How do we know he ain't kill him? How we know he ain't do it? How do we know the stepdad didn't kill him? Because before anybody can actually go out there to look for Nolan, the stepdad said that some coach or somebody had a boat and contacted him saying, hey, let's go out there so we could do whatever and look for him. Why would they be looking for him for? How do they know he's there? He could have been somewhere else. He could have been at the girl house, for all we know. You see my point? It's interesting to me that the stepdad had no time, he didn't waste time to head on out there with the coach about he's looking for Nolan. But once the body was recovered, you don't see them at Horn Island. You don't see them looking for clues, asking questions, going out and talking to the people, or even trying to get interviews with his friends. His friends, guys, didn't even get to go to the funeral. Think about how effed up that is, guys, to know that your friend, who you've been in the sandbox with, went to high school, college. I don't know if they went to the same college. I don't know. But most likely high school, yeah. Imagine your friend dead. You're mourning the loss of your friend. You want to go to the funeral, but you can't because of all of the public outrage and the death threats and people looking at you like a possible suspect because you're white. So there's a target on your back. You can't pay your respects to your friend. Nolan's mom is so wicked. She didn't even offer out an invitation to his friends so that they can come and pay their respects. Instead, she rushed to judgment and made the public believe that these friends of his are racist, that they're animals. Now, some may say, Ringo, she never flat out came out and said that his friends are racist, and she never said that, Ringo, so you're lying. No, I'm not saying that's what she said in terms of saying that. You got to understand how the game is being played. For her to hire Ben Crump, got Al Sharpton, and then got the whole internet in terms of black people backing them, publishing lies. The internet is speaking. And she's at no point trying to de-escalate the drama that's going on social media. She's eating it up. She love it. She love when all these black folk are dragging Nolan's friends. She could easily come out and say, hey guys, I really would like to share this with you guys. I know Nolan is gone, but I really don't appreciate, guys, the fact that y'all are blaming his friends for his death. We really don't know. We really don't know what happened to him. We're not here to blame his friends. We don't know what went down, but please stop blaming his friend. She could have said that. She could have came out into the public and made that publicly clear. But she put these kids' lives in danger by not addressing this. Being that she's a mom, she should be concerned about that because these boys, they already left. They asked Nolan to come in the boat. Nolan didn't want to come in the boat. Vagina was more important. You know? He probably got some too. We don't know. You don't know what happened. But my point is, them boys was already gone. But because the mother released that photo, it put those young men's lives in danger. Let me see if I can pull it up. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Let me see if I can get this real fast. Let me see if I can get this real fast, guys. Give me a minute. Let me see if I could get this. If you're new to the platform, be sure to hit the like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel if you are new. Right? We can't do this without your support. Okay. Ba-ba-da-ba. Let me see. Give me a minute, guys. I'm trying to do some quick research while I sort this thing out. Trying to find something. Okay, I'm trying to go to ChatGPT on my paid version rather than the free version, so I can ask a question. There's a major difference from the paid version from the free version. Right? Okay. Let's see what we got. Because there's some information that was put out there, and I think that the mother did a very, very terrible job by doing that. Because there was a photo that was released, and everybody took that photo and they ran with it, and it put those young men's lives in danger. And I'm talking about the infamous photo of Nolan. Now watch this, gang. Watch this. Okay. Let me take the picture of this. This is directly from my ChatGPT, so we can further bring about this information for the viewers. So let's see what we got. Because I like to make sure that everything is factual when we're communicating with the people. I don't like to waste your time talking bull crap. I want to make sure that everything is actual, factual, so that if I'm making an error, I'll be able to correct myself. Like if ChatGPT were to give me back information and it says, no, she didn't, then I would have to correct myself and, make the public know. So let me reverse this image so I can see it on the cell phone and you can see the actual factual information. Right? So let's do this. So I asked ChatGPT, did Nolan Wells' mother release a photo of Nolan and his friends? Yes. Christine Wansley publicly posted a photo on Facebook showing Nolan with his 3 friends on a boat while he was still missing on July 4th, 2026. That is the most dangerous thing that woman did in this entire investigation. That is the most dangerous thing that she did, because Nolan was missing. All she had to do is post a photo of Nolan. But no, she wanted to make the black community target those white kids. She blamed them from the beginning, had their full face exposed for the world. So the first thing the black influencers started doing on social media is saying the whitey people killed him. All over YouTube, they're doing that. The mother put these kids' faces out there and made the internet attack them and harass them to the point where rumors went around that these young men deleted their social medias. I don't know if that is verified. What I would assume may have happened is, if anything, is they would put their social medias on private, meaning due to all the public harassment that they were receiving because the mother put their image out there. Yes, they may have put their social medias on private. People DMing them, death threats, cussing them out. Who wants to deal with that? So now let's get back to what it said. It says, yes, Christine Wansley publicly posts a photo of on Facebook showing Nolan with his 3 friends on a boat while he was still missing on July 4th, 2026. The Mississippi Free Press, I can't even see, credited the image directly to Christine Wansley Facebook and reported that she posted photos of the group. Why would she do that? She could have just posted one photo of Nolan and say, this is my son, he's missing. She ain't have to put their pictures out there. She already blamed them. That's disgusting. Imagine you're a mother and those kids are your sons. And you see your son, your boy, plastered all over Facebook, and now it's all over the news. I'm surprised those families didn't go after Christine for that. You might see something pop up later on. I'm going to continue to read it, right? I'm going to continue to read it. So it says, The Guardian independently confirmed that her missing person posts include a photo of Nolan with 3 white friends, which then circulated widely online. So the original group photo appears to have come from Nolan's mother's own Facebook post, not merely from an unrelated YouTuber or anonymous social media account. However, the photo alone only shows that they were together. It does not prove that any person pictured it was responsible for what happened. But that's exactly what the internet did. The internet blamed the friends. And at no time did the mother come out and say, I apologize for putting you guys out there, and the internet just went blaming you. Do you see that, guys? To everybody that's viewing, you can't see that? Why did she do that? Why did she put his friend's photo out there? That's going to paint a bad picture. Melanated skin guy, because he's not black. Nolan is not a so-called African American. He's not. He's Filipino. The man that y'all see plastered all over the screen, all over the news, posing as his father, that's his stepdad. Nobody know who Nolan's biological father is. So please stop calling him black. Stop. His mother is Filipino. She's not even a so-called black woman. Please stop. I already made videos about this. Go look at all my videos. I made a video debunking all the lies. I showed you who her family is, who the bloodline is. Even Christine's father is not African American. We already exposed that. People looking at him because he's melanated skin and they think, oh, he's a black man. No, he's not. He's either Samoan, or Filipino because his own mother is either Filipino or Samoan. I already proved this. Matter of fact, Christine's father's mother father is white. We're dealing with bloodline, heritage, not no damn melanated skin. Bob Marley had melanated skin, but his biological father was a white man. But people keep calling him a black man. So, who started this? Who made it a race issue? Nolan's mother. Nolan's mother put them 3 boys out there to make them look like they murdered him. That's the image she wanted to paint for us so we could judge white people. She made it a race issue from the start. So when you see them on TV and like, oh, we didn't really make it a race issue, we just want us all to get along, that's bull crap. When she published that image, she told her entire Facebook community, all her Facebook friends, she basically published, these white kids killed my son. She could have blurred their faces and just let you see who Nolan is. No, she wanted you to see the very friends who always hanged with Nolan because Nolan always hanged with them. She knew that. How do you think she got the photo? She knew they always hanged with each other. But she made that photo become famous. That photo is on the thumbnails of many YouTubers. And all of them been accusing them boys of killing Nolan.
What happened? Won't talk to anybody. Pushing an agenda is wrong.
Right.
That's the reason why I came out here. I wanted to see for myself, what did this look like? What could have happened? You know, does the stories line up based on what I've seen and what I've heard from people that live here that were involved in this situation? This is where the lie started.
This is where the lies started. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I see the play. She was telling the world that these 3 white kids are responsible for my son missing. That's exactly what she did, and that's wrong, man, because there was no investigation. And she already accused them. So who's the racist? Who's the racist, guys? Is it the whitey people or is it Nolan's mother? I say it's Nolan's mother. She's the racist. Because she accused 3 young men because they're white. She already made it a race issue.
People were putting out on social media, knowing that they're lying,
Right?
that this is what it was like on a day that Nolan and his friends came out here to Horn Island. And if it was 4 or 5 people and they came out here and Nolan was with them and maybe it was a few people out here like it is today and Nolan came up missing, then maybe it would be suspicious. But they didn't take the time to give context to the people.
Right.
Because they're evil and they're liars.
Evil
So
and
if
liars.
it's like that right now, when the situation happened, I can see how people had a concern. But you got to replay this moment with thousands of people here. If anything would have happened directly involving Nolan and his friends, you can't tell me that thousands of people wouldn't have seen anything happen.
Right. Thousands of people would have seen it and they would have reported or they would have broke it up. You see what I'm saying? This is where people getting it mixed up. Like, if all these people are out there and they saw something like a fight or this or that, you got people on YouTube saying that they hung Nolan. There's another damn grifter YouTuber who made a video publishing saying that, with the autopsy, how they said part of the neck is missing due to the autopsy stuff and some discoloration nonsense in the back of the head. YouTuber got on and says, yeah, that proves that they hung him. And I'm like, and all his viewers believe it. They like, wow, I can't believe it. They lynched him. That's so sad, man. And they believe it with no facts.
And so that's pretty much why I wanted to come here and show you guys. This is what they want you to believe it was like on that day, which is a lie. They want you to believe they came to a secluded island, just 4 of them, and then Nolan is left behind, and then his body's washed up on shore, and nobody knows
Where
what
they
happened.
hung
Nobody
him on
could've
the
seen
island.
what happened but the boys. It's a flat out lie.
They lying like crazy, man. Let me see what else we got. Oh, here we
Is
go.
there anything that you want to say, you want people to know about this whole experience?
Yeah, I mean, from someone, if someone's not from here,
Oh.
it's kind of hard to understand, you know.
My apologies. Let me see if I could do this. Let me see if I could flip the video for you so it's in its proper orientation. I have it reversed on here so I can read, but there's nothing on the video for me to read. Let me see. Could I flip it? I don't know if I could flip it. I should be able to. Oh, yeah, I could. Okay. Yeah.
Where the island drops off and how the island works. But, you know, there's plenty of people out here, especially on the 4th of July. You know, this is where people come out to celebrate. And, I mean, if you film the water, you can see right here, Brandon, where it drops off. I mean, you can see literally where it drops off. So, I mean, it goes from about waist-deep water right there to neck-deep. And then it drops from neck-deep all the way to, like, 17.
Now, for those that may not understand, if you look at, I can't even, you see like how you see like the brownish like color? That's like where you can walk. When you see it turn dark, that's where you drop. That's where like you could be like waist deep. And then when you get more out where the color gets darker, you're going down like 17, 20 feet. So you got a picture in your mind, Nolan, drunk, alcohol in the system, playing around, doing God knows what, and go in that water and disappear. Remember the case of Ken Liverpool, the black guy who died celebrating his birthday. He was on a boat, just like Nolan, and it said he was dancing at the bow of the boat. You understand? All the way up in the front area, dancing. And it is said he was drinking. All his friends was on the boat. But he fell into the water. But nobody saw him fall in the water, guys. Nobody. He fell in the water, drowned. The boat is going all the way back to be docked. By the time they get there, they telling the captain, yo, where's so-and-so at? Because why? Everybody was drinking. Everybody drinking on the boat. So everybody was tipsy and messed up. They go back out looking for him, can't find him. Call the Coast Guard, everybody else, they end up finding the body. You don't see nobody talking about it. Ben Crump didn't even mention Ken Liverpool's name. Because he don't care. If it don't involve somebody that's white, you would never see Ben Crump or Al Sharpton. You see that? So, I'm saying all of that to say a lot of times tragedies happen and people don't see. There have been people who get hit by cars and the motorist who's driving didn't see them. Out here in North Carolina, the streets is dark as hell. Dark. There was one time I was driving. No, I wasn't driving that night. My wife was driving that night. And we coming down this stretch. Dark as hell. All of a sudden, this white guy come out of nowhere running across the street. Couldn't even see him. We could have killed this guy. Couldn't see him. So my point is, sometimes things happen and people don't see. Now, from looking at this entire case, my professional opinion, My professional opinion, without putting blame on, oh, the Klan got him, the white people killed him, without doing all of that goofy stuff, my professional opinion of what happened to Nolan Wells is this. He was on that island. He was in the water. He was possibly hanging out with that girl. But maybe there was a moment where he was outside of a boat in the water. I don't know what time. It could have been getting dark. And being that he had all those boats, he either got hit by a boat, meaning he's in the water and a boat is just doing its thing. Somebody could have been drunk. Because, you know, you're not supposed to be on that boat doing whatever, driving it, and you're drunk, but you never know. He could have been in the water, got struck by that boat, struck by a boat. He could have fell from a boat. He could have hit his head. He could have just drowned by being in the water, catch a cramp, went under, and nobody noticed it because he was in the water. And with all the noise, music, commotion, you're not hearing no cries of pleas of help, help. You're not hearing nothing. You're not hearing anything. There have been people that drown right in pools. Lifeguard right there. How the lifeguard didn't see. Kids that have died. Lifeguards fired because you're supposed to be paying attention. But things happen. Accidents do happen. And I think that the public rushed to judgment because the kids are white. And because most influencers have programmed a lot of black people to hate white people due to whatever guys, when I tell you, man, I'm probably one of a very few black folk that don't have no time for all this racism bullshit. Like, I don't care about this stuff. I don't care about N-words. I don't care about none of this stuff. You know, like how when they keep telling, oh, you know, in the past, black people were in slavery. Black people. Yeah, I know why. Not because of white people. What? What? What you said? Oh, slavery? Oh, it wasn't white people's fault that blacks was enslaved. That's it, Ringo. I'm unsubscribing. It wasn't white people's fault. Black people were put in slavery by God. God did that. When you read the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, God says that he's going to put his people in slavery. You'll be sold as bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you, meaning free you. You're going to be sold to your enemies, a people whose language you're not going to understand, going to come from far, and they're going to take you into captivity. God was the one that sent not only the white man, but he sent the African man, he sent the Arab man, he sent the Dutch, the Spaniards, everybody to get a piece of your tail. It was God that put so-called black man and woman in slavery. That's right. That's why I don't sit around blaming white people or their ancestors for slavery, because you guys had nothing to do with that. That was God's doing. He used you. Now, what you choose to do today in terms of if you're a racist and you're full of hate, then you're going to be judged. But God empowered the other nations to put black people in. That's a fact. That's why I don't walk around with this hatred and anger. I don't do that because it was because of our sins. You see, the black man and the black woman rebelled against God, rebelled against his laws, statutes, and commandments. And we grew wicked till this day. We still wicked as hell. We hate each other. The black community do not get along. We hate each other from the core. Just be honest. We don't like each other. A lot of you that's black, you don't give a fuck about me. I got a lot of black folk on social media that's waiting for me to die. I got black people on YouTube that are so jealous of me, fam. You can smell it. You can see it through their videos. They hate me. So I already know who the real enemy is. The enemy is not the white man. The enemy is the so-called black man. He's my fucking enemy. When you study the Bible, you had Jacob and you had Esau. They were brothers. And they became enemies. Because one sold his birthright for a plate of food and became jealous of his brother. Until this day, the so-called black man is still at war between Esau and Jacob. Esau is not the white man. Don't listen to all that bull crap that these black Hebrew Israelites keep telling you about Esau being a damn white man. If Esau is the white man, then the white man is your brother, dummy. If you believe that the white man is Esau, then you're basically saying that the white man is your brother. So why you hate white people? If the Bible says to love thy brother as yourself. See, the problem in the black community right now is a war between Esau and Jacob. That's why it's so much violence in the black community, man. The spirit of Cain is in our community. That's why there's so much violence. That's a whole nother video. All that truth that I just shared, some of y'all just still confused. Let's go.
20 foot. I mean, we weren't even a quarter mile out the island, and when we were leaving, and I mean, it was 30 foot of water.
Yeah.
But I mean, if we're walking towards the east right now, but if you walk down to the west,
30 foot of water.
that's where the west tip of the island is, and that's where the current picks up very, very bad.
People talk about the phone situation. I want
Right.
to, because the way you articulate it, I just walked in the water with my pants.
Right.
I mean, they're wet. And you can tell right away that if you're hanging out in the water,
Right.
it doesn't appear, in my opinion, that you would have your phone on you. Is
Right.
that typical for people to have their phones, or?
No.
No.
I mean, people come out here, especially on the 4th and, Memorial Day, days like that, they come out here to celebrate, and people get on the water to be off their phones, first off. Second off, if I'm sitting waist deep in water, and all my friends are, everybody's leaving their phone on a boat.
Right.
In a lake, if you're sitting on a pond, and no one's getting out of the water with their phone in their hand, unless, it's to take a quick picture. But most of the pictures taken on the 4th of July were on the boat.
Yeah.
I mean, and, salt water, if you drop your phone in salt water,
It's gone.
most of the time you're not going to get it back.
Yeah.
I mean, especially the water's murky right now because there's been a lot of rain. You can't see, the visibility isn't good. The water isn't clear like it was last year around this time. And, no one has their phone though, usually. I mean, unless you're...
You could tell that the culture out there is that these kids are always in boats. They're always on that island. You could tell that he has a lot of experience being on boats. He probably know all of the language about boats, how to navigate the boat, things that a lot of usins may not even know. Unless you're out there in Mississippi and you probably have a dad or whatever that got a boat and he's always out on the boat with you and you are experienced. So he knows what he's talking about. Nolan been to that island many times with his friends. They never killed him before. So why would they do that now? What would be the motive? What would be the motive in killing Nolan? What would be the motive? You gonna kill him on the 4th of July? So y'all all out there celebrating the 4th of July. Let's kill this kid. You want that on your conscience? Nah, that did not happen.
Crazy. I'm not walking around with my phone in my hand. They've been walking around Horn Island,
How many people left the phone on the boat? Was it just his phone when y'all left, or
Right. I
did
mean,
other people have phones on the
absolutely
boat?
not. Like, there was at least, I rode out here on a different boat, like I told you, and I grabbed my phone when I left the Palm Beach to get on the boat with Triton. To get on the boat with Wyatt because we were having, boat issues. And When I got on the boat, there was phones everywhere on the console. I mean, everywhere. There was everybody's phone that was sitting around the boat was on the console. Like, we had phones that we didn't even know whose they were, you know? And people just leave their phone, especially when people are drinking and, they're not in the right state of mind.
See?
A lot of people are like, oh, I'll just leave my phone and I'll get it later,
Right.
And that's the way it is around here. You don't take your phone and walk around the island. There's plenty of...
He said that's the way it is around here. That's the way it is around here. Where? In Mississippi. When we go to the island and we on the boats, everybody leave their phones on the boat. So imagine you in New York and you giving your opinion about this case and you don't even know the culture of how they get down in Mississippi. See, as soon as y'all hear Mississippi, first thing you think about is racists, Klans members, and plantation plants. That's not what represents Mississippi. And if black folk have such a problem with Mississippi, why are you there? Why would you want to live there if you believe everybody's racist? I wouldn't live there if I felt that way. He's explaining the culture. And Nolan wasn't the only melanated man or woman that was there. It was many that was there. And with all those people there, you going to tell me all those people watched somebody kill Nolan? When I tell you Nolan died by a freak accident, y'all, I am telling you that's what happened. And this entire story was blown out of proportion and turned into a race issue so that family could generate all that money. Let's go check the GoFundMe. Let's go check the GoFundMe, man. Let me see. Check this damn GoFundMe, man. Let me see. Let's go do that. See where their GoFundMe is at. Let's see. Because Nolan was already buried, right? He was already buried, so there's no need for them to continually still collect money. They shouldn't be collecting money. The GoFundMe should be over already, right? But let's see. These people still got the GoFundMe up. This is crazy. They still got the GoFundMe up. GoFundMe is still up. They made $769,884, and their goal is set to $850,000. Why? Why? That money goes straight to their... Listen, guys, that money going to the Philippines. That money is going to take care of their Filipino family. The black community dumb as hell, fam. They definitely dumb as hell, bro. You guys made a Filipino woman lie to you, right? By making you believe she's black when she's not. That is not a black woman. Do you understand me? That is a Filipino woman. Nothing wrong with you if you're Filipino, but don't act like something you're not. Embrace your culture and your heritage. Don't be out here acting like you're African American. Nolan is a Filipino. That man is not his biological father. That's his stepdad. But they painted this image on the screen to make you think that's his father so that you could go around saying he's black. And he's not. I cannot stand how people are so easily gullible, man. Look at all this money. All this money. It's almost like this family got paid because their son is dead. It's like, oh, since my son is dead, I'm going to make money off his death. $850,000? Tyler Perry paid for the funeral, guys. Think. Tyler Perry paid for the funeral. Colin Kaepernick paid for the autopsy stuff investigation. Why does family need $850,000? But I'm the hater. I'm the pocket watcher. I'm all these negative things that people saying. The black community gave Carmelo Anthony's family $700,000. They went and got houses, cars, and pizza. And took that money and paid their bills, pay off their car notes. And Carmelo still got, watch this, 35 years in prison. Even though you guys gave that family $700,000, you waste your money. Now you gave this family $800,000. Waste your money again.
On the boat, and spread out between the 3 boats that we had, and I mean, we had 20 plus people on the spread between our 3 boats. So of course everybody's phone was on the boat. I never saw someone in the water that day sitting with their phone in their hand, scrolling on anything, or even taking pictures in the water. Yeah,
right.
Someone might hop out the boat. A lot of girls like to take pictures, in the water. And
girls,
guys, but girls want to take pictures in the water. Half a second, you might hop out the boat and be like, "Oh, I'm snapping this picture of myself or of someone else." But as soon as I get back in the boat,
put the phone
I'm
up.
putting my phone up, and I'm getting back in the water, and I'm hanging out with my friends.
There you go.
Yeah, that's just common sense, man. I mean,
think about this, guys. Those of you that are in Brooklyn, New York, right? You have Sunset Pool, right? I used to go there back in the days. I don't know if people still go there, but you got Sunset Pool. I don't even know if that place still exists, but you got a lot of pools, right? How many people are at Sunset Pool with a cell phone in their hand? All of that stuff goes in your locker. Do you understand me? That goes in your locker. Ain't no phones. No. So you got to think about this. These kids went out there to have fun. If they're on the boat, I want to take a picture real quick. Okay, we could take it real quick. But when we put that phone back, we don't want our phone falling in the water and get lost or destroyed. And who walks around with car keys in their swim trunks? Nolan's car was still at the location before they head out to the docking spot to get on the boat. Just like I told you. I told you guys this before his friend told you. Because I'm just using logic. It don't make no sense that I come out there with my car when we all going to meet up and go down there together. We'll just head on in your truck. We'll jump in your truck. Some of us will be in the back. Some of us will be inside. And we just head on out there together. That's what these young men would do. Rather than being in separate cars. And it don't make no sense to do all of that.
And describe to me what the day was like. I saw a video online. How hectic was it out here? I mean, right now it's barren. There's not a lot of people out here.
Right.
But clearly that's not what it was on the 4th of July. So, like, how dense was it with people here?
Well, I mean, you look at all the videos, that are spread out online, and a lot of them, you can't believe what you see all the time online. You know that better than anybody. But, I mean, there was boats lined up all the way down the island. And there was rows. There was a
Look
first
at that
row,
island.
A second row. We were in the third row.
Look at the boats.
Where it drops off. And
you see that?
And then there was even boats in front of us. And this went all the way down towards the east end of the island. And then there was people on the east tip. And we're on the north side now. But there was people on the south side too, lined up all the way down. And if you talk to anybody on the coast about this, they know that. Yeah. I mean,
you saw all those boats all lined up all over? That's a lot of boats, man. A lot of people. But they try to make you think that it was just Nolan and his buddies and his evil friends, white supremacists. They went out there to kill him in front of everybody. So his white friends killed him in front of everybody and nobody saw anything. So all those boats, all those people are all racist. That's what you want me to believe? You want me to believe that all those folks, now keep in mind, it wasn't just teenagers that were there. You got adults that are there too. older gentlemen, older women. You think they're going to stand by and watch this one kid get killed and nobody say nothing? I don't think so. This is why you got to pay attention to the facts. That's why I'm glad Officer Tatum did that interview with this kid.
July, this is the hot spot. This is where people want to be. This is where people want to come out, hang out with their family and friends.
And people say that you guys just left Nolan behind. I've seen reports of people saying that you just left him. I see reports of people saying that you asked him to get on the boat. You told him to get on the boat. He didn't. What's the truth in that?
What's the truth?
Wyatt was having boat issues and the bilge wouldn't pump. So the bilge is basically a pump that releases water from your boat when water comes in. So I opened the back hatch and there's water up to the batteries. And that is obviously not good. There's water almost coming over the transom, which is where your motors sit and which is by the stern, like in the back part of the boat. So obviously we were in emergency. The boat, we're trying to save the boat. It's not like we didn't ask Nolan or we just left Nolan. Nolan decided to stay on the island with the girl that he was with. And the girl is a witness to that too.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm glad you cleared that up because I think it's important for
Right there, case closed. Right after that, case closed. Nobody should be blaming his friends. If the friends asked Nolan to get on the boat and Nolan didn't want to get on the boat and decided to stay with the girl and the girl confirmed this, case closed. Meaning, y'all could continue your investigation, but his friends have no involvement in this. So the public should not be focusing on the friends, but they still are. Because of what the mother did by releasing that photo.
to have the context of like what it was on that day, what happened, what didn't happen. And the beauty of all of this is that you guys have evidence to prove that, of course, you asked Nolan to come on and different things like that. So, but anyway, man, I appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Giving me a rundown of kind of what it was like on that day.
Right.
And hopefully people can understand what the truth is and make their own decision on facts.
Right. I mean, based off people. There's not a lot of people that are from the Mississippi Gulf Coast that don't understand Horn Island and don't understand the way boating works. And, boating is a tight-knit community. I like to fish a lot, and, there's, everybody, a lot of people know a lot of people. Everybody knows everybody. I know a lot of fishermen on the Gulf Coast.
Are y'all paying attention to what the young man is saying? You could tell that he's very knowledgeable in the culture out there. Whether you're black, white, when you're into boating, it's a community. Normally, people know each other. You're going to see different, you're going to see people that are regulars. Hey, how you doing? Hey. And you get familiarized with certain people. Similar to if you're working out at the park and you see somebody coming to the park to jog, you see them every day. You don't know them, but you see them. You get what I'm saying? So he's explaining how boating is out there. Whereas a lot of people that are viewing these videos, they don't know about the culture. They don't know how to get down. You get what I'm saying? So these particular videos that Tatum was able to provide the community with is very important to this case because the mainstream media is going to get a hold of it. It's going to clear these young men of any wrongdoing. And it's going to paint the narrative correctly so that this family can no longer lie to the public, man. So again, it is a very good thing that he did these videos because I'm telling you, man, these grifters on YouTube will continue to lie. And you have to think about this, guys. Nolan is dead, right? It is what it is. At the same time, his family is using him for money. They're exploiting him. They don't care about Nolan. They're using Nolan's death to profit. And they put these young men's lives in danger. Think about when they got to travel. When he got to go to the store, when he got to go out and about, he got to be worried about people that recognize him. He got to worry about if they see his face. What if somebody want to harm him? What if somebody think he did something to Nolan? So they want to kill him. That's why social media can be very dangerous because you put people's faces out there and blaming them for something they didn't do. And all of a sudden now somebody want to retaliate. And then it becomes dangerous.
They know me and my buddies because we like to go in the water all the time. I mean, that's what we do in the summer. And I mean, a lot of people from the Gulf Coast know the truth behind, oh, you don't take your phone out the boat. You know, the little facts. It's a difficult subject. This Horn Island's like 11 miles long. You know, not to be exact, but around 11 miles long. It's not like this is a sliver of an island. It's a quarter mile. It's like a sandbar. No, this goes on to, even if we came around this corner right here, Brandon, we couldn't even see the end of the island.
Oh, really?
It's that long.
Really?
Yeah, I mean.
I thought that was the end right there.
No. I mean, it goes all the way down there, and I mean, it's a big island. There's a lot of people out here, and I mean, that's the truth. That's the way it was.
So now he's going to go into part 3. Let me see. Because I had stitched all the videos together. Right? So let's see.
All right, so I want to be clear with this one thing, because I know you mentioned before. Is there any chance or any knowledge that you have that anybody deleted stuff from his phone?
So now they're going to get into, did anybody delete anything from the phone? Because this is another lie that and again, this is the infamous photo here that the mom put out. The mom put out that photo, which made the internet explode, to make everybody blame his friends. Like, oh yeah, they killed them. Yep. Mm-hmm. That's what they did. And see, if you notice, Tatum, he blurred, you can't really see it here, but he put some whatchamacallit, pixelation type stuff over the face to blur them out, because it's wrong that Nolan's mom did that to them. That was vicious. And nobody caught on to that. Okay.
Nolan was like a brother to me. Nolan lit up every room he walked in. 4th of July, everybody was out there. Nolan rode out on the Triton, and then we had a Palm Beach, 18 Palm Beach. There was 4 guys on that. The rest of the group, which was ranged from maybe 10 to 15 or 16 people on my buddy's.
That was from the previous
So
video.
y'all pretty much having a good time. And then you guys get ready to leave prematurely.
Right.
And like, what? Explain that, because you guys got there around 10.
Yeah.
It's now 4:30.
Right.
People are still out there partying, and
Correct.
they're having a good time. But something happened to where it necessitated you guys to get the boat up and running. Can you explain that?
Yeah. So I had a girl come up to me and say, hey, your brother just got in a fight. And obviously I have a younger brother, and that's who she was talking about. And I was freaked out. So I walked over to the beach, and I didn't walk over. I ran over. I made a beeline. I didn't talk to anybody. Put my drink down and walked over there. And my brother was kind of angry, and, you know, there was a lot going on, but someone was getting pulled away. I don't know who it was. And my brother was like, oh, I just got in a fight, and this guy punched me in the face, and I punched him right back. And then went to the ground, and my brother put him in an armbar. And
Was Nolan involved in any of this?
Absolutely not.
And again, to the moderators, leave every member's comment alone. Let them just speak their mind. I don't care about if they cussing. I don't care about none of that stuff. They are members. They are payers. They support the platform. Let them rock out.
When I was over there was a bunch of younger guys like my brother's age, and I mean, Nolan. I never saw Nolan over there.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. And okay, sorry, I just lost my train of thought.
So you get ready to go. There's an issue with the boat.
Okay, yeah.
And this is
Well,
what
this led up to that. That's what I was saying.
So the fight happened with your brother, or a little scuffle. You know,
and now keep in mind, guys, let's talk. Let's park the car a little bit. A scuffle. He said that his brother got into a fight, this and that, and all this other stuff. Let me make something clear to you guys. When you put teenagers, alcohol, young men, girls, all in one spot, there's going to be a fight. It's no different than in the black community. Go anywhere it's predominantly black and there's a party. There's going to be a fight. Somebody going to fight. There's always a fight. That's why I don't go to none of those type of events. I don't go to none of these type of public environments where there's a bunch of ninjas. I just stay away. I know not to go there. It ain't like back in the day where you can hang out and have fun You go to a house party and there don't be no issues. Once it started getting into the 2000s, that is when people start to die at house parties. And I was like, I'm done. I'm done partying. I'm done going to the club. I was done early. I just stopped going to all these type of events. So when he's talking about this event that happened where there was a fight, he's being honest. But on social media, a lot of these content creators, they keep saying that Nolan was fighting. They're twisting the narrative, fam, and lying. So him clarifying all of this information is coming from the horse's mouth, man.
Assuming that it was cleared up,
Right.
you got your brother out of that
Right.
situation, and then how did you find out that this boat is sinking?
Well, I walk back over, and like we're probably around each other for a little bit. I mean, I wasn't thinking anything about it. I told my brother, I pulled my brother off the beach, and I was just like, listen, get in the water, hang out with us, calm down. I mean, he was calm, but I didn't want anything else to happen, And so once I got back over to the boat, I got on the Triton, and the Triton had probably about 6 inches of water up to the transom. And I was freaked out because I'm good friends with Wyatt, and that was his boat. And
that's too much water.
No water's coming out. No excess water's coming out. And
if all that water continue to come on that boat, they're gonna sink because the weight of that water is gonna bring them down. When you're on a boat, water naturally is going to come on the boat, but there got to be a way in which water is removed from the boat. You get what I'm saying? So basically, what was happening in his situation, if I can make you understand basic layman terms, the removal of the water stopped. It was taking on too much water. If that continued to happen with the weight of them and everybody, the boat is going to sink. Do you understand? A lot of people on YouTube ran with that story saying they killed Nolan because they were going to sink, so they needed to get rid of him to remove weight from the boat. Guys, the water weighs more. So removing Nolan from the boat, 100 and something pounds, that's nothing compared to the amount of gallons that is on the boat. Do you understand? Let's go.
It was a big issue because I think the reason was because there were so many people getting on and off the boat. And at some point, the boat was very, very crowded. And there was just a lot of people on, so that it drags water in. And eventually, I think over time, we were out there for a couple hours. The boat just started filling up with water. So I popped the starboard side hatch, and the battery was completely underwater.
So it's not working.
The motor wouldn't trim down. I mean, my buddy would go to trim it down from the console, and it'd trim down, and then it'd come right back up. And so Wyatt's trying to throw a rear anchor, so we're caught, and he's, yelling at people. Everybody's kind of freaking out. And eventually, I'm like yelling at other people, trying to tell them, calm down, like, the boat could possibly sink, and I'm not paying attention to everyone around me. I was paying attention to my buddy's boat. And that's what all my other friends that were on that boat were doing, trying to solve the problem.
So you were on the boat now. The water is getting up to the point where the boat may be disabled to where you couldn't get it out.
Correct.
From Horn
Correct.
Island. So what happens after that?
Wyatt jumps to the water, tries to throw a rear anchor, and my buddy Backfired, you're sitting, looking, trying to pull trash out the bilge, and the bilge is basically a pump that
removes
pulls
the water.
the excess water out the boat. So the bilge was failing to work. So any excess water was just sitting in the boat. It wasn't getting pumped out. And I looked over the gunnel, and I looked at the release hole for the bilge, and it was even with the water. So, I mean, we're all freaking out. All of our, we're not focused on anything else other than the boat. Well, then eventually my buddy Bart on the tide line is like, I'm going to pull y'all out to where we're out of all this, all this chaos. Because we left at 4:30, and there were still just as many people there, if not more, than when we got there. I mean, probably around the same amount. I mean, it was crazy. Like, there was a lot of people. And, eventually Bart pulls us out. we left at 4:30, but we really weren't pulled out away from everybody. We were probably about a quarter mile out, and we had the towing strap pulled from, Bart's port side cleat or starboard side cleat, and he was on our starboard side bow. And so it was rubbing on his power pole. So Bart turned around, pulled up next to our boat, and we were just trying to get it situated. So that's when Wyatt called Cito. And Wyatt was like, calls them, because the cell service isn't great at the island, but once you can use your phone, but stuff might not descend, and it's not great. You got maybe one bar, and it won't work that well. But once you get a little off the island, you have cell coverage. And even on the island, like I called my mom when we were on the island, it was fine. Like we had enough cell coverage to make a phone call or shoot a text over, but you don't have enough cell coverage like.
So now that bit of information actually helps with the case, because it was being said that there was no signal on the island. Like, you don't got no internet, you can't do this, and you can't do all of this other stuff. But he said you can have about one bar. It's not great, but you can make a call. So now what does that help? Well, if there was a situation that somebody saw, they can notify law enforcement. They could get somebody to come out. They could call for help. People can call people. So it's not like, let's say if Nolan had his phone, it's not like, oh, even if he had his phone, he can't make a phone call, right? Because they try to make it seem like he was stranded on the island by himself with like they killed him and left him on the island to die. That's not what happened. So what this helps us with is that, because there have been reports saying that there's maybe those reports are true, meaning you might not be able to use the internet properly, but you could make a phone call. Because I had situations like that around like the Myrtle Beach area, literally like near South Carolina. There's areas out there, man, that are dead spots, like no internet, but I could still make a call. So it's kind of weird. But let's get back to the content. Hit the like button.
Picture, for example. So Wyatt.
So I want to go back.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I want to touch on that real quick, because the phone thing came up at some point. And so was it when you guys got off the boat?
Yeah.
Were people taking their phones off the boat, or is that not typical? Because I know that Nolan's phone was left on the boat,
Right.
even though after you guys had left. So can you explain that? Because I think people need to understand this a little clearer.
Yeah.
Was it typical for people to have their phones left on boats, or did they keep their phones in the water? Or?
Yeah. Everybody kind of goes out to the island to get away from, their phones and everything else. I know I got on the boat to get away from, just the regular world. And no, when you're waist deep in water, no one's carrying their phone in their hand. Boom. Especially at Horn Island, the water has been very, very murky because of the rain. And when it's just very risky. If you're gonna have your phone in the water, some people might for a couple minutes and like maybe taking some pictures of each other. I know a lot of girls like to take pictures in the water at Horn Island. Guys do too. Like people like to take pictures, and but a lot of the pictures you see are on the boat for a reason. And so, no, if someone is on their phone in the water, they're using it real quick and then putting it right back on the boat. We were all waist deep in water. No one's sitting there scrolling on their phone. I never saw that once. And I've never seen that once. And I've been out the island my whole life. That's just not something people do.
How could you be scrolling on the phone? Your hands is wet. You ever try doing that? Scrolling with your hands wet? The scroll ain't gonna work. So when they make it seem like people in water playing around with a phone, that's not happening, man.
On their phones, and everybody has their phone, yes, but it's always on the boat. No one's getting off the boat with their phone. So
you guys get ready to leave out of there, getting towed out.
Yeah.
And then where's Nolan in this situation?
Well, Nolan was, the last time I saw Nolan was 3 o'clock. And Nolan was cradling a girl in his arms, Katie. Katie. And Katie, Nolan was sitting there, and the last time I saw him, I looked at Nolan, and Nolan was like shaking his head, laughing, and I was like, "Dude, you crazy?" I was like just joking with him, and but anyway, Nolan. That was the last time I laid eyes on him. But when we were leaving, obviously, no one is getting left at the island that came with us, unless they demanded to, be there and asked. This is a very common thing at Horn Island. When you're out there, a lot of people ride out there with someone and in with somebody else all the time. I've done that 100 times. It's a very common thing, but
Meaning you went out there with one group, but because that boat got to always come back to the same docking station. You have to think about it. When you're coming back from Horn Island, it's only one spot you can go back to. You get what I'm saying? All those boats got to come back to the same place to let the people off. So even if you didn't come back home with your buddies, you could jump on somebody else's boat because they're going back to the same spot. You see what I'm saying? That's what he's talking about.
Nolan was sitting by the boat with that Katie girl, and my buddy yelled for Nolan. Nolan, get on the boat. We're leaving. The boat's having issues, and no, he didn't say that, but he was panicking. Nolan, get the F on the boat. Get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. I'm going to ride in with somebody else. And it's not uncommon to hear, but it's not like my buddy asked him one time. My buddy asked Nolan multiple times to get on the boat. Nolan, get on the boat. Get on the boat. We're leaving. If you're coming, you got to come now. And Nolan made a decision to stay out on the island. And
Nolan made his decision. See, the mother, Christine, she needs to issue these guys a public apology. Because he's clarifying all of these things. So they're trying to paint these young men like they just left him there. They didn't care about him. They asked him multiple times, yo, Nolan, we out, bro. Nolan probably saw when they were having boat issues and probably was like, man, I'm not riding on that boat, bro. You bugging, bro. I'll come back another way, bro. I ain't gonna be out there riding around with you guys and the boat sinking. Think about that, fam. He probably was like, man, if y'all going through that, why would I jump on there? So we could all be in the water with nothing? Nah. I'll wait here. Think about that.
he said,
How many people heard that? Were there
at least
just a few,
5
or?
to, everyone that was on our boat right there, because the Palm Beach had already left. My buddy went ahead and went home on the Palm Beach, and 3 guys on the way back. And Nolan wasn't the only person to ride out there with us and in with somebody else. I mean, we had multiple people in our group that rode out with us and rode in on someone else's boat. And that, like I said, that's not an uncommon thing to do, I mean, a lot of people do that. I could name probably 50 people out there that day that ran out with somebody and ran back in with somebody else. So, I mean, it's not like it's an uncommon thing.
See, here's the thing. Let me read that comment because I didn't even get up to the end of that info yet. It says, with all of those thousands of people to witness, Katie's dad needs to be investigated. Little Daddy was a boat pick. He was on after, then it disappeared. First, I don't trust none of the pictures that you see on social media. I would not trust none of those pictures, right? I don't know. Maybe there's something in this video that can verify some of these photos, but a lot of these photos that you're seeing in these YouTuber videos, don't trust none of those photos, people. Don't trust nothing you see that YouTubers are posting in terms of video and photos. A lot of that stuff, guys, none of that stuff can be confirmed as being a legit photo of that day. You understand? Because I'm seeing people posting video clips and then the videos stop right at a certain point. And I'm like, who records a video and then stops it at that point? So it's like a lot of these things that they publishing is fake.
it's not like we just left him there or my friends just left him there. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island after my friends asked him multiple times and told him to get on the boat.
Right.
And he decided to stay.
And I heard the girl that he was with, Katie, had text somebody that she heard people yelling
Correct.
for Nolan to get on it. Is that
Yeah,
true?
and I have a picture of that. She texted my buddy, and the next day, everybody was panicking, and everybody's texting Katie, because she was obviously seen with Nolan the whole day at the island. Katie sent a message to my buddy the next day and said,
That's what I was meaning to say. I never made my point. This girl that Nolan was with, why the public is not questioning what she know? Now, I didn't get into locating who she is yet, because I'm covering various other points in this particular case. But that is the one that Officer Tatum need to bring on the show. I don't know. Maybe he did already. I didn't see it because I'm not everywhere at one time. I'm human. I got a life outside of YouTube. But to me, she would be the main person in whom, and I'm not blaming her. That's not what I'm doing. What I'm saying is, I think that she holds valuable key information that can be used. In other words, when did she leave the island? And did Nolan leave with her? Did you get that? When did she leave the island? And did Nolan leave with her? Now, maybe there's an interview out there of her that I haven't seen. The only interviews I would be interested in reviewing is an interview that you see her face and you see her talking. I don't react to videos where you just hear somebody's voice playing and somebody said that's her. I'm not reviewing that because that's fake. I need to see the person on camera, just like you see me, and you know it's me. We need to hear that woman talk about the situation. Because if she say she left the island and Nolan told her, I'm going to stay back, we got a problem. We got a serious problem. So there needs to be more focus on the girl that Nolan was with. Again, I'm not passing judgment that, oh, she's a suspect, she's the killer. That's not what we're saying here. What we're trying to do is get down to the nitty gritty. The friends of Nolan already left. So they've been cleared in my book. There's no suspicion or some foul play with them. They already left. But if Nolan stayed behind with this young lady, now we need to be questioning, did Nolan and the young lady leave the island? These are questions that people are supposed to be asking that young lady. Did you and Nolan stay on the island the whole time? Were you with Nolan the whole time? Did Nolan go back in the water? Was Nolan swimming? Was it nighttime? Were y'all at the island during the night hours? You know? What's going on? Did you come back with Nolan? Yes or no? What time did you leave? We need to know. I think that is the person Officer Tatum need to bring on the show right now. Is the woman that Nolan was with. That's going to crack the case. The friends of Nolan, it's good that they are sharing their truth and able to clarify a lot of things that have been hidden. But for the most part, that young lady need to be interviewed. Not to find guilt in her. We're not trying to blame her because we don't know the facts. What we're trying to do is get the truth of what she know about Nolan after he departed from his friends. There's more to the story of what Nolan was doing in terms of what was his condition. Was he intoxicated? We need to know that from the girl. Was he drunk? Was he tipsy? Was he alert? Was he stumbling? Was he wavering? Without going into any details with the young lady, Did y'all go find a private place on the island away from other people? Not trying to get into their Kool-Aid in terms of did they have sex on the island. I'm not trying to go there. At the same time, these are questions that may be raised in terms of how long you were with Nolan on the island. Did you leave him? Did he stay back? Did he fall asleep on the island? Did he fall asleep and you left? What happened? Because everybody's blaming the friends that the friends left Nolan, but that's not the case. He stayed behind with a girl. So now we need to ask the girl questions. And then we need to find out if Nolan went and hung out with another group of guys. You get what I'm saying? Because that's the only way we're going to be able to find the truth. But if we keep blaming people that didn't do anything wrong, that's being counterproductive. And I think that the mother of Nolan, Christine, she needs to issue these young men a public apology for blaming them for her son's death, because she probably ruined their lives and don't even know it.
You know, this is the last time I saw him. You know, he's really sweet. But she also mentioned that the last time she saw Nolan was when my buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat. And she was right there to see that Nolan decided not to.
Yeah, and so you guys get in the boat, you start to get towed in, and you make...
But he just said that... Let me look at it again. Look at that again.
He's really sweet. But she also mentioned that the last time she saw Nolan was when my buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat. And
The last time. She said the last time she seen Nolan was when the buddy was telling Nolan to get on the boat. So she wasn't hanging with him, guys. Right? If she said that was the last time she seen Nolan, then what was Nolan staying behind with her for? So that means he wasn't chasing no tail, I guess. If that's the last time, then maybe Nolan don't even know that girl. Maybe that was just a girl that was there and Nolan was trying to kick it with her. You get what I'm saying? One of them type of things. Or she's just not going into any of the extra details because she don't want people to be all up in her Kool-Aid in terms of if they were fooling around. But to say that was the last time she saw him, that makes no sense if he's on the island and she's on the island too. Unless she left too. So we need to know that. Did she leave in another boat when those guys were leaving? We need to know that information.
right there to see that Nolan decided not to.
Yeah, and so you guys get in the boat, you start to get towed in, and you make it back. Now, explain how did you get to the point where you...
They were getting towed in. Their boat was being towed. That clears them right there. Because if the boat was being towed, whoever's towing the boat can clearly see who's on the boat. And if Nolan is not on the boat, why everybody talking about Nolan's friends killed him? That clears them instantly. So why Ben Crump, Al Sharpton, how come they're not saying, hey, we looked at the evidence, we realized that Nolan's immediate friends have nothing to do with this situation. So we're not going to focus on them no more. Why did they don't do that? It's like they want this to keep going, man. They want the race hustle to keep going so they could blame the white kids for his death when they have nothing to do with it.
You were concerned about Nolan because obviously you said, hey, Nolan, y'all need to, or somebody, not
When
you,
did I get
but
to that point?
you guys have made mention Nolan need to get on a boat.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Yeah.
You guys get back to wherever you're going.
Right.
Explain that. Did you guys go back to somebody's house or you
Right.
guys like what happened there? And then when did you feel like, well, wait a minute, where's Nolan?
Right. Okay. Well, running in was very chaotic. I mean, Nolan chose to stay on the island, so my focus wasn't on anything else other than the boat, because if the boat doesn't get in, then no one gets in. I don't want to sink out there on my buddy's boat, and no one does. But my buddy Wyatt jumped out and pulled the plug on the boat once we kind of got out there, because he got the motor to trim down, and the motor trimmed down. My buddy Wyatt pulled the plug, and we planed off. We moved all the way to the front of the boat so we could plane off, and eventually we planed off, and the boat was running. So when you're planed off and you have water in the boat and you're hauling, we're going pretty fast. We're going probably 40, 42 miles an hour. And so all that excess water that was built up in the boat is coming out of the boat. So, I mean, that's what we had to do. So we ran into Fort Bayou, and we didn't just run straight to my buddy's grandparents' house. We ran into Fort Bayou. A couple of us jumped in the water, and Wyatt, the whole reason for the stop was so Wyatt could hop in and put the plug back in the boat. So then after that, we went and docked it, and I went back to my buddy's house, and we ate and, napped for a little bit. It was a long day at the island, so, we were all tired. And eventually we go over to a girlfriend of mine. She was having people over for 4th of July. We were doing like fireworks and stuff. So we all went over there to swim and, hang out. And
this infamous picture that I've seen online of Nolan in the water in the swimming pool.
Yeah.
Where is this picture associated with? Because you said you guys went back to swim. Nolan wasn't with you.
Yeah.
So where is this picture at? Like,
Right.
what's the context around that picture that's been floating?
That picture is taken on June 27th, a week before the 4th of July. We all went to a friend of ours in Pass Christian. We have a lot of friends from Bay St. Louis, Pass Christian. We all went over there to hang out, and
And Nolan was in that picture.
Nolan was in that picture. And if you look in the picture, my arm is around Nolan in that picture. And
Now, think about this, guys. Y'all all know what picture he's talking about, right? I don't have the picture on me now to show you. I was hoping that Officer Tatum would have added that to his video edit to kind of flash it across the screen. That would have been interesting. A lot of YouTubers took that very same image and they was like, see, here's another image with Nolan. He actually was murdered by his friends after, he went another place. They were twisting that image up, man, creating a whole new lie. So I'm glad he's clearing up what that image was about. He said it was in June.
I mean, that was a week before the 4th of July. So that picture is not associated within even the same. I mean, that was like a week before. So
Wow.
Yeah.
So you guys are now at swimming and having a good time.
We got 435 in the building, 435 people, only 250 likes. Guys, let's get the likes to 400, guys. We got to do better. Let's get those likes up, fam. Y'all watching the show, hit the like button.
You're at a lady friend's house.
Right. I never got to the pool. I talked to her dad for a while, and I mean, all my friends were downstairs. I went upstairs, talked to her dad. We were talking about boats and stuff, and I've been with my friends all day. I was just talking to everybody, but
So you talked to the young lady's dad, and then how long was it before you realized, or you guys realized that, well, where's Nolan at?
I mean, I went back downstairs, and all my friends were just hanging out, and my buddy Wyatt had addressed, talking about Nolan, and I was like, well, where is Nolan? Have y'all heard from him? And he was like, no, we haven't. And I was like, okay, well, it's a little concerning. Like, I mean, I'm not freaking out or anything, but like, I'm trying to find out where Nolan is. So I texted Javon, and I was like, hey, and also a couple other buddies that I had at the island. I was like, hey, have y'all seen Nolan? Did he ride in with y'all? And all the buddies were like, no. Well, I texted Javon, and I was like, hey, can you send me Miss Christine's number? Because I haven't heard from Nolan. And
You heard that?
She hasn't heard from Nolan. Then I'm calling the Coast Guard. And so eventually, Javon sends me her number.
Javon sends him Christine's number. You see that? Now remember, Christine made it seem like these kids stole his phone. they had to use Life 360 or some app, some mess to locate these phones. But look what he's saying.
Sorry, it's just that's
Miss Christine.
Miss Christine
Yeah,
is
Nolan's mom.
Nolan's mom.
Yeah. And I walked down to the dock because, I mean, there was a lot of people. It was not a lot, but, you know, there was probably 15 of our friends there. And I was just like, walked down to the dock with a couple of my buddies, and I got on the phone. I called Miss Christine, called her the first time. She didn't answer. I called her a second time, and I got on the phone with her, and I asked her if she had heard from Nolan. She said no. And I said, all right, well, don't freak out. I'm going to call the Coast Guard. And this was at about 11 o'clock.
So what's your intent in calling the Coast Guard, right? Because right now, Nolan could be with a chick.
Right.
He could be with somebody else.
Right.
He could have gone back with somebody else. What made you concerned enough that you felt like you couldn't weigh it out anymore? You had to call the Coast Guard.
Well, I mean,
Now, let me stop right there. I don't want to hear nothing else further. Like, at this point, right? I'm not throwing this dude under the bus. I'm just being fair and balanced. Right? I think he said it was somewhere around 11. The only way I would contact the mom is if I know that everybody left Horn Island. Meaning, I contact a buddy that was still over there. Hey, what's going on, bro? Yo, everybody left the island, man? Everybody out? Yeah, everybody out, bro. Everybody, like the whole island, like they cleared it up. Yeah, all the boats, everybody started leaving. Snap. So where's Nolan at? I don't know, man. Like, he should have been here. Like, was out. Like, we would have to know at what time did everybody start leaving that island? Because I don't know if they hung out there all hours of the night. I don't know the culture out there at that island. Do people be out there after midnight just hanging out, whatever? I don't know. But what we're trying to figure out is listening to the friend say something about calling the Coast Guard. That don't sound good. Now, again, I'm not judging them. What I'm trying to look at is you don't rush to Coast Guard calls so early unless you feel something is wrong. Now, let me give you a little example. During the summertime, my wife would travel with our girls to go visit their grandmother, grandfather, and just kind of, be in New York, and, the kids do certain things and whatnot. And sometimes, like normally when they're traveling, my wife will send me like a map of, you could literally see them on the map moving towards New York, right? And I remember there was this one time they left and I didn't hear from them in hours. And I'm texting and texting. Nobody's responding. So, you start getting a little concerned. So I'm like, man, what's going on, man? My mind thinking all these weird stuff. You know how it go. So I'm sending 1,000 texts. I'm like, I'm calling my daughter, I'm calling my wife. Nobody's picking up. So now I'm like, bro, you start thinking things that you don't want to think. But that's not going to make me say, let me go call the police. You get what I'm saying? It's not going to make me just go call the police. Because it only been a certain amount of hours. Even though I was disappointed that they didn't pick up their phones. But then again, you have to consider, maybe they're sleeping. Maybe they don't got no signal. Maybe their battery died out. So there's a lot of scenarios. But I'm not just going to go call the police and say, hey, my wife, kids, they were traveling to New York. It been about 8 hours. I'm trying to call them, no signal. I think something is wrong. You get what I'm saying? Let's play that tape again. Now, again, I'm not accusing this man. I'm not. But it don't sound right to say calling Coast Guard unless there's information he left out. Not on purpose, but maybe he forgot to say stuff like perhaps everybody left the island already. I don't know if there's a curfew, not a curfew, but how can I say? I don't know if I probably got, let me look it up. Let me look it up. That's the only way I'm going to know. I got to look it up. Wait, let me see. Okay, let me look this up so I can find out this information. Okay. All right. Let's look up this information. Is there a certain time people need to leave Horn Island? No. There is no set daily closing time or mandatory departure time. So that answers my question. I was trying to figure out, is there a specific time in which people are supposed to leave the island? In other words, that would help with the investigation to understand that at a certain time, everybody's supposed to leave. So if everybody left, let's just say hypothetically speaking, at 10 p.m., everybody need to leave Horn Island. And then their buddies were able to get back home. It's 11 p.m. Yo, y'all seen Nolan? Nah, I ain't see him nowhere. Well, let's call the Coast Guard. That sounds kind of weird to say let's call the Coast Guard because he could be with the girl. You get what I'm saying? So, if anything, we need to locate the girl, call her, call a few more buddies. If nobody don't see where Nolan is, and the Horn Island is closed, if they had like a departure time, then now it would make sense. Like, yo, all the boats are back. They're all docked. There's no signs of Nolan. What's going on? That would make you feel like we need to do something. Similar to when my wife wasn't picking up the phone, you know, what's going on? You know, it's going to make you feel like something's happening. Like, damn, Nolan didn't even call us to say, yo, I'm back, man. I'm coming to pick up my phone. You get what I'm saying? So it's those type of things that kind of make you question stuff. So let's get back to the content. I'm going to rewind it back so I can hear that, because I'm going to see how Officer Tatum responds to see if he's going to pick up on the things that I'm picking up. Hold on.
What made you concerned enough that you felt like you couldn't weigh it out anymore? You had to call the Coast Guard.
Well, I mean, like I said,
rewind it back more.
I've been on the water a whole lot.
Rewind it more. Because if anybody hear that, right, it's going to make them become a little suspicious. Like, and again, I'm not trying to judge the kid, but sometimes the way you word things, it can make people question you.
I'm going to call the Coast Guard.
Hold on. Let me rewind that back.
She didn't answer. I called her a second time, and I got on the phone with her, and I asked her if she had heard from Nolan. She said no. And I said, all right, well, don't freak out. I'm going to call the Coast Guard, and This was at about 11 o'clock.
So what's your intent?
That don't sound right. I'm just saying. Remember, I got to be honest with you guys. I don't lie. I'm not here to sugarcoat, gaslight. That don't sound right. I think that, well, maybe we'll get some more clarification. Maybe I'm responding too early. You think that's what I'm doing? Because I'm good at what I do. And it don't sound good. Hopefully, as we play the tape, he's able to clean that up, clear it up a little bit more, because contacting the Coast Guard if there's no departure time makes no sense. If Nolan is at Horn Island with a girl, right, and he's aware of that, let's just play devil's advocate here for a second, because people think that I'm working for the white man. Let's play devil advocate here. If he's aware that Nolan is at Horn Island with a young lady, why he ain't just tell his mom? Well, last I seen him, he was with a young lady at Horn Island. I don't know, maybe he could still be there. But that's not what I heard. He just said, don't freak out. I'm going to call the Coast Guard or whatever. That don't sound right. I'm just telling you straight up, my investigative mind is ringing. It don't sound right. I'm not saying he guilty. I'm not saying he committed a crime. What I'm saying is that don't sound right. He could have said Nolan was with a young lady. Maybe he's still on the island. Maybe we could go back out there. Maybe he's still on the island. There's no reason to call no Coast Guard. Guys, listen. Here at Ringo TV, we specialize in breaking down videos. We give you our professional opinion. And I am here to tell you, if there is no departure time at Horn Island, and him and his buddies always hanged out at that island, right? There is no need to contact the mom to say, don't freak out. We're going to call the Coast Guard. There is no need to say that if you know he was at that island with a young lady. I'm just saying. I hope that as I play this tape, he's able to clean that up, because if Officer Tatum don't bring up what I just brought up, then he's lacking skills if he was an officer. He's lacking skills, because I'm picking up on that 18-year-old drinking, partying with a young woman. I wouldn't be worried about him if I know he's at the island and there's a lot of people there. I would not be concerned with calling Coast Guards. I'm just telling you straight up, guys. So hopefully this get cleaned up. Let's see.
I asked her if she had heard from Nolan. She said no. And I said, all right, well, don't freak out. I'm going to call the Coast Guard. And this was at about 11 o'clock.
So what's your intent in calling the Coast Guard, right? Because right now, Nolan could be with a chick.
Right.
He could be with somebody else.
Right.
He could have gone back with somebody else. What made you concerned enough that you felt like you couldn't weigh it out anymore? You had to call the Coast Guard.
Well,
Right.
I mean, like I said, my friends and I have been on the water our whole life. Stuff happens. People die all the time. I know people that have died out there. And, you know, it's a fun place to be, but it's also a very, very dangerous place to be if you're not handling it right. And Nolan, so I hadn't heard from him. And obviously, I'm thinking I'd way rather be safe than sorry. I mean, I would rather call the Coast Guard 100 times and lose my mind over it and my buddy be okay than, not, and me not know where he is and him not be okay. And so I called the Coast Guard and I talked to them on the phone for like 20 minutes, gave him a description, what Nolan was wearing, the last place we were at, the last time I saw him, who were we with, what boat we were on, the conditions of the water, just a summary. And I called Miss Christine back after, and I talked to her, and I said I got in contact with the Coast Guard. I'm not sure who she called or what she did, but I think she said she was going to make a couple phone calls to either DMR or Jackson County Sheriff's Office, and I was thinking worst case scenario. I would way rather be safe than sorry about this.
Yeah, so you called. So it seems like you called mom immediately.
Right.
Probably the first phone call that she got from anybody.
That's the first phone call, at least I made. And I would assume that's the first phone call she got from anybody because Javon hadn't called her. And, there's nothing wrong with that, but Javon hadn't called her. And, I was just worried about my friend. Stuff happens out there, boat problems. It could be anything. But, there's a lot of stuff that happens out there. And I was just worried about my friend.
And so you guys...
I don't know, guys. I don't know. I got to listen to that again, guys. I really got to listen to that again. Some red flags are coming up. Again, I'm not accusing this man. I didn't say he killed nobody. What I'm saying is, up to now, at this point, I'm questioning the way he's explaining this. It don't sound right. Logically. I deal with logic. Logically, what he's explaining don't make sense. It's suspicious. It's making me doubt. And I'm trying to just hear everybody out, fair and balanced, impartial. At the same time, alarms are going off. I don't like that. I got to listen to that again. I got to break it down even more. I got to use my discernment to really get into his mind and find out what's really going on in his heart. That's what I got to do. Did you feel the same way when you heard what he said? Did it make sense? It didn't make sense, guys. If you know that Nolan was with a young lady, you know he was drinking, you know that you guys asked him to come on the boat several times. Even at one point you said that you screamed, not him, but somebody else. Those are things that, again, I'm not accusing him. I'm putting the story together. It almost like if somebody's creating an alibi. That's how it sounds. And I'm always right with my investigations. And if I find something, best believe I'm going to crack the case. Now, what do I mean by alibi? Okay, I'm glad you asked the question. I'm not accusing these men of murder. I'm not accusing them of anything. What I'm saying is, what I am sensing is an alibi being created. And it starts off with Nolan was with a young lady, which excuses everyone because Nolan is with a young lady. And then we asked him to come on the boat. And then to further seal the deal, we scream, "Yo, Nolan, man, come on, man, let's go." That creates an alibi of, look, we weren't there. We were trying to get him to come with us. He didn't want to go. He wanted to stay back with the girl. But then now, to add insult to injury, to get home, and then you're asked the question, well, what about where Nolan is? And then you locate Christine's number, call her, and then ask her, have she heard from Nolan? She says no. And then your next bit of words is, don't freak out. That's not going to go well. That's not going to go well with a lot of people. Matter of fact, even the grifter channels will be justified in going ham just with that clip, just that alone. They're going to use that. And there's nothing I can do in response to it because it sounds bad to say, did you hear from Nolan? And then you respond by saying, don't freak out. I'm going to call the Coast Guard. Them words might come back to bite this kid. See, when we do our investigative news reporting, we don't judge. We don't make nothing a race issue. We just try to deal with the facts. And that's not, you don't rush to call in the Coast Guard unless you know something bad happened. This is not about, oh, bad things happen over there and people died. You're giving away something. I got God in my life, guys. I have spiritual discernment, and I don't want to think that these kids killed him. I don't want to think that that happened. But at the core of my being, hearing him say those words, don't freak out. I'm going to call the Coast Guard. It's an admission of guilt. That's what it sounds like. Now, again, I'm just giving you what my discernment is telling me. I don't have no proof that they did something to Nolan. I don't have no proof that a crime was committed. I'm in the middle of my investigation. And I am telling you, people tell on themselves and don't even realize it. Telling a mom, don't freak out, is crazy. When you don't even know where he's at. He could be with the girl fucking. He could be with that girl. He could be at her house. Why would you say, don't freak out to a mother who's going to freak out? And then you tell her, I'm going to call the Coast Guard. So you want the Coast Guard going out there looking for Nolan? I thought people are out there. You know? If people are out there and there's a bunch of boats out there, so you want the Coast Guard to come pulling up at Horn Island in search of one person, what are they going to do? Search every boat? I'm looking at this thing logically. The Coast Guard is coming on out to Horn Island. There's a bunch of boats out there. Hey, where's Nolan? Anybody seen Nolan? Nolan, we're looking for Nolan. Is Nolan out here? It's not making sense. I'm probably the only YouTuber that's making these points. But let's see if Officer Tatum gonna bring up this, man, because if he don't bring this up the way I am, then he's just doing content for content to make money. Because as much as I don't see a crime, I think Nolan died by a freak accident. What this young man is saying don't sound right, but I don't got no proof that a crime was committed. That's the whole point of investigative reporting. You can share your thoughts, your opinions. You can do all of that, but you got to remember that you don't want to be falsely accusing people or demonizing people. You don't want to do that type of stuff because that's not cool. You know, it would make me a hypocrite to just do that unless I have real solid evidence. What I'm saying here is this is called speculating. We're trying to find clues, red flags, things that stand out. Use deductive reasoning skills to remove all the junk and hone in on things that were said, testimony. And what I'm hearing here don't sound right. If they know Nolan was with a girl, I didn't hear him tell the mom, well, we left him at Horn Island. We tried to let him come. He didn't want to come. He was with a girl. Her name is so and so and so. Perhaps we could get in contact with her, find out what's going on. You know what I mean? Instead, he said, don't freak out. It's almost like he have bad news. I'm not saying that that's what it is. I'm telling you how this looks, guys. I'm telling you how this looks. It don't look good. It's almost like he have bad news to share. Don't freak out. But I'm going to go call the Coast Guard. There's no need to call the Coast Guard, fam. That's like you calling a missing person's hotline because you didn't hear from your wife in 8 hours. That's like me contacting the missing person's hotline because my wife did not return my call. Can't do that. It's too soon. Give it some time first. You know? Give it some time. And I wouldn't even be calling the mom to ask her if she's seen Nolan. I'm just being honest. I would be contacting that girl. Who the hell is that girl? That's who I would be contacting with. Or I'll contact some other buddies that are out there. Be like, yo, what's good? Where that girl at, man? Y'all got her number? Like, all of that type of stuff is what I would be focusing on. I wouldn't even be calling the mom to get the mom all worried and hyped up. I wouldn't even be doing that, man. But let's look back at this, man. It's like it just made things worse, man. I hope Officer Tatum can pick up on what I'm seeing and begin to put the young man in hot seat and don't just look at him as well, he's innocent until proven guilty, of course. But just because the kid is on your show, Tatum, does not mean that you don't dig deeper. You got to dig deeper when it comes to these type of stories, man. I hope that's what you did in the coming footage. So I'm going to play it. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he did a good job and brought out what I'm talking about. Because I'm now watching this video with you guys. I did not watch this video. You understand? I watched part 1. Yeah. Part 2, I didn't watch that video. Part 3, I didn't watch that. Part 4, I didn't watch that. Then you have part 5, I didn't watch that, but I kind of glimpsed a little bit of it. So let's see what happens.
You called, so it seems like you called mom immediately.
Right.
Probably the first phone call that she got from anybody.
That's the first phone call, like, at least I made. And I would assume that's the first phone call she got from anybody because Javon hadn't called her. And, you know, there's.
Did you get that? Did you get that? Let's rewind it.
I think she said she was going to make a couple phone calls to either DMR or Jackson County Sheriff's Office. And, I mean, yeah, I was thinking worst case scenario. Like, I mean, you know, I would way rather be safe than sorry about this, you know?
Yeah, so you called, so it seems like you called mom immediately.
Right.
Probably the first phone call that she got from anybody.
That's the first phone call, like, at least I made. And
The first phone call from anybody. See, Let's just play the tape. Let's play the tape. Because if he made the first phone call, nobody else made a phone call, he's the one who made the phone call. It's early, calling Coast Guards. Let's just hear him out.
And I would assume that's the first phone call she got from anybody because Javon hadn't called her. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with that, but Javon hadn't called her. And, I mean, I was just worried about my friend. You know, stuff happens out there, boat problems. It could be anything. But, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that happens out there. And I was just worried about my friend.
And so you guys made
A lot of things happen out there. I was just worried about my friend. I'm trying, people. I'm trying not to judge. I'm trying. But I don't like what I'm hearing. Officer Tatum, please ask him some questions, guys. Please ask him some questions to clean this up. Please.
that call, nothing that night, and I'm assuming you wake up the next day, and then what happens?
I wake up the next day at about 7:30, and my dad had texted me because obviously Nolan's photo was all over Facebook, and you know, I just saw it everywhere, and I was freaked out because I was like, oh my gosh, like I assumed, Nolan's just, we had been drinking all day, and like, that he's just sleeping somewhere, and that he's okay, but I didn't want to believe that if we didn't know for sure. So, I mean, next day I woke up and my stepdad walked to my room and he said, hey, like, have they heard anything about Nolan? Like, what's going on? Because I hadn't spoke to him. And he was like, I was like, yeah, no, like, I don't know. I had just gotten up. And he was like, all right, well, we're going and getting on the boat and looking for him. And I was like, okay, yeah. So I got my buddy Ricky, I got my buddy Brooks, I got my buddy Jax. My mom came on the boat with my stepdad and I, and we all went out there and looked. When I got out there was dozens of DMR boats, helicopters, planes flying over Horn Island. And this wasn't just Horn Island. There was also Ship Island they were looking at, I'm sure, and Chandelier Island, Petty Boy. I mean, it wasn't just Horn Island specifically, but where I was at Horn, there were boats everywhere, and not just like random boats, but like, marine resource boats and, cops and, the whole nine. Like, it wasn't like there was just a couple boats looking for Nolan. There was planes and helicopters and, everybody. So.
And then after this, obviously they didn't find Nolan that day.
Right.
And so what was your reaction like when you heard the news, or how did you hear the news that they found Nolan's body?
Well, the next day, it got to be about 1 o'clock on July.
Y'all don't notice that Tatum didn't bring up anything I talked about. He didn't even, Tatum did not show none of the signs that you see me showing here. Like, you see my whole body language, everything switch up, facial expressions, everything switches up because I want to know, like, why he's willing to call Coast Guards and all this other stuff. And again, I'm not here to judge, to put anybody on the chopping block, but I will say this sounds very suspicious now. Very suspicious. And I'm trying to figure out why Tatum kind of moved from what he said and didn't really grill him a little bit, In other words, all right, if Officer Tatum is doing this interview with this kid, this is a lifetime, once in a lifetime opportunity to get the truth. Officer Tatum is supposed to be interviewing him and say, look, I want you to think about what you just said about calling the mom and telling her, don't freak out. I'm going to call the Coast Guard. I want you to think about how the public would receive that. Do you think that comes across like normal, or does it come across suspicious? Like if something is being hidden, or do you follow what I'm saying? That is what I feel Officer Tatum should have been doing so that the young man can clarify what he said, because it sounds bad, people. It sounds like something happened. Let me explain what it sounds like to me. Because people think I'm Mr. Sellout. They think I'm working with the white man. I'm not with all of this race war bullcrap. I'm about finding the truth. But I'm going to explain to you exactly what I feel and what I see based on everything thus far. What this looks like is someone creating an alibi to cover the tracks of everyone involved. That's what this looked like to me. Let me explain. Alibi. Nolan was with a girl. We were leaving. We tried to get Nolan on the boat. Nolan didn't want to come on the boat. Nolan made the decision to stay behind. Nolan was drinking. Okay. That places his friends on the boat, and it places Nolan in the water or on the island. But we also heard the girl say, well, we didn't hear the girl say, we heard the testimony from him. He said that the girl said the last time she seen Nolan was when the friends were telling him get on the boat. Well, if that's the last time she saw Nolan, then she wasn't with Nolan. You see that? So now it comes in like, who's telling the truth? Is the girl telling the truth, or the guy's telling the truth? Because the way it looks like to me is like there was an accident on that boat. Something happened to the point where now watch this. Watch this, guys. How is it that their boat was the only boat that was sinking? How could that boat, that one boat, be the only boat that's taking in all this water that's sinking? So everybody's jumping in and off one boat? I thought there was 3 boats. So it kind of looked weird that one boat was having all these issues. So that means we know Nolan wasn't on the boat because the boat had to get towed. We do know that. Another thing that I would like to know, okay, if the cell phones of everybody is on the boat and you guys are having boat issues, nobody recorded it? Nobody recorded like, hey guys, yo, this is crazy, man. We out here, Horn Island, we trying to get out. And it's like, look at the water in the boat, guys. This is crazy, man. I just wanted to document this thing real quick. We got so-and-so on the boat. There go Jeff. Nolan stayed behind. But this is crazy, man. Like, they're sending out somebody. They're going to pretty much tow us back. But yeah, man, this is just really freaking crazy. You see what I'm saying? Nobody recorded nothing. Just something, I have a tendency of recording everything like that. Just something that you want to see. When I worked in the boiler plants, there was one time the boiler was underwater. Now, in the boiler plants, you walk down about 20 to 30 feet downstairs, and you're literally in a boiler room. It's a large environment. If the boiler plant get flooded, it can flood all the way up 30 feet of water. So when I got to the plant that morning around 5 a.m., the boiler plant was literally under possibly 4 feet of water. And I had to literally go in there and figure out what's going on in this boiler plant. Now, keep in mind, you got electrical issues, dangers, hazards all over the place. So I had to trip the ASCO so it could shut down the main power. Or else if I go in that water, I'm going to die. There is still the sump pump supposed to work, but it was not working. So the water wasn't being pulled. And there was a leak. Somebody had left the condensate freshwater line open. And what happened is they must have been trying to fill up the condensate tank so it could feed the boilers. And being that the boilers and everything shut down, it was just overflowing the condensate tank, and it filled up that whole plant. Thousands and thousands of gallons of water, about 4 feet deep. So now I'm bringing that up to focus on safety. If their boat was being filled up with water and people are jumping in and out, and he said it was about, I'm trying to get back to the story. He said something about it took in about 6 inches of water. In my training of safety, as soon as you start seeing that boat take in any water, you don't wait for 6 inches of water to fill in a boat before you start to realize that you're sinking or that a problem is coming, because your training as a boater, as a person who's always at sea, you're supposed to make sure that the pumps are working and that everything is running efficiently, because I don't know who the captain is. Maybe he the captain. I don't know who's running the ship. But your job is to make sure that all these things are in place. So if I know people are jumping in and out of the boat and water is coming in, I'm gonna be like, no more of that, man. Look at all this water. We got to get this water off the boat, guys. We got to get this water off the boat. So I'm looking at this thing, and in my mind, could there have been a freak accident before those men left? Could there have been an accident with Nolan and the guys before they left, and it involved that boat that was sinking? Could something had happened? Now, the reason why I have to question these things is because of another case. And again, I'm not saying these guys are guilty, because if nobody provide facts, if the truth don't come out, nobody's going to get arrested anyway. Right? But this don't seem normal. That's why I'm bringing all of this up. It could be a situation where something happened and I'm not saying that they killed Nolan. At the same time, it could be a situation where something happened and only one person saw and the others didn't. Like, let's say, for example, Nolan could be in front of the boat. He's drunk, acting a fool, whatever, just in the water chilling. And let's just say that guy is driving the boat. He had alcohol in his system. And he accidentally hit Nolan. Realize he did. I'm just speculating, but nobody else saw. And then in the brief of panic, he's like looking to see if Nolan comes back up, but he doesn't. So he's like, nobody else saw nothing. Yo, let's go. One of them type of things. Now, some may say, well, what about the girl? What about that story? How do we know that's true? How do we know that story is true? How do we know? This is what I'm saying. This is why evidence is very important, because if Nolan was with a girl, like, nobody have a video of that? Nobody have a video of the girl with him? Nobody have nothing? I mean, look, all right, let me speak in a language that y'all all understand. I've heard that you can't use fireworks on the island, that the island is owned by some federal something, that you can't use fireworks on the island. So if everybody is at the island, no fireworks is being used, but everybody's drinking, right? Nobody's on their cell phones. Then what is everybody doing? Fucking? What everybody doing? If you can't use fireworks, if you can't use your phone, what is everybody doing? What is the fun? What's the fun? I'm trying to figure out what's the fun part. I can understand everybody's at the island and we are watching fireworks. Cool. I can understand if there's some food being shared, like we got food, but if everybody's just, what are we doing on the island? That's what I want to know. Because I believe this kid died in a freak accident, and maybe somebody seen what happened, but they are scared to death because they caused it. They caused it. It could have been a situation where Nolan got hit in his head. The boat backed up, hit him in his head, or, something happened. And somebody know, but nobody else seen it but that one person. Because like I said, I'm listening to this young man, and he said to the mother, don't freak out. I'm going to call the Coast Guard. That don't sound right. Guys, I know y'all know what I'm saying. That don't sound right. You don't call the Coast Guard if you know that this kid was with a young lady. That's not a reason to call the Coast Guard. And the island don't close. There's no departure time. So people could still be there. Why would we call the Coast Guard? Something don't sound right, guys. See, a lot of people look at my content and they watch me do these cases and they judge me like, oh, you're dancing for the white man. I'm not dancing for nobody. I'm all about the truth. When something don't sound right, guys, best believe it, I'm going to talk about it. I'm not here to favor this side or that side. I'm about the truth. Nobody don't know what happened to Nolan. So from the beginning, I looked at it as an accidental death. And I still look at it that way. At the same time, his testimony don't sound right. That's why I'm questioning that. Because you look at that other case with the black kid that drowned, and you had the other white friend. And again, I'm not making this no race issue, but you had a white friend, and he was, what's that thing? With the tampering with the evidence. Remember? Trying to delete stuff, switch the narrative. So, because the kid panicked and he tried to act like he wasn't even there with the kid when he drowned. So I'm trying to look at this like, could it have been possible that Nolan was injured by mistake? Meaning nobody purposely tried to kill him, but something happened. Think about all those boats. And then somebody turn on the engine and the boat just hit this one in the head. He drinking, he get knocked out, he goes under, he drowned. That's how quick you can die. And then he said to Officer Tatum, when Officer asked him, he said, well, you know, a lot of things happen out there. People die. That don't sound right, saying, bro, that don't sound right. That don't sound right. So it kind of got me wondering now. Let's listen back, man. You see the body language? You see the body language of how he's sitting? He have his hands, you know, like if you're nervous, maybe he's just nervous. Maybe he's not. But it's almost like you're nervous. That's why I said Officer Tatum need to do a better job. He need to do a better job. And I know content creation earns money. There's a lot of money. Officer Tatum make a heck of a lot of money. I don't get no views like Officer Tatum. So you folks that keep thinking I'm rich, Officer Tatum is rich. All right? Let's rewind this thing back and listen to that again, guys. I'm really hoping that there's some good news in this, man. Please be some good news.
Of DMR boats, helicopters, planes flying over Horn Island. And this wasn't just Horn Island. There was also Ship Island they were looking at, I'm sure, and Chandelier Island, Petty Boy. I mean, it wasn't just Horn Island specifically, but where I was at Horn, there were boats everywhere. And not just
Why would boats be everywhere so fast, man? Why? Why would boats be everywhere so quick? 24 hours didn't even pass. 24 hours didn't pass yet. Why would there be such a large-scale search? I thought he was with a girl. Why don't we just go to the girl's house and ask her? Let's make this easy.
like random boats, but like, you know, marine resource boats and, you know, cops and, you know, the whole nine. Like, it wasn't like there was just a couple boats looking for Nolan. There was planes and helicopters and, you know, everybody. So.
And then after this, you know, obviously they didn't find Nolan that day.
Right.
And so what was your reaction like when you heard the news, or how did you hear the news that they found Nolan's body?
Well, the next day, well, it got to be about 1 o'clock on July 5th. And I was like, my mind started to turn. I was like, man, you know, if he's not awake yet, like, where is he? Like, you know, like I got very, very worried. And, you know, I was with my buddy Brooks the next day, and
All right. You see how he's talking right there? That would be normal. So like how he just finished talking, how he got up the next day and he said he was worried about his buddy because it's like he ain't hear from him. That would be normal. I don't feel the what I felt earlier. But because he said all the stuff he said earlier, the stuff he's saying right here, it don't sound, it's almost like you messed up and now you're trying to say the right things now. Because everything he's saying at this point right now sounds normal. It sounds about right. Like, you know, you got up the next morning, you're calling around, nobody don't know where Nolan at. Now you're going to get a little concerned. Like, bro, we were trying to get you on the boat. Now nobody don't know where you at. Now I can start feeling some type of way. Like, yo, where my bro? Where my friend at, man? But he said what he said earlier. So that kind of messes me up because it's like, you told the mom don't freak out that you're calling the Coast Guard. Bro, it is too early to call the mom and tell her don't freak out. Because at this point, he's not missing. But when you say what you said and calling the Coast Guard, you have declared him missing before we even know he's missing. And that is what they're going to use on social media to come at his friend. Let's go.
We're driving, and my buddies were texting my group chat. They were like, hey, listen. And then I got a phone call from my buddy Trace, and he was like, hey, man, they just found his body. And I was like, I wanted to have hope, but it was really, really hard to have hope when they haven't found your buddy in the last 2 days. And, but there's still a little bit of hope there, you know, like maybe, you know, he's not gone and maybe, you know, he's okay. But my reaction was just, I was with my buddy Brooks and I broke down. I mean, I haven't experienced death a lot, but especially with someone I'm as close with as Nolan. And I mean, I broke down and I sat there on my buddy Brooks' shoulder and I cried and I was upset. I made a couple.
Who's this? At Linda, are you asking me if I'm high? I want to know who you're exactly talking to. Are you talking to me? I want to know if you're talking to me. He says, are you high? Laughing out loud. You're thinking it through too deep. Laughing out loud. I think you watch too much Perry Mason. They are dumb, clumsy teens stumbling through explanations of a tragedy. Are you suggesting that I'm high? I need to know that. Are you suggesting that I'm high? Answer that question. Answer it quickly. You have 10 seconds to answer the question. Are you suggesting that I'm high because I am investigating the case and questioning what this young man said? I need for you to answer that question. You have 10 seconds. If you're not going to answer, then I'm literally going to block you from the platform. Because one thing I don't tolerate is someone disrespecting me by alleging that I'm high. Right? When I am literally breaking something down that clearly don't sound right. It's almost like if I'm singing the praises of these young men, you don't got a problem with it. But if I'm questioning something, now I'm high. since you're not going to respond, I'm just going to add you straight to the block list. Matter of fact, let me see. Let me see. Now, notice this, guys. Notice the person says, wow, you're starting to flip, huh? Now you're jumping on the Ben and Al ship. Do you see what they're doing, guys? And this person is a member. And now they're saying that I'm jumping on the Ben and Al ship. Fuck Ben Crump and fuck Al Sharpton. Do you see that? I'm not on nobody's ship. What you're doing here is called disrespect. And I don't tolerate that. So what we're going to do is, at Caramel, could you block that person, please? That person is permanently blocked. Pack them up, get them on out of here. I don't care if you're a member. You got to go. And I'm going to explain to you guys exactly why that person is doing all of that. It's because they don't like that I'm questioning what the young man said. And this is typical of social media. On social media, people will get offended and they'll switch up on you because now it looks like if fuck you and your jokes, man. Let me block your dumb ass, man. What the fuck you talking about joking, man? Ain't no fucking jokes here. Fuck you. Fuck out of here. Talking about I'm just joking. Get the fuck out of here. You bugging. Look like I'm over here joking. I'm serious. Ain't no damn joking over here. Right? The reason why they do that, guys, is because when you're doing investigative reporting and you begin to question things, they don't like that because in the beginning, when I was covering the case, I was like, oh, his friends are innocent, they're this, and I still believe everybody's innocent until proven guilty. But don't come to my fucking platform saying that I'm high because I'm questioning what this young man just said. You're disrespecting me. Fuck your membership. You out of here. You ain't going to disrespect me on my platform. You bugging. Right? So they're mad because I'm questioning what this kid just finished saying. You know? They're mad about that. And I'm like, how the hell are you going to be mad about me questioning what the kid just said? The kid just said what he said. Right? Let me see if I could do this. Where that cursor is. Yeah. Person gonna come in here disrespecting, like, you bugging, bro. You don't do stuff like that. That's goofy, fam. You don't disrespect the host and be a member. Nah, you gotta go. I don't want no snakes around me. And what that tells me is that whoever those people are, they're most likely white. And they don't have a problem with me as long as I'm, I guess, speaking of Nolan's friends as if though there's no fault in them. They don't have a problem. But the minute I question something, all of a sudden I'm high? Nah, we ain't gonna have that, fam. And then they want to pull, oh, you jumping on the Al Sharpton ship and the Ben Crump ship? All that is disrespect, guys. I don't rock with Nolan's family because they're grifters. I don't rock with none of them people on that side. But one thing we not gonna do is you're not going to disrespect me. You're going to respect me. Fuck you and your membership. There will always be another member. You ain't going to disrespect me. I'm going to cuss your ass out. Best believe that. And pack you up. And that tells me, guys, that just because people visit your platform, just because people join your membership, it does not mean that they rock with you. You have agents that'll become members just to keep tabs on you and monitor you. And the minute you start saying stuff that goes against the narrative they want, they'll begin to try to make you think something wrong, like you on drugs now. The whole time they didn't think that way before, but now when I start questioning stuff, you on drugs, LOL? You jumping on the Ben and Al ship now? Right? No, I never said let people disrespect me at Caramel. I never said let people just do whatever they want. If they're disrespecting me, they gotta go. I don't care who they are. What I said is, like, if somebody like have like some cuss words or whatever, a little profanity, not overdoing it, but just let them rock out. But when somebody's disrespecting the host, you pack their ass up. It's just that simple. We're trying to keep our live chat clean. You ain't gonna be in the live chat accusing me of being on drugs because I'm questioning what this young man said. Nah. That we're not gonna have that. Just because you became a member doesn't mean that your membership grants you access to disrespect the host. You got to be out of your mind. That's like you pay for a ticket to go to a concert and you want to throw bottles at Chris Brown while he on stage. You crazy. You getting up on out of here. Nobody cares about what you paid for. Right? It's crazy, man. Let me see. So, let's get back to the content, guys. Let's get back to the content. Well, Officer Tatum most likely paid him. Most likely did. And by the pure fact Officer Tatum is not thinking on what I'm thinking on, that tells me that he's focusing on that money. Because I'm focusing on the truth. And based on what I heard from him, it made me start like, whoa, wait a minute. What's going on here? Officer Tatum didn't do that. So why he don't got that level of discernment to pick up on what I picked up? Because I know the viewers, you picked up on it. That's why I tell you folks become members so you can come into this live chat and have conversations. But don't be like that a-hole that came in here with all that disrespect. We ain't tolerating that. I bet you they learn real quick that your membership does not buy you ability to disrespect the host. We ain't tolerating that garbage. So let's get back to the content, guys. Make sure you hit the like button.
But my reaction was just, I was with my buddy Brooks and I broke down. I mean, I haven't experienced death a lot, but especially with someone I'm as close with as Nolan. And I mean, I broke down and I sat there on my buddy Brooks' shoulder and I cried. And I was upset. I made a couple phone calls to my buddies and checked up on my buddies because, I care about my buddies too. I mean, like, we're all experienced this. Like, we all realized at the same time. We all heard the news at the same time. Like, he's gone. And so it was really, really hard on me. I mean, I've never experienced something like this, and it was traumatic. I mean, I could tell you where and when I was there when I got that phone call. where I was. And I just remember, like, it was insane. Like, I can't even put into words how upset I was, and how upset my friends were. So.
And then comes the stories and the backlash and, the craziness. I mean, you guys are now hearing that you're responsible for it. You did it. You killed Nolan. So what was the next step? Did you guys ever engage with police or?
Yeah, so the first time I talked to the police was July 7th. I talked to the lead investigator, and I told him my whole story, top to bottom. Dotted every I, crossed every T. I told him everything I knew, every little detail. I mean, everything I could, tell them to try to figure something out,
Well, you don't want to talk to the cops or?
No, of course
some of the
not.
other guys?
Every person that was included, especially, the guys that you see on social media, everybody cooperated with the police fully. Nolan was with us on the way out, and he rode out on the boats with us. So
It's like it's getting more and more weird. Why would the police be talking to guys that left if Nolan was left behind with everybody else that was there? Are y'all getting that? Why would the police have to talk to them if they left? Does that make sense? It don't make no sense. You said somebody's what? Give me a minute. Let me check something real fast. Da 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 da. Ba da ba da ba. Ba da ba da ba. Check something real quick. Okay. Because why would the police be checking on them and everybody else that was there, nobody's checking on those people? Give me a minute. Da 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 da. Ba ba da ba 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 da. Y'all talking about somebody else in the chat named Linda? Their account was registered December 30th, 2025. Da, 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 da. Y'all probably suspect that that's the same person. I don't care. All I know is once I pick up on your typing, I'm going to block you. Because the way you communicate via, like when you post text, a lot of people don't realize that when they type similar. I'm kind of keeping my eye. Once I notice similarities, I'll block that account too. That's right. Let's get back to the content, guys. Let's get back to this thing. Let's go. Because that person don't have a profile picture, which is rather suspect. Let's go.
The police the first time they called us, and
Hold on.
of course
Some of the
not.
guys.
Every person that was included, especially the guys that you see on social media, everybody cooperated with the police fully. Nolan was with us on the way out, and he rode out on the boats with us. So we were the first people to get questioned. We cooperated with the police the first time they called us, and we talked to them, as soon as they needed, and we were fully cooperative.
But see,
And
here's the thing. Why would they need to cooperate with the police if they already left and Nolan was left behind? There's nothing to talk about. I wasn't there. You know? If you guys left, why are police talking to you guys when there was a bunch of boats that was on the island, right? Shouldn't the police be talking to all of them? Shouldn't the police be talking to everybody that was at that island? Y'all don't see that? Y'all don't see a problem? Shouldn't the police be talking to everybody that was on Horn Island? Why is the police just talking to these folks? That don't sound right. If anything, they should be talking to the girl because they said that the girl stayed back with him, right? And who was Nolan planning to get back home with in terms of what boat? Which boat was he taking back? Also, if that girl stayed back with Nolan, do she got Nolan's phone number? Did Nolan hook up with her? Did they exchange information? What time did she leave? That's what I want to know. Because if Nolan was with her, if there's anybody Nolan's coming back to the island, back to the dock with, is with her. Because his buddies already left. So why would he be there by himself? So if the buddies left and Nolan is left on the island with this girl, who is that girl? Do his buddies know that girl? Did Nolan know that girl? Is that girl the sister of somebody else that may have had a problem with Nolan talking to that girl? I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions. The kind of questions that should be answered. Did his buddies know that girl? Why his buddies didn't call the girl? They called Nolan's mom to say, have you seen Nolan? No, we should be calling the girl. Hey, girl, Katie, whatever her name is. Where's Nolan? Oh, I'm home. Well, where's Nolan? Oh, he said he's staying back. We don't hear that. We don't hear that. The only ones who said that Nolan is staying back is his buddies. Nobody else testified to that. Only the buddies said that Nolan's gonna stay back with this girl. So if he's staying back with this girl, then why the police is questioning you guys? They should be questioning the girl. The girl is supposed to be questioned hard and heavy. No doubt about it. She got all the information everybody's waiting for. The girl. What was Nolan's last words? Because the friend said that the girl said the last time she heard from Nolan was when the friend said, come on the boat. That don't make sense. If that's the case, you can't say that Nolan stayed behind with a girl. Now it comes in like you just saying that to make it look like Nolan stayed with this girl when in fact Nolan didn't stay with no girl. Because that's how it's looking. Am I the only one seeing that? The friend said that the girl said the last time she seen or heard from Nolan was when the men were telling Nolan, come on the boat. Well, if that's the last time she's seen from Nolan, then she was not hanging with Nolan. So who Nolan was with? Who is that girl? That is what we want to know. Who is she?
We see Benjamin Crump coming to town, made it about race.
Right.
What's your feeling about that? Do you think that any of this has anything to do with race, or because I mean, obviously something happened to Nolan. It appears that you guys may not have been involved at all. When I say may not, it's no evidence that you were involved at all. You got
Whoa. You can't say that, Officer Tatum. You can't say that, fam. That's where you fucked up, sir. You messed up with that one. That's not cool, man. When you investigate in a case like I do, how many of you remember when I was investigating the Stephen Twitch boss case? Y'all remember in the beginning when I was investigating the case? Everybody in my audience was like, the wife did it. The wife. And I was like, let's not rush to judgment. Let me just do my case. Let me do my job, guys. Y'all know how I get down. Right now, let's not rush to judging his wife as the killer. Let's kind of just look at the evidence, see what we got, and little by little, we'll figure it out. Well, what happened? Eventually, the wife became a suspect to me because it looked like she had him set up to get killed. You see that? So you cannot just say that, okay, his friends had absolutely nothing to do with it unless you have a thorough investigation to really weigh everything. And I'm literally weighing everything. So in the beginning, I can be like, look, those are his friends. You know, it doesn't appear to be any foul play. But you just can't say they didn't do anything. You don't know that, Tatum. You don't know that. For a fact, you don't know that. You know? That don't make no sense. Yeah, he said that Nolan basically had his arm around the girl. Like, you know, so it's like, how could, it's not adding up, man. It's almost like one of them things of, well, he was with a girl, we left, we asked him to leave, we don't have nothing to do with his death. One of them type of clean sweep it up, get on out. One of them things. That's what I'm seeing. And I'm just being objective. I'm just kind of just looking at what I'm hearing. Maybe you can hear the same thing. I didn't blame nobody. I didn't accuse nobody. I didn't make nothing a race issue. I'm just asking questions.
left. But do you think that there's a racial component?
Now, listen to what Officer Tatum said, because what he said there is not cool. He basically cleared him of any wrongdoing.
We were fully cooperative.
And we see Benjamin Crump coming to town, made it about race.
Right.
What's your feeling about that? Do you think that any of this has anything to do with race, or because I mean, obviously something happened to Nolan. It appears that you guys may not have been involved at all. When I say may not, it's no evidence that you were involved at all.
See, he should have never said that. That can come back and bite him. He should have never said that. Saying there's no evidence, we don't know that yet. We don't. Like I said, I can't accuse these guys of murder. I'm not going to accuse them of murder. What I can do is question the things that I hear. That's fair. I didn't make nothing a racial issue. I didn't say they killed Nolan because of his skin complexion. I didn't say the white man did it. I'm not doing all of that goofy stuff. What I'm saying is that what this young man is saying here, it's raising red flags. And in my line of work, when I get those red flags coming up, I'm right. I'm right. I've been doing this for years. You know? So I'm questioning what I'm questioning. I don't care. Meaning I'm open-minded, and I'm not going to be blinded by either the right or the left. I'm kind of looking at this thing for what it is, because there could be something there that later on come out, and you might be shocked. That's why I said Tatum might end up eating those words.
Guys had left. But do you think that there's a racial component to any of this?
Of course not. I mean, I think if Nolan ever felt the most little bit uncomfortable around us, which we never gave him a reason to, but if he did, he wouldn't hang out around us. But if you go look on, like my friends have had Nolan posted all over our social medias, since freshman year in high school. Like, if Nolan ever felt uncomfortable with us, why would he be hanging out with us all the time? I mean, every day we're back from college, we hang out and we're around each other all the time. So absolutely not. I would never look at Nolan any other way than I would any of my other friends. I mean, he was like a brother to me.
You guys have been interviewed by law enforcement. Mm-hmm. All of you guys have given statements. But then I think that there's a part associated with this that's being rumored out in the public, and that is the situation with the cell phone, potential deletion of messages. When did that occur, and what happened there?
So you're going to go into part 4. Let's see. Part 4. But now I want to touch on something where he said Nolan is like a brother. I get it, but I normally don't buy into that type of stuff because it's almost like you're trying to paint an image of, like, in other words, to prove that you don't have no ill will towards anybody that's melanated skin, one of them type of things. I'm not saying that he's a racist or anything. I'm just saying, because you're saying that you saw him like a brother, but Nolan is dead. So it's like, we don't have Nolan to confirm all of this type of stuff. It's sort of like, if God forbid something happened to me and I'm no longer here, you're going to have a lot of people on YouTube saying that they know me when they don't know me. You're going to have people saying that, yeah, we were good friends. No, I'm not. No YouTuber can come out saying that they were good friends with me. You understand what I'm saying? No content creator can come out saying, oh, my condolences, what I'm saying? I met Ringo, so you ain't met a mother effing thing. You don't know me. None of these folks can say they know me. None of them is my friend. You know what I'm saying? So I don't like when people say stuff and it makes it look like, oh, he was like a brother to me. But you're dead. So it's like, how do we know that's true? Look how many times people die and you see people come out of the woodworks claiming that they're good friends. Oh, that's the friend of so-and-so. You understand? Notice with Officer Tatum's title, Nolan Wells' good friend. Well, how the hell we know that's his good friend? If that's his good friend, where's all the photos? Nolan's social media page don't got nobody on there. Nobody. So anybody could claim they a good friend. That's what I'm trying to show you. Anybody can make that claim, and that does not mean they're your good friend. Anybody can say that. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Let's go.
Come down here, do anything other to get the truth. Did you kill Nolan? Did you have anything to do with Nolan's death? Did you delete anything out of Nolan's phone?
See, I heard that clip the other day where he was like, did you kill Nolan? X, Y, and Z, blah, blah, blah. At first, when I heard it, I figured it's something good to do because it kind of gets the viewers in. But then I started realizing, if these young men already said that they left and Nolan stayed behind with a girl, why would you as Officer Tatum ask, did you kill Nolan? It's sort of like you turned it into a movie. You turned it into entertainment at this point. And it's like the question is irrelevant to ask because you wouldn't bring these men on your show if you knew or felt that they killed Nolan. In a way, it's sort of like to shock the viewers, to get them to view, to get them to click. So I know Officer Tatum is using all of those tactics to get the views. But I feel that he could have did a better job in not making the young man, uh, I guess, just get away with saying certain things. I understand he's trying to give him a platform to speak, but at the same time, as a content creator, when you're doing an interview, you got to know how to think like what the audience is thinking, what the audience is thinking. What could the audience be saying right now? In other words, while you're questioning this young man, think about what the audience would want to hear in terms of ask him this question. You know, Tatum didn't do that. You know, and that's why that other person that I blocked got mad, because in their mind, they looking at it like I'm turning against Nolan's friends. I'm not with Nolan's friends. I don't know them. I don't support Nolan's family because they're grifters. And I don't like Crump or Al Sharpton. So I'm not on nobody's side. My content is for the viewers so that they can understand the truth. And in the process of me doing my job, I may run into things that I'm going to question. If you're one of these type of viewers that want to come over here because it looked like, well, I'm in total support of Nolan's friends, and my job is to make sure and clear their name, and you figure that's my job, that's not my job. My job is to get to the truth. That's my job. Because I don't know none of these people. And anything could have happened. All we know is Nolan is dead. And somebody did something, or it was an accident. When I hear a young man telling a mother, oh, don't freak out, I'm going to call the Coast Guard, and it haven't even been 24 hours yet, and you called her to ask her if she heard from Nolan, but you didn't call the girl that Nolan was with, and you're the only one that called, nobody else did, it's kind of suspicious. Let's go. See what we got.
People are still out there partying and they're having a good time, but something happened to where it necessitated you guys to get the boat up and running. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I'm like yelling at other people, trying to tell them, calm down. Like, the boat could possibly sink, and Nolan was sitting by the boat with that Katie girl, and my buddy yelled for Nolan, get the F on the boat, get on the boat.
Why would your buddy, why would your buddy say get the fuck on the boat? Why would he have to talk to Nolan like that? Did he say that to everybody? Why would he have to tell Nolan with that language to get on the boat? Is that how you guys talk to one another as friends? Because if another dude tell me to get the F on the boat like I'm his son, that's a problem. I'm going to have some words with that guy. You don't talk to me like that. What's the urgency of me getting on that damn boat? Is there a bomb? Is there a fire? Because telling somebody to get the F on the boat sounds like you told them to get on this boat 10 times and they ain't listening. So it comes across like the person was drunk or in the water. And that's another thing. This is why I'm telling you, Tatum did a horrible job. Because he's supposed to ask real questions like, okay, so where was Nolan when you guys were asking him to get on the boat? Was he on the shore, dry land, while the boat was docked and you guys were getting in the boat? Was Nolan in the water swimming? Because you guys said that Nolan had his arm around the woman. So he had his arm around the woman in the water? You know, like, where was he? And why was the urgency of him getting on the boat by the other guy saying, get the F on the boat? Nobody talks to friends like that. You know? That don't make sense, guys. That don't make sense. Watch this. Get the F on the boat, but the boat is sinking. Get the F on the boat, but the boat's sinking, y'all. Or maybe did I mix it up? Was it his friend's boat that was sinking? Or was it the boat that him and Nolan was supposed to be? See, we need clarity for all of that. We need clarity. Because if his boat, because he was talking about the boat sinking, but then he's saying to Nolan, get on the boat. Why would anybody want to get on a boat that's sinking? I'm just asking questions. It's not making sense with the things that I'm hearing, man. It better get better in this video. It better get better.
And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. The next day, I got a phone call from my buddy Trace, and he was like, hey, man, they just found his body.
Why would you get a phone call from somebody else to say they just found his body? They just found his body. I don't know, man. I really don't, guys. It's sounding mighty, mighty suspicious, man. See, when I heard part one, I was like, okay, I'm glad that Tatum made Nolan's friend speak. I like what he had to say. Seems to be a cool kid. But now, part three, man. Part three messed up a lot. It just opens up a can of worms, man. Like, for real, for real. And you guys got to understand, guys, when I listen critically. For him to call the mom and say, don't freak out. That sounds like somebody was killed already. And he know. And he don't want her to freak out. And he just kind of comfort her. I'm going to call the Coast Guard. They'll probably go find him. It's too early to do that, fam. It's too early to call the Coast Guard when you know he was with a young lady. He could be at the young lady's house. How about somebody call the young lady? How about somebody call somebody that's still out there so that they could look for him? But to call the mom and tell her, don't freak out, and then say, I'm going to call the Coast Guard, that is going to bite him if something were to come out. Because they're going to use that clip and they're going to say that didn't come off right. If I'm feeling this way, trust and believe it. Somebody that's doing investigative reporting is thinking the same thing. Somebody's thinking the same thing, guys.
My reaction was just, I was with my buddy Brooks, and I broke down.
You guys have been interviewed by law enforcement. Mm-hmm. All of you guys have given statements. But then I think that there's a part associated with this that's being rumored out in the public, and that is the situation with the cell phone, potential deletion of messages, how the cell phone was retrieved. And I just want you to tell your side of this, because what we're getting from the media is that they literally had to, I don't know, coerce you guys into giving it back. You didn't know where it was at. You were hesitant to give the phone over. Almost as they had to turn your wrists twist your arm just to give it back.
Right.
Well, what happened with the cell phone thing? So let's go back to the first engagement you had when it comes to the family or somebody coming back to get the cell phone and keys. When did that occur, and what happened there?
Okay, well, that night, about 12:30, I went back to my buddy's house.
And you said the night of the 4th?
The night of the 4th, but it was about 12:30, I would like to say. And so I went back to my buddy's house that I stayed the night before, where we all met up, and stayed together the night before. And my buddy got a call from this guy, and the guy was like, oh, like, what's going on with all this Nolan stuff? Very aggravated. I mean, yeah, every right to be, but I mean, we were trying to calm him down, and like, he was just like, oh, like, where y'all at? My buddy said, we're at my buddy's house. And he said, all right. And then he just hung up. And
Remember what I told you guys about body language? People always scratching themselves and doing all that weird stuff. Remember I told you guys that, right? Now, this is all happening on the 4th. Now, let's get a timeline of events. Remember he said at around 11 p.m., somewhere around there was a phone call between him and the mom, Christine. And he told her, don't freak out. I'm going to call the Coast Guard. Now he said there's a timeline of it's after 12 a.m. And now we got this situation with this friend getting a phone call from a guy. Let's assume that's Nolan's stepdad, right? Probably looking for what's going on with this Nolan situation. But now I want you to think about this. 24 hours, 12 hours didn't even go by. And everybody's going crazy already. This is not looking good. This is not looking good at all. This is not looking good, guys.
a call from this guy, and the guy was like, oh, like, like, what's going on with all this Nolan stuff? Very aggravated. I mean, yeah, every right to be, but I mean,
wind this thing back. We gotta get all this information straight.
About 12:30, I went back to my buddy's house.
And you said
at about 12:30, he went back to his buddy's house.
The night of the 4th?
The night of the 4th, but it was about 12:30, I would like to say. And so I went back to my buddy's house that I stayed the night before, where we all met up, and stayed.
How could you do this on the night of the 4th? Wouldn't it be the 5th? How could this all be on the night of the 4th if it's after 12?
Together the night before, and my buddy got a call from this guy, and
From this guy. He never said what guy. Is he saying from the stepdad or from some Joe Schmo? Who's this guy?
the guy was like, oh, like, like, what's going on with all this Nolan stuff? Very aggravated. I mean, yeah, every right to be, but I mean, we were trying to calm him down, and like, he was just like, oh, like, where y'all at? My buddy said, we're at my buddy's house, and he said, all right, and then he just hung up.
Why would he hang up? Why would he hang up, guys? Now, notice the scratch. The typical scratching. Remember I told you about body language. Anytime you see anybody scratching when you questioning, it's always a bad thing. But now, he never said Nolan's stepdad right there. And why would they ask where you at and then hang up? What's the point of calling you?
And so about 30 minutes later, I'd like to say, all of a sudden the door just got open and slammed, and there was a girl who walked in, and like probably about 8 or 9 guys behind her, and then another mom, which was Javon's mom. And
who's Javon? I want to put that in perspective. Who is Javon?
Javon is
He said 8 or 9 guys. So 8 or 9 guys came up into the house. 8 or 9 guys. This don't make no sense, guys. This don't make no sense at all, man. Let's rewind that back.
the girl who walked in, and like probably about 8 or 9 guys behind her, and then another mom which was Javon's mom. And
who is Javon? I want to put that in perspective. Who is Javon?
Javon is one of Nolan's good friends. He's a friend of mine too. Like great guy, and his mom and their family is very close with the Wells family, and I mean, so I don't know why she was there, like what was going on, but I was very surprised by this. I was like, like you just basically like kicked the door open and, busted up in the house with no knock or anything.
So is Javon black or white?
Javon's mixed. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, I guess he's mixed.
Yeah.
So, but he's not white.
He's not white.
Just
not
white.
Yeah.
Or all white, I guess you might call it.
Yeah.
So then they come in the house. Do you know any of these people? And
I know some of the
said
guys.
the mom, but do you know anybody else?
I've seen the mom before, and I know most of them. Most of the guys went to high school with me, and like I'm friends with some of the guys. I mean, I know some of them. So eventually, like things started to get heated, and I was just like a guy I was friends with in high school. He was like, "Man, come outside with me," and I was like, "All right." And I walked outside with him. He was like, "Man, I don't know why." Like they're panicking, and like this is just like I think Nolan's just on somebody's couch. He's been drinking all day. He's just messed up, and this is nothing that we have to worry about. As much as I sat there and I told him, I was like, I agree. I would think he's on somebody's couch, just had been drinking all day and just drank too much and was super intoxicated. And, that's kind of what a lot of us thought, but they were kind of losing it and they were going crazy. And the mom that was with them.
You ever thought about this, guys? What if Nolan was on a boat? What if Nolan actually was coming back home on a boat, but he was drunk on the boat and fell off the boat? Think about that. You're on the boat, you're drunk, and you're just kind of in the back of the boat, just kind of there, sitting. And you just kind of like, the boat is moving, and you're like this. You know how the boat be moving like this? And then you just kind of fall over and go into the water and drown. Think about that. That's why the body was able to go back where they were able to find it on the island. And nobody's seen you fall off because that happens. Everybody be toasted. And before you know it, people end up falling off boats. That could have been a scenario too. This is why I say you got to look at the case and consider things from every angle. So when you guys hear me questioning this young man's testimony, that is not me saying, oh, he guilty, he killed Nolan. I never said anybody killed anybody. What I'm saying is I'm just looking at what he's saying and I'm questioning it. That's my job. I would be a horrible content creator to let stuff just fly over my head and don't even question it. It don't make no sense because I could be questioning it, saying things, and some of y'all could be in the clouds like, wow, Ringo, yo, you thought the same thing that I was thinking. That means I'm doing my job.
Into Nolan's phone, because Nolan left the phone on the boat. And when we ran in, Nolan didn't ask for his phone. And his keys were not on the boat because his car was parked at my buddy's house where we had all slept, the night before the 4th. And So the keys were left at the house because Nolan's car was at my buddy's house where he stayed at. So of course he left his keys there. But his phone.
And notice he said the car was at his buddy's house. Remember I told you guys that you ain't gonna drive. Y'all not gonna all drive your cars down to this one place. Y'all gonna jump in one person's vehicle to get there. So when you had Crump and all of them saying, "Oh, where's his keys? Where's this?" He didn't need his car because he didn't drive his car. His car is not parked on Horn Island. You know what I'm saying? So that cleared up. That means that I was right, even though we didn't even have this video footage.
He was drinking. He didn't have his phone in the water because no one did. And I mean, there was more than just Nolan's phone that wasn't on the boat with us.
So it was more than just Nolan's phone that was on the boat.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously had all our phones, but on the boat. But those weren't the only people. Like Nolan wasn't the only person that left a phone on the boat. There was a lot of people that left phones on the boat, that didn't ride out or in with us. So I mean, there was a couple phones that we had that we didn't know who they belonged to, and my buddies got that figured out, But it wasn't just Nolan's phone that was on the boat who wasn't there. It was.
He's not the only friend. There's another one that was talking too, that is on Tatum's platform. I'm gonna review that later on today. There's another friend that was out there too. But see, the thing that I got an issue with is everybody saying they're a friend. I get it. They're his friends. We just got to go with the flow. But when somebody is dead, everybody want to be your friend now. Everybody want to claim you as a friend. Everybody want to say nice things about you. You were such a sweet guy, very, lovable guy, likable guy. They'll say all the nice things about you because you're dead. But when you were alive, did they say those things about you?
Phones.
So when they barged in, they started getting frantic. The mom asked for Nolan's phone.
Right.
Was there a struggle over it, or did you guys hand it over?
I mean, just handed it over. I mean, we didn't think anything of it. Like, she asked for Nolan's phone. We knew they were close friends with, the Wells family, and my buddy went out to his truck and handed the phone over. No complications, no issue, nothing. But I mean, I told Miss Christine that we had his phone and he had left it in our possession on the boat.
When did you, Miss Christine?
This is where we caught Christine in a lie, because the young man said they already told Christine about the phone. But Christine went on the news like, yeah, I had to use Life 360. I had to track him down, all this other stuff. But based on his testimony, he already told the woman about the phone.
His mom.
Correct.
When did you talk to her about that?
When I was on, no, I didn't talk to her once, like, it was like 12:30. I mean, I might have texted her a couple times and talked briefly about a couple things, but I told her on the phone before I called the Coast Guard that we had Nolan's phone.
Did you get that? We told her on the phone before calling the Coast Guard that we have Nolan's phone. So Nolan's mom already knew that they had the phone. And this is all before she even tried to track it with that Life 360 stuff. So all that talk that she talked about is a lie. Because he basically said, look, we already told her. So remember, go back where he said that, oh, don't freak out. I'm going to call the Coast Guard and stuff. So before he even made that phone call to the Coast Guard, he already informed the mother, I got his keys, we got his phone, we got his stuff. You know what I'm saying? But we haven't heard from him, So it was already confirmed to the mom that they have his stuff. And another thing that you need to consider, guys, is that the fact that the family and them came to that house deep and was in their house like they run the house. And there is also testimony from the stepdad where he He told the boys or whoever to leave the house before something go down, meaning the big fight starts. They shouldn't even been in them people's house. You see?
Before I called Miss Christine, I asked, I was like, oh, well, where's his location at? Because Nolan has his Snapchat location on for me. And he said, it's Wyatt said it's, in my truck. Like, because everybody who left stuff on the boat, it was Wyatt's boat, so Wyatt put it in his truck, like it's just normal. And so the phone was in possession in Wyatt's truck. And when that mom came over and asked for it, there was no issue at all with us giving the phone to her. I mean, Nolan just left it on the boat. We handed the phone to her that night of the 4th of July.
On that night of the 4th of July, the phone was handed to the family. The mother lied to us, guys. The mother made a big stink about that phone as if though these men kept the phone and then deleted all the messages.
And did you guys go through the phone or?
Of course not. I mean, none of us had a reason to go through Nolan's phone. I mean, there's multiple phones on the boat. Why would it be? And the boat was having issues. Why would our concern be getting on Nolan's phone or something? I mean, I don't even know Nolan's password. None of my friends do. We had no reason ever to get on Nolan's phone and look at anything. I didn't even touch Nolan's phone. None of us touched Nolan's phone until somebody took it off the boat and put it in Wyatt's truck, and then no one touched it until we handed it back, to the mom that was at my buddy's house.
All of that I can agree with. Why would they be touching his phone? They don't got his password. They don't got nothing. So it's like nobody would even be wasting their time with that. That's irrelevant. I don't even know why people keep bringing up cell phones. That's a waste of time. The only thing in this entire interview, whatever the case is him saying what he said in part 3. Part 3 made me question a lot. Let's go.
Was that the only phone that she picked up, or was it other people's phone that they came and got? Or
that I know of, I think that was the only one that she had. But I'm not completely sure. I think that's the only one that she took Nolan's. That's it.
And so we're on the 4th, where the night probably going into the morning of the 5th. This happens. Then the dad comes back at some point to get the keys. Right. What happened there? When was this, and what happened?
Well, my buddy Brooks drove me and dropped me off at my house, and I woke up to a text the next morning that Miss Christina texted me, and she said, hey, Nolan's dad's there, is there at my buddy's house to pick up the keys. And, I didn't think anything of it. I told her that I was praying for her, and, that we were out there, and we were, doing everything that we could to help out.
And when he came to pick the keys up, was there a confrontation on? Because I could have sworn I saw on the news that when he came to pick the keys up, it was almost like an altercation because you guys didn't want to get the keys over, or you said you didn't know where the keys were at?
I mean, no, absolutely not. I mean, I wasn't there, but from what my friend told me, they just had to look for Nolan's keys. It's not like, why would we be hiding Nolan's keys? There's no reason to hide anything. This is our friend. We have nothing to hide. I mean, we were trying to do everything that we could to help out.
All right, so I want to be clear with this one thing, because I know you mentioned before that you have no reason to touch the phone. Obviously, you didn't touch the phone.
Right.
But is there any chance or any knowledge that you have that anybody deleted stuff from his phone?
Absolutely.
Wait, did I miss something? Hold up. Wait a minute. Caramel says he been listening to Ringo's videos. Now he want to say stepdad. Did I miss something? Did I miss somebody say stepdad in this tape? This is what I keep saying, man. You got to really be listening, because maybe you heard something I didn't even hear, because it's so much to process. Did somebody just say stepdad on this tape? That I need to go rewind it back? I don't see nobody answering. I'm waiting for Caramel to answer the question. I guess not, and I don't see nobody answering nothing. You guys need to be up to speed with the live stream. Click that red dot, fam. Don't be 30 minutes behind. All right, let's go.
Like I said, there was no reason for us to get on Nolan's phone. No one touched Nolan's phone, but nothing. If none of us had touched Nolan's phone, then there's no reason for anything to be deleted. I mean, no one even was in contact with his phone until it was moved from the boat to the truck. And
so it's clear the mother lied about the phone. I've been told you guys that she's a liar in regards to that phone thing, especially when she claimed that, oh, something looked like it's deleted from the phone. I already knew that was a lie.
Us have access to Nolan's password to get on his phone and delete anything. Absolutely not. And we have no reason to delete anything. I mean, there's nothing to hide here. I mean, we have had no reason to delete anything, and we never did.
All right, so I have something I want to make sure that we're clear about, because you had mentioned earlier that you saw Nolan cradling Katie.
Right.
Her name is Katie.
Yeah, Katie.
I just want you to explain, what does that mean? Some people in their mind, they may think he's cradling like a baby.
Yeah.
Like what is that scenario? Look like?
He was. I mean, Nolan was off. The last time I saw him, like I said, I was off the bow of the boat, and like I said earlier, if you had jumped off the bow of the boat, you were probably about chest or neck deep in water. So Nolan wasn't like carrying her out the water. She's sitting in the water, and Nolan's arms are under the water, and he's carrying her from under the water. But her head's still out of the water. Nolan's head's still out of the water. And I was looking at both of them. So.
Oh, so he's kind of like holding her.
Right.
Kind of like,
in the water, though.
Like we grown, right? There's two people in the water. They feeling each other.
Right.
Like meaning feeling they like each other.
Right.
And
that was obvious.
he's a little more close to her, and they're kind of having a moment.
Correct.
Not saying and not insinuating that it's sexual, but
no, of course not. Yeah.
They're together. They like each other. You looking at him, you like, bro, you crazy, because you know that he like her and he's hanging out with her.
Yeah, right, okay. Exactly.
That makes sense. And when was the last time that you saw Nolan? And then when was the last time that someone reported to you that Nolan was seen? Okay. If that makes sense.
Yeah, of course.
You saw him at a certain point, but then someone else saw him a lot later when you guys were gone.
Right. Okay, so the last time I personally laid eyes on Nolan was at like 3:00, and he was, front of the boat with the girl, and that's the last time I saw him. But there were, I've talked to somebody personally that saw Nolan at 6:00, and someone, we weren't even the last people to see Nolan. Once we left, there was still dozens on dozens of boats around us. And I mean, clearly we were not the last people to see Nolan.
So Warren, I'm going to ask you some very pointed questions. I mean, just straight out.
Okay.
I didn't come down here to, do anything other but to get the truth, right, and for you to have a voice in this. Right. And the first thing I want to ask you is, did you kill Nolan?
Of course not.
Did you have anything to do with Nolan's death?
Of course not. And absolutely not.
They say that you guys deleted stuff out of his phone. Did you delete anything out of Nolan's phone?
No, of course not.
The mom acts like, or at least she portrayed on television, and the rumors are that you weren't really good friends with Nolan. Is that true or not?
Absolutely not. I hung out with Nolan probably like 3 days a week. I mean, seriously, at least. Some days my friends want to hang out every single day, and Nolan was always there. So.
And obviously people may see this and know the facts later, right, that you weren't able to go to the funeral, or the memorial service.
Right.
Because the parents most likely rejected them because they already painted them as potential suspects. And I think that is something that's wrong, because if those were his friends, surely they want to come mourn the loss of their friend, But for some reason, they weren't invited. That don't even make sense not to invite them, because it's not like they were proven to be guilty. My only criticism is video part 3. Video part 3, it needs more clarification from the friend of Nolan. And they should do a follow-up video about that, because I'm telling you, that video is going to be a video that a lot of people are going to use against this particular friend. They're going to use that against him.
Why didn't you go? What was that?
Well, I mean, with everything going on social media right now, with people saying the crazy things that they're saying, I would never want to take the attention off of Nolan and his family. They don't deserve that. And, for own personal reasons, I mean, I've gotten thousands of death threats. My family's got thousands of death threats. And, for my own safety, I'm not going to put my own health and safety at risk. It breaks my heart that I can't go, and it hurt me more than anything because obviously I want to say my last goodbyes to one of my best friends. But I mean, if I'm getting thousands of death threats with people saying they're going to kill me and do crazy things to my family and I couldn't bring myself to go because, I got to put my own safety first. And even if that means, missing my friend's funeral, I mean, it's horrible. And I wish I could have been there, but, that's what's been going on.
And
But see, all right, we gotta talk about it because I just can't let it go. So, are you saying you could have went to the funeral? Because I was under the impression that his friends were not invited to the funeral, right? So it's not like Christine said you can't come to the funeral. You just didn't want to go because of all the social media stuff, death threats, all of that other stuff. I would have still went. Because I was under the impression that the mother didn't invite them. In other words, the mother said, nah, you can't come. None of y'all could come. That's what I felt. But the way he's explaining it is that, oh, I didn't go because, they out there, I'm concerned about my safety. And the thing is, none of y'all went. None of y'all. None of y'all. Did Katie go? The girl that he was with, did she go to her funeral? These are the questions that I'm asking. Like, did the girl that Nolan was with, did she go? Because if she didn't go, man, that's a red flag, guys. It's a red flag, man. I cannot stand when people want to be your friend and then when you die, they don't show up to your funeral. If you guys were best friends, friends of any sort, friends for years and years and years, y'all supposed to be at that funeral. I thought the mom, the family, didn't invite these youngins. That's what I thought. Now I'm hearing otherwise. He said he didn't go because he was concerned about security and all this other stuff. If you didn't do nothing wrong, if you know you're innocent and you go down there and somebody harm you, you know what kind of lawsuits? Do you know what kind of prison time somebody going to get if they try to harm you at Nolan's funeral? Woo-wee. Ben Crump going to have a hard problem if you went down there and you were attacked just for going to a funeral. Do you know what kind of headlines? I think you not going to your friend's funeral because of those reasons, it's going to raise more questions than answers. Well, we know it wasn't a funeral. It was damn a pep rally. But my point is, if this is your best friend or whatever, you showing up to that funeral regardless how anybody feel. Why would you be concerned? Okay, you got a lot of hate mail. Most of those death threats is just a bunch of damn fluff. Nobody ain't doing nothing, man. Because if somebody wanted those youngins dead, they would have been dead a long time ago. Their faces are out there, fam. Somebody will find them. So I don't really want to hear all of that. I get it, the safety thing, not dealing with harassment. But if the funeral was open to the public and nobody distinctly told those young men they can't come, then they owe that to Nolan to go to his funeral in a group. Who cares how they feel? If you guys came in numbers, be like, yo, we coming out. It doesn't matter. If the family would kick you out of that funeral and you came there to pay their respects, that would have been headline news. That would have made the family look bad. So I think by them not showing up to the funeral, you could disagree if you want, but that's a sign of guilt. That's a sign of I'm more concerned with the backlash of people hating me than my friendship with this guy. They were more concerned with what people thought rather than paying their respects to their friend. That's a red flag, man. That's strike 2.
You know, you guys, I think this is the first time that you've publicly gave a statement about this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And obviously you're doing it with me. We're going to put it out there for the world. Why did you choose to do it now? And why did you choose to not speak to anybody but me?
Right. Okay. Well, you know, Officer Tatum, I've been watching you for a good while now. And, you know, I think you're a great guy. You've kind of, ever since things got really hot, you've kind of been on my friends and I's side. And I really like that about you.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Did you hear his reasoning for why he did the interview? This is why it's difficult to take people serious, man. And here I am giving Officer Tatum all this credit, giving him his flowers, doing all of this stuff, bro. And the only reason why this kid went up there is not because he want to speak the truth, but because he felt that Officer Tatum is on his side. That's a bad reason to do the show. That's another sign of guilt. That's bad, man. I would have never let that go over the airwaves. I would have edited that part out, man. Forget that. That made things look bad, Officer Tatum, because it come in like you're defending him and he felt so good that you would do the job. So that means he wouldn't come on my show. So if I contacted this young man and say, hey, I want to interview you on the Ringo TV reactions channel, he would not do it. Because if he don't feel that I'm on his side, then he's not going to want to do it. That's a red flag. That means he's only willing to talk if he know that you're on his side. So if he felt that Officer Tatum is on his side, that means all of the questioning from Officer Tatum is one-sided. It's not coming from a place of being impartial. It's coming from a place of Tatum is already set in his ways, so he's not going to try to make him look bad at all. He's not going to question him to put him in the hot seat. That's why he did the interview.
And, you know, you guys, I think this is the first time that you've publicly gave a statement about this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And obviously you're doing it with me. We're going to put it out there for the world. Why did you choose to do it now? And why did you choose to not speak to anybody but me?
Right.
Not to speak to anybody but me. That's a problem. If this kid is only talking to Officer Tatum and nobody else, red flag. Agenda. Because you supposed to be willing to speak with anybody and be able to be questioned. If you're speaking to only people who rock with you, who's not going to dig deeper, who's not going to ask the tough questions, if you're not willing to do that, I can't trust you. So, as of right now, based on the testimony in this particular live, I got about probably 14 more minutes or something to go. But based on everything we reviewed in part 1 that we did, cool. Part 2, cool. Once we got to part 3 and now part 4, it's good and bad, man. It's like there's things that I agree with because he did expose the fact that the mother lied and the family been lying, yes. But there's a lot of information, man, that was said that is raising more questions, man. It's making you, things are just looking suspicious because now Officer Tatum he's promoting himself by saying, "Oh, you only spoke with me." So if he only spoke with you, that's a red flag because that means that he only trusts that you could interview him. That's not what an interview is about. You have to be a person that's willing to sit in the hot seat. You got to be interviewed by people sometimes that don't even agree with you because you know their questions, man, is going to really put you in the hot seat, you know? It really is. So, I don't know, man. This is not right.
That you publicly gave a statement about this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And obviously you're doing it with me. We're going to put it out there for the world. Why did you choose to do it now? And why did you choose to not speak to anybody but me?
Right. Okay. Well, you know, Officer Tatum, I've been watching you for a good while now. And, you know, I think you're a great guy. You've kind of, ever since things got really hot, you've kind of been on my friends and I's side.
Conflict of interest. This is a conflict of interest, guys. You can't, man. You can't be interviewing people, dog, and you already decided that they good. That's not a good interview, fam. See, at first, Officer Tatum, I thought that you were doing a great job, but you already decided that you're rocking with these young men regardless. That doesn't make for good interviews because that means you're not going to dig deeper. You're not going to ask the tough questions. You're not going to hold nobody accountable. You're not going to do any of that. You know? You're supposed to be able to communicate and give the good, the bad, and the ugly, man. You can't be partial in judgment, man. So it kind of makes me doubt that Officer Tatum is being real with the people. It sounds to me like he's just focusing on this money right now so that he could look good. I wouldn't want to be interviewing somebody because they figure I'm on their side. Nah, man, that just messes up my credibility as an interviewer. Imagine you being represented by an attorney that know you. That's not cool. That's like I'm the attorney and I know the judge. Nah, fam. We need another judge, bro. You can't know the judge and he your kinfolk. Nah. This is setup. You know?
I really like that about you. I mean, I thought you were very confident, well-spoken, and I really enjoyed that. And all my friends and I watch you. We all think you're great. We love your faith with the Lord. You know, we try to be closer and closer with the Lord every day. And so did Nolan, you know. And
he's love bombing him and glazing. I don't like all of that stuff, fam. That's not cool, dog. Like, this is supposed to be a serious situation, Tatum. And it's like you trying to be praised and worship at this point. Like, He's telling you that, oh, all my friends watch you, and nah, bro. Nah, man. This is not sitting well with me, man. I don't like what I'm hearing, bro. Like, at first, cool, but now it's like, man, this is not an interview, man. This is not an interview, y'all. This is them working together, man. It's like you can't trust nothing on social media, bro. Like, nobody's real, bro. This is staged, bro. So the only reason why he did the interview is because he know that Officer Tatum is on his side defending him. That's the wrong answer, man. Somebody asks you why you did this, it's because you want to get the story out. You feel that Officer Tatum is impartial and capable of judging the circumstances. That's why you went on his show. But don't say you went on his show because he was defending you or because he rocked with you. Wrong words, man.
You know, that we just really liked the way you spoke about us and how you took our side, not based off someone's agenda. And, you know,
Took your side. Wrong thing, bro. That's the wrong way to speak, man. You don't go on somebody's show because they took your side. You talking to the public, fam. When you communicate, you got to know how to use your words right. The reason why we decided to come on your show, Officer Tatum, is because we feel you're a man of integrity, a man that is impartial and capable of judging a matter based on truth rather than fiction. We felt comfortable coming on because you don't just focus on taking a side. You actually weigh the evidence. And we felt that we would be represented with a fair shake on your platform because we know that you'll ask the tough questions. We know that you will not show any favoritism, but be objective, be the type of person that is, reasonable and communicate in a manner where you are able to get to the answers. So we felt that was the best way. That's why we came on your show. That's the way you answer. But to answer by saying they took your side, nah, bro. I can't rock with that. That mean that Officer Tatum, he's already done on your side. So anything he say in regards to these young men is not going to put them in a bad light. And I'm not saying that you should. What I'm saying is you should be the type of content creator that is impartial, capable of judging something without showing favoritism.
based off of race, because I mean that's a horrible thing, you know.
Was this about race? Did this have anything to do with race as far as from your perspective?
Absolutely not. I mean, Nolan's been a great friend of mine since 8th grade. Nolan isn't my only friend of color, and you know, I have plenty of friends through high school and friends I have now, not just Nolan, who are Black, Mexican.
Is he answering this question right? Because it seemed like he's answering it wrong. It seemed like anytime Tatum brings up that question, he goes into glazing that, oh, I got Black friends. It's not about race. I got friends that are Black. That's not what the question was. It's more or less answering, is the story. The answer is yes, it is about race. Nolan's mom made it about race. Don't say no. And then go into talking about how you got Black friends and all this other stuff. I don't like when people talk like that, man. I don't like when people talk like that. Oh, I got Black friends, Nolan this, and I known him. Don't do all of that, man. You don't got to do all of that.
You know, I've never looked at that, and none of my friends ever have. Like, and if you do, that's disgusting,
And if you had a chance to, tell the world that have painted this picture of you and your friends as being potential murderers of Nolan, white supremacists, racists, What would you want the world to know if you can summarize to them in a very short paragraph or a few sentences?
Yeah.
What would you want to say to them if you had the opportunity?
I would want to say to them that my family and I are praying for y'all. You know, I can never bring myself to tell somebody that I'm going to kill them, and that I'm going to, I've received, and my family's received, absolutely horrible threats about this. And, I want people to know that our faith with the Lord is stronger and me.
Why do people always got to talk about the Lord? That's not the question. That's not the question that was asked, man. Stop bringing up the Lord. I don't like the fact that he said he's praying for us. Don't do that. Just answer the question, man. Answer the question. Don't go into all that religious stuff, because it's like you're not answering, man. Talking about the Lord don't got nothing to do with this, man. I want to know what your thoughts are so I can read you.
More to us than anything, and we all trust in the Lord, and for the Lord to reveal the truth. And I know that's what will happen because I have faith and my family has faith. But
So you're waiting for the Lord to reveal the truth on what happened to Nolan. So the Lord is sitting down somewhere while everybody doing all of this mess. The Lord know what happened, but the Lord ain't say it yet. You want me to believe that? And you're wondering why a lot of people cannot stand religion. It's because of nonsense like this. So the Lord know who killed Nolan, but he ain't tell nobody yet. He ain't tell Reverend Al. He didn't tell me. He didn't tell he ain't tell nobody. Nobody got told yet, but the Lord knows. Everybody got all this Lord. Like I cannot stand when people use the Lord, bro. He have nothing to do with this. Answer the question. Let's go back to the question. Let's go back to the question.
and if you do, that's disgusting.
And if you had a chance to, tell the world that have painted this picture of you and your friends as being potential murderers of Nolan, white supremacists, racists, what would you want the world to know if you can summarize to them in a very short paragraph or a few sentences?
Yeah.
What would you want to say to them if you had the opportunity?
Simple question, right? Let's see what he answers.
I would want to say to them that my family and I are praying for y'all.
Why would your family be praying for us? That's not answering the question. You're deflecting. I'm just calling it what I see. He just asked you a question. You said you and your family going to be praying for us. For what? You're the one that the world is watching. Praying for us don't mean nothing. That's called deflecting.
I can never bring myself to tell somebody that I'm going to kill them, and that I'm going to, I've received, and my family's received, absolutely horrible threats about this.
You still didn't answer the question. He didn't answer that question yet, guys. I'm waiting for the answer of him sharing with the world what he would want us to know about him. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm not listening to all this fluff.
And, I want people to know that our faith with the Lord is stronger and means more to us than anything. And we all trust in the Lord, and for the Lord to reveal the truth.
He still ain't answered the question, guys. He's dancing around that question.
I know that's what will happen because I have faith and my family has faith. But I want people to know that I'm praying for them. And if they want to speak hate and speak, these horrible things, then I mean, you're obviously not in the right state of mind, and you need to work on yourself. It's a horrible thing, and
This is deflection, bro. Yo, at Officer Tatum, man, listen to me very carefully, bro. You got to do a better job when you do interviews with people, especially when you're releasing stuff to the public, because what that kid is doing right now is called deflecting. He literally is not answering, and it's almost like he's blaming everybody else who's criticizing him. And I get it. There's a lot of harsh criticism, but that comes with the territory when you were put out there. The question was not answered, man. He's talking about he's praying for all of us, you know, this, that. Like, come on, man. Come on. Be honest, man. Just be real with the people, man. Don't deflect and play the victim and then become religious, talking about, well, God is going to reveal this, and God is not involved in none of this mess.
But race was never a thing between Nolan and I and my friends. I mean, I have friends in my friend group that are Mexican and, mixed, black. I mean, that's never mattered. And I think it's just absolutely disgusting that people try to make this narrative out of something that it's absolutely not, first off, and out of something that they have zero facts about. Jackson County hasn't released any facts. There haven't been any facts about this case other than that, just timelines and, stuff like that. But it's horrible that people have made this out to be something that it's absolutely not. And it's disgusting in my opinion.
Was Nolan the only black person on that island?
Absolutely not. I saw a lot of black people. And like I said, I mean, it's not pointed out or anything. I mean, I wasn't looking at that, but my buddy Trayson was out there and, he's mixed. Javon was out there. He's came out. He's mixed. I know a bunch.
But they're not black. They're not black. You're mixed. You're not black. You're not. If I say I want some chocolate milk, and you pour the chocolate inside the milk, then you pour some strawberry powder in there, that's not chocolate milk. Do you understand? You know how you have Quick? Remember that the chocolate milk Quick? Remember they got the strawberry flavor? Okay. So if I say I want some chocolate milk, and you pour that in the cup with the milk, then you get the Quick, the strawberry flavor one, and you pour that in there. Do we got chocolate milk? No. So if you're mixed, you're not black. You're not. You're something else. Stop calling yourself black, because a lot of people do that, and they're not. You remember, was it was a mobster movie where, was it Goodfellas? Was it Goodfellas or Casino? Where in order to be made a full boss, you had to be 100% Italian, not mixed, not a half breed, none of that. You had to be 100% Italian, and they are able to trace your family back to the mainland. Or else you can't be made a boss. So if you're half Italian, whatever, nope. You got to be 100%. So all that mixed stuff, stop it. Stop that madness.
My friends that are black that were out there that day that I haven't even mentioned. I mean, Nolan was not the only black person out there. By no means. I mean,
Well, I know Nolan was not the only black person out there, but when I do this video, right? Because a lot of you're like, but I thought you were rocking with the friends, Ringo, man. Fam, I rock with the truth. That's what I rock with. I'm not here to jump on anybody's bandwagon. I don't know none of these people. My job is to find the truth. So what I'm doing is I'm questioning this kid because there's some things he said that I don't like. And if this was a court case, if this was on trial, his words will be used against him. Because anybody in a courtroom would question, why would you be contacting the mother, tell her don't freak out, but I'm going to call the Coast Guard if Nolan wasn't even missing? It haven't even been 12 hours. He could be anywhere. Give it time, and then we could talk all that talk. But it was almost like you ready to send the brigade out to look for him. And then you started to say, well, you know, things happen, assuming that he already dead. So it's like, that raises more questions than answers. I'm not going to sit back as a content creator and ignore that just so that you as a viewer can like me. I'm not doing that. I'm going to question what I heard because it don't sound right.
Thousands of people out there, white, Mexican, black, everyone,
And in the friend group, is Nolan the only black person in the friend group?
Absolutely not. My buddy Trayson's black. I have other friends of color.
See, they keep saying black, but they're not saying Filipino. Nolan is Filipino. They keep saying black. His mother is Filipino. Stop calling him black.
I mean, our friend group is very tight, and we have a not a small group of guys, but we have we have 10 to 12 guys in my friend group, and we're all from Ocean Springs, and we grew up together. But Nolan is not the only black guy in my friend group by any means, and everybody knows that.
There's controversy around the CETO, right? You guys called it in.
Right.
They have that record of you guys, making that emergency call.
Right.
But then there's this, I guess, graphic of you guys traveling at a slow speed, then all of a sudden you accelerate.
Right.
People are saying that that's an indication of something afoot or foul play going on in that timeline. What do you have to say to the naysayers who are mentioning that something must have happened, that you guys were going slow, then you accelerated all of a sudden?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely not. We got towed probably a quarter mile, like I said.
Almost dropped my computer. Hold on.
What do you have to say to the naysayers who are mentioning that something must have happened, that you guys were going slow, then you accelerated all of a sudden?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely not. We got towed probably a quarter mile, like I said. My buddy Bart drove his boat up next to ours after he pulled us out away from the island. And then he towed us a little more while we were trying to get the motor figured out. I mean, the motor would trim down. So then eventually, and the motor wouldn't trim down. And so eventually we figured out if you held the manual trim on the motor will stay in the water even when you start to accelerate. Because when my buddy would put the boat in gear and forward, the motor would come right back up. So it trimmed down, but then it'd come right back up when you went to go put it in forward and drive off. So, yeah, we stopped at one point. My buddy pulled the plug out the boat, got back in the boat, the captain of the boat, got in the water, pulled the plug out the boat, got back in the boat, and hit it. And like I said earlier, we all transferred our weight to the front. So, because there was so much water in the back of the boat that when my buddy had it pinned out all the way.
Yeah, I know about the audio. I can't do everything at one time, right? I'm going to get to all of that in due time. But I know about everything that's out already. I'll deal with that another time. I'm trying to put the puzzle together by reacting to these videos because nobody's going to do a thorough job like me. Nobody. No YouTuber got the patience to come online and break these videos down live. I do my videos live when I do my investigations. I let you see me breaking it down live. No pre-recorded.
Trying to go as fast as we can, and the boat was still sitting like this on the water. None of it wouldn't have been planed out. So we had to move all the way to the front of the boat. Everybody had to get on the bow, and eventually we planed. Everybody got sat back, and when you're on plane and you're going, water starts coming out the boat. Like that's the whole reason he pulled the plug, because when you come out the water and you're on plane and the boat's level, water starts coming out the boat. So, I mean, that's why we came to a stop, so he could jump in the water, pull the plug, and then we hauled in. There was no stopping, because if you do stop, the water starts coming back in the boat because the plug's out. So
there's nothing nefarious there. It's just a formality of trying to unplug the boat and
absolutely not.
Get it docked properly.
Correct. I mean, we were just trying to, solve the boat's issues, because we wouldn't have ever gone anywhere if the boat wasn't figured out. So,
and Nolan being a really good friend of yours, really good friend of all of you guys, some of you guys have been accused of killing him. I mean, obviously he was somebody you knew, somebody you spent a lot of time with. With all that has gone on, if Nolan was here, what do you think he would say about all this?
I think Nolan has Nolan's one of the best men I've ever met. I mean, he has an amazing heart. And like I said in the beginning, I mean, Nolan is one of the nicest.
I don't think any of these people, and I'm just being honest, guys, I don't think any of these guys were truly Nolan's best friend. I think that's just something YouTubers are saying. Now, I add that into my title, not because I know that. That's what Officer Tatum put on his platform. I don't think any of these people were Nolan's best friend. None. Not one of them. It don't sound like it. Nolan is dead. Remember, Nolan is dead. I'm looking for emotion. That's what I'm looking for when I look at this guy. When I'm listening to him, I'm looking for emotion that shows that he had real love for this young man. If you really knew him like that, and that was your buddy, and he dead, and you're doing a recording, I'm not saying you gotta go up there and shed 1,000 tears and, but while talking and they're mentioning his name, and this is somebody that you say it's like a brother, then surely the camera would pick up that emotion. I don't see it. I do not see a friend. I don't see it, fam. They just look like they know of Nolan. Remember I told you guys there's a difference between a friend and whatchamacallit? What's that word? It's a word. It's a word I'm looking for. You all got them. They're all on your job. Associates. He was an associate, not a friend. We have a lot of associates. People that we associate with. We know of them. But to say that the person is a friend, you got to really break bread. You got to meet their family, meet them, have a drink. You go to their house, they come to your house. You know their family. It's like y'all really grew together. So it went from being an associate to really like, yo, this is a brother. You know what I'm saying? I don't think none of them was Nolan's friend. I'm throwing that out the window right now. They were just people he associated with. That's what I'm seeing. Those are just people he associated with. It's sort of like those of you that I guess are Bible believers, when you were living in the world in your sin, you had sin buddies. They weren't your friends. They were just people you hung out with when you were sinning. You felt comfortable with these guys. So you just went around and just did your dirt. Yeah, y'all weren't friends. Like, but they were your associates. You know, y'all did y'all dirt together. That's what I'm hearing. Because he's doing too much. Like, oh, you know, my friends are black. I got Mexicans. I got this. I got that. You know, he's like a brother. But I don't see no emotion that you just lost your friend. Especially if you know you were telling him to come on the boat. So it's like, if you guys were telling Nolan, come on the boat, fam. Hey, yo, bro, I don't see none of that emotion in your testimony here. I don't see no friend that feels some type of way like, yo, bro, my last known vision of Nolan is him being in the water, and I'm telling him, come on the boat, fam. If he would have just came on the boat, dog. That's my boy, bro. Yo, what the hell happened, man? Yo, somebody killed him, bro. Yo, like if somebody seen something, man, yo, I don't see nothing from you, dog. I don't see no emotion of a friend. I don't see it coming out. I don't see you literally expressing real concern and love. And it's like you're doing the typical stuff everybody else do. Oh, he was a great person, great guy. I could always get advice. Bro, the dude is dead, dog. That's how you'll do with your mama? Oh, my mama? Oh, she was just a good lady. You know, everybody knew her and, you know, very, very kind. And it's just so unfortunate that she's gone. That's how you gonna be? I'm telling you facts, man. I don't sense no emotion in the things he's saying, y'all. That's all I'm saying, man. I don't sense no emotion in it, and it's bothering me, man.
Sweetest people I've ever met. I mean, seriously, he had no hate in his heart whatsoever. I think if Nolan knew this was going on, he'd be sick to his stomach. I mean, Nolan hated all hate and arguing and drama. He didn't like any.
Let's stop making Nolan appear like he perfect. Stop glazing. Nobody's perfect like that, fam. Stop trying to make Nolan look like... I be thinking these people be watching my videos, man. I think these people be watching my videos because it's like, if you notice, because I remember seeing a clip where I think it's in this video. I saw a clip somewhere where he was saying, oh, if Nolan know that everybody's talking about his friends the way y'all talking about his friend, he would be upset or something along them lines. That's what I said in my videos, man. Before this interview. I said in my videos, with all the hate everybody's expressing towards his buddies, Nolan, if he was alive, he'll be pissed to know that y'all calling his friends killers and all sorts of names. But I heard him in a clip say this very same thing. I'm like, bro, are they watching my videos?
So, I mean, I think if Nolan knew this was going on, he'd be very, very upset. I mean, it's horrible. If he knew his friends were getting these threats and, you know, we were, you know, felt threatened for our lives, I mean, Nolan would be traumatized if he was here, like, and if he knew that. Like, I mean, he was a person of no violence, and, you know, he had a really good heart. He would hate it.
Why would such a good kid, no violence, no hate, love everybody, why would anybody want to kill him? See what I mean? Why would anybody want to kill a kid that's perfect? Come on now. Well, my eyes on Christina too. My eyes on Christina too. I don't trust them too. See, y'all need to understand, I'm not here for the family in terms of trying to fight for justice for Nolan because I'm fighting for this family. I don't trust his family. His family want money. At the same time, my job is doing my own investigation. And I'm questioning this dude here, man. I'm questioning him. At first, yeah, that's Nolan's buddy, woo, woo, woo. They shouldn't be judging his friend, but now his friend is saying some things, man. He said a lot of stuff in part 3 and 4 that got me thinking. And that's normal to think. I'm not taking nobody's side, man.
You think your friendship with Nolan inspired you to want to speak out?
Of course. I mean, I know Nolan. And like I said, I've been really tight with Nolan since 8th grade.
The questions, man, the questions that Tatum is asking him is making it so easy for him to answer, dog. Like, I don't trust this interview no more, bro. I don't, man. He's making the questions too obvious, man. It's not really challenging nothing, man. It's just making him, it's like he's trying to clear his name. It's like Tatum is trying to make dude look innocent. Like, in other words, using his big platform, 3 million subscribers, it's trying to make the kid look like there's nothing wrong with him. Nobody should question him. That's what it's looking like. And people should question him. I'm not saying blame him for Nolan's death. What I'm saying is we need to question people. Don't just take sides and just run with it. Question what you see, because you never know how something could come up and boom, you're like, oh man, look what we got here. The whole time he was the killer, and you didn't know because you never questioned nothing. I'm not here to judge nobody in terms of, oh, he did it, they murdered him. We don't got no proof. Neither am I here to make it a race issue. I'm not here for none of that garbage. Just because he's white and, Nolan is a Filipino with melanated skin that they keep calling black, I'm not here to say definitively that, oh yeah, he did it, he's a killer. I don't know that. But I don't like some of the things that he said. It sounds very suspicious. Very suspicious, guys.
And he's a best friend of mine. He's like a brother. And
see, best friend of mine. Anybody could say that, fam, when you dead. I don't know if this man is the best friend.
he's the type of guy to fight back for what's right and fight for the truth. And I know Nolan would tell me if he was here to fight back and make sure the truth is out and make sure your word is out, because that's what matters most.
So after all that's been said in this interview, do you have any theories about what could have possibly happened to Nolan?
My buddies and I have talked about it. And like I said, I mean, I've been on the water my entire life. My friends have. It's not like we're unexperienced in this, but Nolan was my best friend, and he was my friend's best friends. And well,
he's saying that too much, man. How much times you gonna say best friend? He's my. Stop saying that, bro. How are you trying to convince us?
he was like a brother to me.
Oh,
more
my
than anything.
goodness, bro.
And the thing that's most important is what happened to him. And I want to know just as much as anybody else. I mean, that's all. Like, my friends haven't stopped talking about that. Like, what happened, and like, just trying to figure it out. But I would never want to put it on somebody else because of the hate that I've received for just being out there around them, and my name getting brought up because I called the Coast Guard.
He ain't answer the question, guys. Tatum just asked him, what do he think happened to Nolan? He never answered the question. You ain't see that? He ain't answered the question yet.
The first one to call the Coast Guard. I mean, I don't know, and I want to know more than anybody. I mean, my friends and I are have been wondering this for a while, and we just want to know as much as anybody else what happened to him. But I would never want to sit here and blame anybody else and put this on anybody else because of the hate and death threats that my family and my friends have received. It's horrible, and I would never want someone else to experience that.
Oh boy, man.
Especially if
he never answered the question, guys. You mean to tell me, as a friend, you can't make up your mind what you think happened to Nolan? That just makes me, bro. These people should watch their videos before they post them, premiere them, to a group of people who can literally call out stuff and be like, bro, I don't think you should air this with what he just said right there. That's not cool. Somebody gonna catch on to that and question it. Because this don't sound right. He ain't even answer the question. He did not answer the question, guys. All he got to do is say, I think he drowned. I think he may have, you know, something went wrong. Maybe he caught a cramp and maybe he was in the water swimming. Maybe something dropped in the water. He went in and got caught up. It's like, so nobody don't know nothing? To the point where this guy don't even want to give his opinion of what happened to Nolan? Come on, man.
There's no evidence to it.
Exactly.
So I got two more things I want to address directly.
So there's no evidence. So Nolan is just dead. Nobody knows nothing. He just dead, and we just gonna it's just a mystery death. He's just dead. Nobody know anything. Starting to look like a cover-up, man. Again, I can't really put blame on anybody, but the way this Nolan Wells thing is, man, it's like a cover-up. Like something happened to him. Somebody knows, but nobody's saying. And it seemed like everybody just sticking together because this doesn't make any sense, man. It don't make no sense. Like nobody don't want to say what happened because they just don't want to say what happened. It could have been a freak accident that somebody probably ran over Nolan with a boat by mistake. And they don't want to admit that they did. You're not going to get in trouble and, you know, put in prison if an accident is an accident. But to deny that it happened and you act like you don't know, that's bad, man.
It's been said out there that you guys immediately deleted your social media, lowered it up, as if you were in some type of fear that you would be implicated in this. What do you say to that?
I mean, of course we lured up, and of course.
What? How many of y'all been watching my videos and I was like, they didn't lawyer up. That's just a rumor. This man just said that they did lawyer up. So that means I'm thinking this is just a rumor. That these young men went and lawyered up. Lawyered up for what if you innocent? If you're innocent, what are you lawyering up for if you left Nolan at the island? What are you lawyering up for? Man, bro. If something come out in this case, it's going to be because of him. It's going to be because of him, man. Like I said, I don't have no proof anybody murdered Nolan. I don't have no proof. I still believe that Nolan died by a freak accident. At the same time, at this point in my investigation, I feel that somebody know what happened to Nolan, meaning there was an accident. Something happened. It could have been drugs. Somebody could have gave Nolan drugs. And he OD'd. They could have said, yo, Nolan, try this real quick. What's this? Try it, man. This is good. All right. Dead. Oh, snap. Yo, guys, let's go. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Watch this. They're on the boat. I'm just speculating, thinking out loud. They're on the boat, drinking, doing some sort of drug. Nolan takes a hit, falls into the water. As Nolan falls into the water, he's like, unconscious. They jump in to go get him. They're trying to bring him in the boat, so it's taking water into the boat. The guys are coming in and out. Yo, we got to do something. Get him in. So they bring him in the boat, leaning all sideways, bringing water in. They finally get him in the boat. Got all this water. Because of all the commotion, the water end up inside where the battery compartment is. He's unconscious. He was given a drug, allegedly. Oh, man, if they find out, bro, we done. We are finished. You're right. Y'all ain't seen nothing. Yeah, we ain't seen nothing. The kid just can't just die, fam. Something happened. If it's a freak accident, we need to know about it. Right? So, I believe there was an accident. Possible drug OD, overdose, cramping in the water, alcohol, drowning, hit his head on a rock, dead, fell off a boat, drowned, hit by a boat, drowned. Do I believe that somebody said, let's go kill him? I don't believe somebody killed him. I believe that an accident happened. Something happened. And everybody just decided to stick with the story, including the girl. That's what I'm coming up with. Right, nobody would cover up an accident. Good point. Good point. Nobody would cover up. Listen that. Right, nobody covering up a freak accident. Nobody would cover up. Would just say, yo, this is what happened. But if somebody OD'd on some drugs or alcohol, that's not a freak accident. Yeah, alcohol and drugs. Could that be why we didn't get the toxicology test? Could that be why we didn't get the first autopsy? They're hiding something, guys. Somebody's hiding the truth. The truth of what's happening is in that first autopsy. Ignore the second autopsy. That's to distract us, to keep us continuing the drama. The first autopsy and that toxicology test, that's what we need. That's what we need. They're hiding that from us. They're hiding that info from us, gang. Let's get back to the tape. We got about 3 more minutes. Then I'm going to close out the stream.
So I got 2 more things I want to address directly. It's been said out there that you guys immediately delete your social media, lower it up as if you were in some type of fear that you would be implicated in this. What do you say to that?
I mean, of course we lowered up. Of course, I deleted my social media.
Delete it? So it's true? Do you see why, guys, you got to do your own investigation? When everybody was going crazy about, oh, they deleted their social medias, they lawyered up, I'm like, man, that's bull crap. Why would you do that for? Why would you delete your social media for? You won't do that. You would put it on private, because you don't want to deal with harassment. You put it on private, or you disable your page for a moment in time. But to delete it mean that you are hiding DM messages. So if these men deleted social medias, I would recommend that whoever make the decisions go to the very app that they deleted their accounts and have those accounts restored so that DM messages is checked to find out if there was any sort of communication via DM about whatever was going down, or possible photos and other voice messages similar to Instagram and all this other stuff. That needs to be investigated. If I'm an investigator, that's the first place I'm going to. To delete your social media, if you left Nolan with a girl and you guys sailed away, why the fuck you delete your social media? That have nothing to do with anything. You hiding something. I don't know why Officer Tatum put this out, because it got my attention now. I don't like what I'm hearing. And you lawyered up and deleted your social media. Why would you have an attorney for? You didn't do nothing wrong. There's no evidence. Why would you? So your family already got you an attorney? That was fast. That's a sign of guilt. How come nobody else that was at the island got an attorney? How come all the other people that were on boats out there where Nolan ended up dead, how come they didn't get no attorney and delete their social medias? Why you deleted your social medias and got an attorney? That don't make sense, fam. Something is not right. This is crazy. And I would have never known this if I didn't watch this video. That's why I do my reviews. That's why they call me Ringo TV Reactions. Because I'm doing my investigation live. Listen.
Delete your social media, lower it up as if you were in some type of fear.
As if though you were in some type of fear. So if they deleted their social medias and lawyered up, that's fair.
That you would be implicated in this. What do you say to that?
I mean, of course we lawyered up, and of course, I deleted my social media. I was getting death threats before anything ever came out because.
Why would you delete your social media? You don't have to delete your social media. Getting death threats, you can disable messages. You can disable all that stuff. There's no need to do all of that. If anything, if you're getting death threats, you can report that to law enforcement. Why would you delete it? If I'm on IG and I'm getting death threats, I will report all those threats to the FBI, and they will track down everybody that's sending those threats, and you'll be arrested. That's right. That's how easy I'll get you in prison. You'll get a felony immediately. You think you could just come on social media, send a message over the internet, and not think the Fed's not going to knock your door?
was the one that called the Coast Guard. I mean, people put this all on me because I was the one that called. I was the one that was, worried. My friends were just as well. I mean, of course I deleted all my social media. I was getting insane death threats, like stuff I couldn't even believe.
Could you show the proof? I'm asking the real effing questions that nobody can answer. Do you have the proof of you getting those threats? Do you have the receipts? I'm asking the questions that people want to see. Because at this point, fam, I am telling you, this video from Officer Tatum with this guy it's not good. It's not. This did not end well in this investigation. Where is the proof of these death threats? You got a cell phone, you can screenshot stuff, you can screenshot usernames, you can show the world you deleted your social medias because you hiding something. Where's the proof of these death threats, man? Come on, y'all.
Two days after. And, we went straight to the police. I wanted the police to come and ask questions. I wanted them to know and have all of my information.
So, you didn't report this to the police? You didn't bring the proof?
And, people were accusing me of murdering my best friend. It's sick.
Well, I never accused you of murdering your best friend. I don't know what you did. I'm just questioning what you're doing. I have not accused none of y'all of murdering anybody. That's not how I do my investigative news reporting. I break down stories. I ask questions. I use my brain. The thing that most people don't use, I use mine. And based on this bit of information, you said, sir, that you left Nolan. You guys left Nolan at Horn Island with a girl, right? And you guys left. Your boat got towed because it was sinking. Y'all sorted it out. Then all of a sudden now you telling me you deleted your social medias, lawyered up, even though you were not there with Nolan. The only reason why you guys are doing that is because somebody did something. And I'm calling it what it is. Somebody did something. Because I would not waste no time getting a lawyer if I know I'm innocent and I know I ain't do a damn thing. And I'm not deleting my social media. Y'all can send all the hate mail y'all want. You understand? I may put it on private for a meantime if I'm receiving a bunch of hate. But I'm not going to close my page and delete it. Deleting your page? Why would you delete your page if your page have all your pictures with your wonderful friend? If your social medias have all your photos with your wonderful friend, why would it be deleted? How do we know you're even his friend? For all we know, you don't even know Nolan. For all we know, you don't even know Nolan. You're just some dude that was there. Because the first thing I want to do is I want to know what your social media is so I could go there, so I could go all the way back in the history to see how many photos you and Nolan are in. So I could really know if you his friend. Because anybody could do this. Anybody can act like they're Nolan's friend when he's dead. Yeah, he said he was like a brother, but if he was like a brother, why you delete your social media? That don't make sense if you're innocent. You said Nolan is like a brother. Okay. Why would you delete a page if it holds memories of your brother? If your social media holds memories of photos, you just gonna delete all of that and let it go? Nah, fam. You hiding something. It could have been communication between all of you cats that was on that boat. Y'all could have been communicating via IG Messenger. Because I do that when I communicate with people. I always use the voice notes on Instagram to communicate. So it could have been a situation like that, and you guys deleted all of it. Why? So let me get this straight. So all of y'all chose to delete y'all pages? Guys, that is a collective effort to hide something. If all of those friends deleted their social medias and they all lawyered up, something's wrong. Red flags all over the place. This is why I always say, a lot of you guys, you hate me, but when I do my investigative news reporting, my messages have a way of going like this and then go that way. Because as I investigate, I'm uncovering information. You got so many people, they're talking the most crap about me all day. These people don't even know me. They don't even know what I'm about, fam. I'm the best when it comes to investigative news reporting on YouTube. Now it all makes sense. Because I thought when they said, oh, they deleted their social medias, they lawyered up. Ah, that's a lie. That's a rumor. Y'all believe in all them rumors? That's a lie. This guy came out and told us, yeah, I lawyered up and I deleted my social media. What? Bro, you don't understand what you did. That's bad. That's not a good thing. Because I remember I made my video and I was like, oh, if they put their social medias on private, that's a good thing because who want to be harassed all day? So if they did that, that's perfectly fine. He said he deleted his social media. That's worse. Why would you delete it? Just put it on private. Make it invisible. Incognito mode.
Just because of race. I mean, it's disgusting. It makes me sick to my stomach. I mean, I've obviously I got off of social media because there were people saying insane things to me and my family, and I just couldn't sit there and look at it. I mean, that's it.
And Warren, thank you so much, man, for being bold and courageous, for telling your story. The purpose of me doing this and flying down here is because I wanted to know for myself.
Flying down here. So he's at his house. So, oh boy. So Officer Tatum is at his house? Say it ain't so. There ain't no hotel. That is definitely not no hotel. That's his house. Or his family's house. And I can tell they got some high ceilings in that house. That's not an 8-foot ceiling house. Because I'm looking at the door. I'm looking at the seating. And I'm looking at the wall art right there. The wall art goes higher than 8 feet ceiling. So, yep, that's his house. So he invited Officer Tatum to his house. Wow. That's interesting. Is Officer Tatum a real cop? Like that at one time was an officer, or that he just go by on YouTube? Because, I don't want to be calling somebody an officer if you were not an officer. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he was a real officer. So he was? Okay. All right. But even if he was a real officer, I think that I don't think he did a good job with this interview with this kid. I don't think he did a great job. In the beginning, yes. Part 1, I like part 1. Part 1 was a good one. Part 2, yeah. Where he was showing the doc, the footage, all of that stuff. Very convincing, very good. Very good work going out there. I mean, I still commend him for actually bringing these guys on. I'm not saying he's guilty. I'm not saying that. Don't misconstrue my position. I'm not saying that he killed Nolan. I'm not saying that his friends killed him. I don't think that these guys were his best friends. I think that Nolan just hung out with them. You get what I'm saying? Hung out. It was just my buddies that we hung out with. Buddies. We all had buddies. But that doesn't make them your best friend. Something happened to Nolan. Somehow, some way, he died. I believe somebody knows. I don't believe that we just don't know what happened. Somebody knows something, man. I want to see if Tatum going to bring the girl on. Will the girl be the next one on the show? We'll see. We will see.
I always felt that the narrative that was out there wasn't quite complete. It seems like there was a rush to judgment. And I know that you could have taken the opportunity to say, you know what, I'm not going to say anything. I'm afraid for my life. And I'm just not going to put my neck out there. But I applaud you and appreciate you for stepping up, for doing what Nolan would be proud of you doing. And that is putting your word out there and not letting the naysayers run with the narrative.
Of course.
And you being a young guy, I'm much older than you. Mm-hmm. I can take the punches. Right. You know, I love dishing it out. Mm-hmm. But for you as a young man to really put your neck out there, to stand up for your friends and stand up for Nolan is very honorable. And I appreciate you doing this interview with me.
Well, I appreciate you. I mean, you being here and flying down has meant a lot. And, I mean, I just wanted to get my story out there because I know that's what Nolan would want me to do. And I want the truth to come out. And I pray that the good Lord reveals the truth to everybody. So,
see, the deleting of their social medias is a red flag for me, man. That's not sitting right with me, man. That's a sign of hiding something. So if they subpoena them to get them cell phones from them, they would have to contact those app companies and get the FBI involved to literally get all of that information restored. There's no reason to delete your social medias if you're innocent. And there's no reason to lawyer up. What are you lawyering up for? Why would you retain an attorney? For what? You haven't even been arrested. Why? You weren't there, remember? That's crazy. I don't know, guys.
thank you, Brandon.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
So that's it. You see their handshake. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if they did a Masonic handshake. Let me see. Look like a Masonic handshake. Hold on now. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I'm going to have to study that handshake. But for Tatum to be so happy to make this deal, I don't know, fam. I don't know. I'm not, like I said, I ain't blaming nobody. I never accused these people of murdering nobody, but I'm pretty sure a lot of you that are viewing, you can agree that something don't seem right. You know? Because I didn't think that these guys deleted their social medias. I thought that was bull crap. But he just said we did. And we lawyered up. Why would you do that if you're innocent? And why would an attorney even be involved if there's no crime? Well, we're going to review the other videos, guys. I hope it's not like this one. I don't know, man. This is crazy, man. Somebody know what happened, man, but this is getting more interesting now. Yeah, only guilty people move like that, but like I said, I don't got no proof of anybody killing Nolan. I don't got no proof. So, and if there's no proof, why would you lawyer up? That's like, it don't make, so your family is ready to spend money on an attorney and you're innocent and you ain't do nothing, never was charged for nothing? That don't make no sense, man. It's almost like you guys are fearful that something gonna come down the pipeline and sting you. You know, so that's why you want to lawyer up. It's almost like they know it may come out. The truth may come out. So let's go get these attorneys from now. Let's delete our social medias. We just got to keep our story together. It's the only way. It could have been a bad drug overdose, man. They could have been passing a joint. They could have been passing some around. Nolan could have took a draw, end up dying, and it could have happened on the boat. They could have threw him overboard, and everybody just agree that nobody seen nothing, fam. Think about it. They hanging out. They on the boat with the girl, passing a joint, passing a drug, something. Nolan OD'd. He dead. You know what would happen if Nolan overdosed on a boat and all of y'all on that boat and he dead and there's drugs? Y'all done. You know? Y'all done. Listen, out of first of all, watch this. Oh, Nolan fell, hit his head on the rock. That was one of my thoughts. Okay, what rock? What rock? So let's cross that out. The way I see it, Nolan overdosed on drugs, some sort of alcohol issue, and he died while with his buddies and that girl. I don't believe the story of Nolan being with the girl. I don't believe that story. It's not convincing me. I need more evidence. I believe that they were all on the boat. They were drinking. They were drunk. They were using drugs. They were doing all sorts of stuff. Nolan was experimenting. He took a draw of something. He OD'd. He lost it. He died while on that boat. You understand? They decided, allegedly, throw him overboard. It's the only way, because if we keep him on and we go turn it in and we like, yo, he OD'd, all of us are going to get implicated in this situation. All of us. We can't do this for us, man. So let's just throw him over. It's a freak accident. Well, not even a freak accident. It's drug OD, poisoning, something. Let's just throw him overboard and let's just stick with the story, guys. Don't fold, don't break. Because how else is Nolan going to die? I don't believe he was hanging out with any girl, fam. I don't believe that. I don't believe that, because in video part 3 or 4, one of those parts, he said that the girl said the last time she seen Nolan was when they heard the men say, get on the effing boat. So she wasn't with him. You know? You said you what? Shout out to Floridine Rollo and Salute Forever Studios. To see you in the building. Says, I heard Officer Tatum did say he believed someone killed Nolan, who time will tell on Stephen A show. Oh, he said it on Stephen A show? Okay. I gotta look it up and see. But why would someone kill Nolan, though? We know that there was a fight, but not with Nolan. There was a fight with one of the other buddies of Nolan, because he talked about that on one of Officer Tatum's videos, that somebody fought. There was a fight. And he was upset. Some nonsense went down. But he said it wasn't with Nolan. So if that was an altercation that was out there, there had to have been other altercations. So how do we know Nolan wasn't in an altercation with somebody? You know? Somebody got something. And if anybody is fighting, they're not fighting in the water, and they're not fighting on the boat. They're fighting on the shore, on the land. On the island is where the fights took place. It's going to come out, man. It's going to come out little by little, man. I'm just going to keep reviewing these videos and getting more clues, man, because I think I did a good job tonight. I think I did a great job breaking down these videos. I think I did a great job breaking it down, man. Some awesome work. Awesome work. Because it just makes a lot of logical sense, the things that I had to bring out. Definitely. So guys, I'm gonna get up on out of here. Appreciate you guys tuning in. If you're new, consider subscribing to the channel. We appreciate you joining the platform. Become a channel member next time. That way you can participate in the live chat. We need more channel members to fill up this comment section where we have civilized human beings that's able to interact with us. I mean, we got like 500 people, man. It would be great to actually have all you folks in the comments. Consider becoming a channel member, right? It's just that simple. Value the content enough to support the content. That way you can be involved in the live chat and we can all interact with one another. Jill says Nolan's mom filed wrongful death the day Nolan was found. Yeah, that's crazy. That right there is weird. I heard something about that. Why would she file a wrongful death the day he was found with no investigation? Then made it a race issue. Do I still think that Nolan Wells' mom made it a race issue? Yeah. They're grifters. I don't support them. What I support is the truth. And a lot of things in this particular live that was said by the friend, man, even though the mom lied and the mom been exposed badly for lying, I question a lot of things about the friends now. I question them, man. And you should too, because certain things is not sitting right with me. Certain things is not sitting right with me, fam. Hopefully the next videos, it answers more questions and don't make up more suspicions. But I'll catch you guys in the next one. It is what it is. I'm gonna get up on out of here. I don't even know. Let me see. This is crazy, man. What? No way. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, bro. And y'all wondering why I can't do my workouts early in the morning, bro. This is crazy. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, bro. Damn, y'all don't sleep? Y'all must be on a different time code or something. This is wild, bro. Might as well I just go to the park and work out right now. Might as well, right? I might as well go pack up my stuff and go to the park and work out, even though I ain't getting no sleep. That way I can work out, come back home, eat some breakfast, drink my protein shake, and get some rest and get back up and get to the content. This is crazy. I probably got y'all through y'all work shift, late night hour. This is crazy. I can't believe it. Shout out to Baby Cake 1 for joining the membership. Appreciate you coming through. Hope you have a wonderful stay. Says glad you're up early. I've been up all night. I didn't even know the time. I'm just doing my job. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, bro. Yo. That mean the light is outside, bruh. I'm going and work out, man. I'm going to go drink half a bottle of V8 vegetable juice right now to give me a boost, to give me some energy, and I'm heading to the park to work out. Because if I don't, I'm going to be working out late in the day, and I don't want to do that. So I'm going to head on out and go work out. No cap. You're going to see me at the park. I'm going to work out, for real. I ain't even get no sleep, fam. And I'm tired, too. But I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to drink my V8. and get myself psyched up. I'm gonna go do my walk. I'm gonna do a video probably too. All right. So I'll catch y'all in the next one. Rate, comment, and subscribe to the channel. I'll catch y'all in the next video. Salute to all the channel members, everybody that rock with the show. If you believe I did a good job, guys, come into the comment section after the live stream and light up the comments and let me know what you thought of this video stream. If you felt I did a good job, if there's a lot of clues I brought out, key information to the case, let us know in the comments, man. I'll catch you all in the next video, man. Y'all have a blessed day. More content coming up later. I'm out. Peace.